This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1075. Are they not liars? When Su-wei heard Yang Bo say this, she was not happy for Yang Bo at first, but looked at him suspiciously. Yes. Are you asking me to pay a deposit? Are you asking me to pay the patent application fee? Annie and Xia also asked. No. There is no fee. Here it is. These are the rules of the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Yang Bo was also at a loss for words. Seeing the email from the Ancient Martial Arts Association at this time, the email detailed the rights and obligations of members, as well as the rules of the association. Is there such a good thing? I feel like they are a liar. It's free to take any passenger spacecraft? Free reservation? You can even take it without reservation. And then what about those who have made reservations? Are there many hotels that are also free to stay in? Are there also free entry to tourist attractions? Are there even luxury goods that are free to use? The more Su-wei and the other two read the email, the more they thought it was a scam. The thing is, the members of this association are all chaebols and dignitaries. Yang Bo introduced the nature of the membership of the Ancient Martial Arts Association in detail. Although it is free, you have to owe favors to others. After all, these are the properties of other members. So if you can avoid owing favors to others, you should do so. After Yang Bo finished his introduction, he spoke again. How many people are willing to learn Yang's meteor fist? Su-wei was not stupid either. After hearing Yang Bo's explanation, she started to calculate again. It shouldn't be that many. There are only more than 100,000 people. And Yang Bo said that there are many categories of ancient martial arts. Plus, the price is so high. I'm afraid even fewer people want to learn it. That's right. What if others learn it and pass it on to others? Annie and Xia also shook their heads. Hee. This is called orderly inheritance. And these rich people can't afford to lose that person. 1 billion is a lot for us. But for these rich people, 1 billion is nothing. Yang Bo explained with a smile. Then you join the association and see how many people are willing to learn your boxing skills. Su-wei heard Yang Bo's explanation and asked Yang Bo to join the association as soon as possible. Women are all a little obsessed with money. Yang Bo nodded and agreed to join the association directly. Yang Bo agreed to join the Ancient Martial Arts Association. And Su Xiaodong directly gave Yang Bo the master membership level. The membership information within the Ancient Martial Arts Association is also confidential. You can only see the name and membership level, but not the details of the master membership. In other words, you only know that Yang Bo is a master level member, but you don't know about the boxing method. The Ancient Martial Arts Association sent another internal email, which basically said that the association has added an S-level boxing method, and warned everyone that special precautions are needed to learn this boxing method. Does anyone know who gave this old-fashioned name to Yang's meteor fist? Who rated it as S-level? There is also a virtual chat group inside the Ancient Martial Arts Association. A master member named Li Rueda asked in the chat group. I rated it. Do you have a problem? Lee Sin replied directly in the group at this time. Master Li, did you rate this boxing style? Li Rueda obviously knew Lee Sin, and his tone was much more respectful. And me. A master-level member named Tang Lian answered. And me. And me. Some people show off their ignorance in the group. The boxing that can be rated as S-level must be personally evaluated by the president. People like this should not post such meaningless things in the group in the future, which makes them look ignorant. A master-level member named Ryan said directly in the group. Li Rueda saw someone scolding him, so he asked unhappily, Ryan, are you crazy from flying a fighter plane? The fighter plane overspeeded and squeezed your forehead. I just want to ask, is it worth it for you to say that? You do look more stupid. Li Rueda. Lee Sin also responded directly. The other two people who participated in the evaluation replied directly with 2 words. Agreeing. Did you drink too much fake wine? I just asked. Is it worth it for you to say this about me? Li Rueda was speechless. Hee. Li Rueda. You deserve it. Because these 5 master-level boxing masters who participated in the evaluation had some fractured bones. Some broke bones. And some are even lying in the A-level treatment chamber now. Someone in the group laughed. Impossible? Is this boxing technique so awesome? What do you think? The president and 3 vice presidents personally approved it. I don't believe it. Can you break your bones by practicing boxing? Such a person has the nerve to call himself a boxing master. Liruida didn't believe it at all. If you don't believe it, try it, and see if you dare to bet? Lee Sin said unhappily. I try it. WOC. It costs 10,000 contribution points? Liruida was just about to learn it when he saw that it cost 10,000 contribution points to learn this boxing technique. Uh-huh. Poor bastard. Lee Sin chuckled. Who among the 5 of you has a broken bone? Is it true? Someone asked curiously. What's so strange? I'm just not familiar with it for the first time. I promise it will be fine after I recover. Lee Sin admitted it openly. Oh my god. You, the master of mecha, actually broke your bone by practicing boxing. Did you practice directly with mechas? That's right. As one of the best instructors in the Mecha Academy of the military school, you actually made such a low-level mistake? Is there something wrong with this boxing technique? At this time, Su Xiangdong said, there is no problem with the boxing technique. As long as you follow the precautions, there will be no problem. President, who created this boxing technique? Keep it confidential. Su Xiangdong said 2 words. Of course, the 5 people who participated in the evaluation would not say it, because the information they saw was confidential. It must be some big guy. It must have been created by a boxing master. And then he gave it a random name. Does our Ancient Martial Arts Association have a boxing master named Yang? I don't know. Our association has more than 200 masters. But I don't know which one is the boxing master. Don't ask about these things. I can only tell you that learning this boxing is good. Because the 3 of us have temporarily rated this boxing as S level. And there is a high probability that the level will be improved in the future. Qian Wuji spoke up at this time. WOC? The president can't even evaluate this boxing? Is it true? Grandmaster Qian? Vice President Qian? It's true. Of course. If you don't have the talent for boxing, don't practice it. Don't train yourself to death. Ming Bufan also spoke at this time. Wow. Is it so awesome? Is there anyone who can tell me if it's true? Is there such an awesome boxing technique? What are the benefits of this boxing technique? Learn it yourself. Everyone has different talents and different directions of understanding. Vice President Ming Bufan left a sentence and didn't speak again. This boxing technique is truly suitable for superpowers of all levels. I felt sore all over after practicing the first half of this boxing technique. I haven't felt this way for hundreds of years. I feel that my physical fitness is slowly improving again. Of course, this is just my personal feeling. Su Xiangdong said at this time. Ah! A group of surprised voices in the group. Yang Bo did not join this chat group, so he didn't know that these people were talking about this boxing technique. The reason why Su Xiangdong, Qian Wuji and Ming Bufan stood up and talked about this matter was to make the members of the association stronger. Because the 3 countries have ancient martial arts associations, and ancient martial arts involve many things. Although in theory, no matter how high the ancient martial arts are, they cannot fight against a mecha. However, the reactions of different levels of superpowers in controlling these war machines are very different. In other words, the person who practices ancient martial arts may not be able to beat the mecha. But if this person is allowed to operate war machines such as mechas or fighters, he has more potential than the superpowers of the same level who use genetic evolution drugs. Because among the known grandmasters, 99% of them practice ancient martial arts. Then let's look at the data in reverse. What percentage of superpowers use gene drugs in the total superpowers? 99%. In other words, only 1% of the grandmasters were born from the group of superpowers who use gene purification drugs. On the contrary, 1% of ancient martial arts superpowers gave birth to 99% of grandmasters. Of course, there is also a premise here. That is, the 99% of people who use gene evolution drugs are very likely unable to become superpowers using ancient martial arts. Although the 3 countries seem peaceful on the surface, they are actually competing secretly. Although the Federation has chaotic management and many warlords, the mechas and fighters of the 3 countries' federations have the highest combat effectiveness, because they often fight, and those with low levels have long been eliminated. To put it bluntly, if the Alliance and all the mechas of the Empire go to war with the mechas of the Federation, the mechas of the Federation will most likely win in the end. Moreover, the 3 countries have formed a tripartite situation. If the Alliance wants to fight the Federation Empire, it must sow discord between them, support the weaker one, and then let the 2 fight to the point of mutual loss. Similarly, if the Alliance goes to war with the Empire, The Federation will certainly make some small moves. So in terms of high-end combat power, the three countries have been competing secretly. The three ancient martial arts associations are all elites among elites. The Ancient Martial Arts Association with the most elites will naturally bring extra points to the country. Yang Bo stayed in March Star for one night. And the next day, he arrived on the Federation's Korea State Fukui battleship. Yang Bo turned into Lee John again, watching the meeting of the Korea State Senate today. The House of Representatives of Korea State has already voted not to support General John Lee, believing that General John Lee and the pirates have a personal grudge. This bill will be voted on in the Senate. But the Senate only held a meeting today to discuss and did not vote. These guys are forcing John Lee to make his own choice. Yang Bo looked at Korea State and the reports of the federal news media. He knew what the Senate of Korea State was going to do, because the vast majority of people in public opinion believed that the Fukui battleship belonged to General John Lee personally. So the dispute with the pirates had nothing to do with the government. If the government wants to help John Lee this time, then this will harm public safety. Then I will do it myself. Yang Bo originally wanted this result, because this is a destined victory. So Yang Bo became John Lee and posted a declaration on his personal social account. I, John Lee, the commander of the Korea fleet, here I declare war on the pirate alliance and evil in my personal name. As a soldier, it is my unshirkable responsibility to fight crime. As long as I am still a general, I will assume my responsibilities as a general, even if I am fighting alone. I have the confidence to destroy these evil pirates. I want to use this platform to recruit some knowledgeable people, because I personally don't know much about software. I want to recruit experts who know software. And I think the warship configuration of the three countries has gone astray. The warships can be built into unmanned warships and intelligent warships. This time, I will build the Fukui into a super intelligent warship. Pirate Alliance, I will wait for you in the star field of Korea State. As long as you dare to invade our star field of Korea State, I will impose severe sanctions on you. At the same time, I will personally sail the warship away from Korea in a month. Everyone should look forward to my victorious return. When John Lee issued this declaration, many people were shocked. One person and one warship dared to declare war on the Pirate Alliance. The people on the Pirate Alliance Council were furious after seeing this declaration. The Pirate Alliance Council held an emergency meeting. The Black Skull Group first issued a statement. John Lee, you wait for us. We will beat you into garbage in space. Lee John, you are a defeated general. And you are bragging here. Last time, I beat you all to death with just one mecha. This time, I will destroy your entire fleet. The Black Skull Pirates saw Lee John fighting hard on the internet and jumped up and down. Lee John, you wait for us. We will definitely treat you well. Lee John, you Black Skull Pirates are like dogs barking helplessly. Come on. Come on. I will wait for you in the star field of Koreabang. The Black Skull Pirates have no way to deal with a madman like Lee John, because they really lost last time. This is the biggest black spot of all the Black Skull Pirates. It is also the laughing stock in the Pirate Alliance, and it has broken the historical record. The Black Skull Pirates are destined to be recorded in the history of the Interstellar. The leader of the Black Skull Pirates was so angry that he almost passed out, and smashed everything that could be smashed in the residence. This is what Yang Bo learned from the memory of Aaron, the first deputy leader of the Black Skull Pirates. Hee. Yang Bo is now secretly happy. Many people scolded Lee John for this biggest speech, because anyone with a little common sense knows that a warship cannot compete with a fleet. The Pirate Alliance also issued a declaration, in order to protect our rights. Our Pirate Alliance accepts Lee John's declaration of war. From today on, all pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance can attack Lee John's warships at will. Lee John cursed people online again, a bunch of maggots living in the stinking ditch. You have the guts to show your face like me, and declare war on the internet. Who are you? Don't you know what you are? He is just someone else's puppet. And he really thinks he is a shit of the council. The people in the Pirate Alliance Council were furious when they saw Lee John's reply. And the Pirate Alliance directly hung a Black Skull flag. Target, Lee John. Lee John made another crazy statement online. I said that some people dare not show their faces. Are they too ugly to be seen? A bunch of garbage living in the sewer dare to challenge me. A dignified lieutenant general. Use sewer garbage. Give me the way. Remember? I will find you all and break your necks with my own hands. Netizens said that John Lee was crazy. 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 General Lee is completely crazy. This guy was blinded by victory. He thought he was a great mecha master. That's right. John Lee is a bit arrogant. John Lee. I will sue you for discriminating against ugly people like us. Unfollow. Unfollow. Don't unfollow. Then we see how this clown dies. What Lee John said is right. The Pirate Alliance is just a puppet. The Pirate Alliance is an organization supported by 3 countries and targeting each other. Place your bets. Place your bets. The bookmaker also started to open bets. With the odds between the Black Skull Pirates and Lee John. Yang Bo was in the battleship of Fugui and saw that the bookmaker actually opened bets. Of course, such a good thing could not be missed. So he directly released a video under the identity of Lee John. In the video, John Lee directly bet on himself to win with 100 billion credit points. The experts of the bookmaker argued that there was no suspense in this bet, because no fool would bet on John Lee to win. In this way, the bookmaker could not make money, because no one on the other side would buy. Unexpectedly, John Lee, the madman, directly bought 100 billion credit points. Then the bookmaker's server was stuck, because in just 10 seconds, John Lee had lost 400 billion funds. Half an hour later, when the gaming company's server was running smoothly, it was discovered that there were 3 trillion funds betting on John Lee to lose, and more than 110 billion betting on John Lee to win. It was obvious that some gamblers wanted to win big with a small investment. The gaming company urgently issued a statement, saying that winning or losing was only the first battle between John Lee and the pirate group. Of course, most people thought that this statement was useless because John Lee would lose in the first wave of attacks. But as a gaming company, it was necessary to take this into consideration and issue a statement in advance for some things. Then John Lee made another outrageous statement on the internet. I will definitely win this time. And those of you who bet on me losing can just wait to cry. The trash of the Pirate Alliance. The defeated men of the Black Skull Pirates. Come quickly. You won't be cowards. The pirate groups on the Pirate Alliance side released declaration of war videos one after another. And more than 40 pirate groups of all sizes declared war on John Lee. The Pirate Alliance announced the formation of a pirate coalition to strike John Lee, and must maintain the authority of the Pirate Alliance and the rights and interests of the Pirate Alliance. Yang Bo smiled when he saw the Pirate Alliance doing this. I'm really afraid that if you don't form a coalition, you will really have to attack me by each pirate group. And then I will be in trouble. Chapter 1076. Then Yang Bo continued to post a provocative video under the identity of Lee John, in which he madly accused the Pirate Alliance. You Pirate Alliance is a pile of stinky shit. If the 3 countries don't step on you, they will really think you are a thing. What rights and interests do you pirates have? Authority? A group of pirates who rob, kill, and traffic, and people actually talk about authority. If you pirates didn't have some connections with the dignitaries of the 3 countries, you would have been killed long ago. Who sold you the pirate warships? Mechas and equipment? Why did they sell them to you? Don't you understand? You are just puppets used by the 3 countries to disgust each other. I, Li Yuan, will let you pirates know what you are. This is the star field. I will wait for you here in a month. If you don't come, I will take the initiative to attack you. In the video, Li Yuan marked out a star field. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of bandits pretending to be gentlemen. Disgusting. I feel disgusted for you. Aren't you disgusted by what you said and published? I have no right to ask others to do anything. But I will always fight against pirates. At the same time, I welcome everyone to provide me with useful information. We are not short of money. Yang Bo's last sentence was a smokescreen to pave the way for him to win the war in the future. Because he knew the coordinates of the other warship, he could attack in advance. When he won, he would say that someone sold him the information. Anyway, there were conflicts and even hatred within the Pirate Alliance. Even within the same pirate group. No one knew who arranged the others. The Pirate Alliance was going to explode. But there was nothing more to say. The Pirate Alliance was holding an emergency meeting to summon the pirate group. On the one hand, they wanted to attack John Lee. And on the other hand, they wanted to target the route of March Star. Because the employers at March Star Channel are getting impatient. After Yang Bo posted the video, he found that the number of John Lee's fans began to surge again. Although many people scolded John Lee, many people also paid attention to him. These people scolded John Lee for being a frog in a well and arrogant. And some people said that they followed John Lee just to see how he died. There were too few people who supported John Lee because they were clearly aware of the gap between the 2 sides. Of course, the federal government, and the Kalaya state government. These politicians were scolded by everyone online. The president of the federal government and the governor of Kalaya, a high-ranking official of the federal government, are all cowardly bastards. Especially the people on the alliance side, who cursed everyone in the federal government. Those who were cursed by the federal government also cursed John Lee behind his back, asking why he wanted to provoke the pirate alliance. However, the government on the federal side does not care about public opinion at all. Unlike the politicians on the alliance side, they are really afraid of the slightest disturbance. The politicians of the federal government openly bribe, accept bribes, openly sell drugs, openly run pornographic organizations, and openly engage in gambling, because these are all legal in the Federation. In the Federation, any business that can make money is legal. Many companies in the Alliance and the Empire have established drug laboratories in the Federation, use people from the Federation to conduct various experiments. After Yang Bo finished cursing, he directly applied to Koreabang for a trip in the Fortune, which was to leave the airport in a month. The Koreabang government quickly approved the application. Then Yang Bo stayed in the Fortune and did not come out. Wait a few days and follow the battleship system upgrade. At that time, publicly express that someone is willing to help you upgrade the battleship's automatic system, and then disguise yourself as a team. Yang Bo had planned all this long ago, and we can use the pirate threat as an excuse to protect the privacy of these people, so that they won't meet anyone and won't leak any information. Hee hee. No one would have thought that I could rebuild the warship system by myself. Perfect. Yang Bo was calculating in his mind. Then he came to the second world and disguised himself as Prince Holden. These gamers, stimulated by gold coins, work much faster than before. Yang Bo has seen on the Second Game World Forum that there are already conflicts among the players in Prince Holden's territory. The new chief steward Luo Lan favors his own people. That is, the old nobles of the Empire. In terms of setting mission objectives, mission types, and mission rewards, the new nobles and the royal family's game players are suppressed in disguise. Yang Bo will not take action to deal with these for the time being. He wants to completely intensify the conflicts and divide the game players into two factions. If these game players are united, Prince Holden should be careful. Otherwise these people will definitely rebel. In fact, the ancient emperors often knew which ministers were useful and which were useless, which ministers were treacherous and which ministers were wise. They were deliberately creating opposition. Similarly, in a certain country on the earth, people should not be divided into various small groups, labeled, and let these people attack each other, classified by skin color, classified by the birthplace of ancestors, this descendant, that descendant. For example, letting some people buy for free is actually a contradiction at the bottom. Let these bottom people consume in mutual accusations, mutual abuse, and mutual contradictions. No one was watching the top leaders of this country anymore. They didn't give other players a chance to express themselves, and they walked around and returned to the ship. Hee hee. Yang Bo stood in the cabin and looked at the territory. Luo Lan had a conflict with some players. Some players wanted to report the situation to Prince Holden, but were stopped by Luo Lan. The two sides quarreled there, and were then dispersed by the Knights of Prince Holden's territory. That's how the conflict started. Everyone has selfish motives. Gamers are even less united. Hee hee. After reading it, Yang Bo entered the study room on the ship, and then entered the closet. Yang Bo came to Devon Star, and after receiving the news, Luo Bin, the Secretary General of the Xinhua Club, teleported to Devon Star from other places. Secretary General, I'm sorry, I don't have any plans for these experiments. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and explained politely first. Well, what about our cooperation? Luo Bin decided not to say much, because he had guessed that Bart might raise the price. After all, he took the initiative to ask for cooperation last time. This time Bart said he would come here eagerly when he had time. But there was no way. Everyone in the club needed this material for experiments. And some people had even drawn the drawings and were waiting for parts. As the Secretary General of the club, I dare not be arrogant, because the people in this club are not ordinary people. Of course. But the Secretary General knows that I use superpowers to make ultra-high temperature materials. My superpowers are limited, and the orders I can receive are limited. Yang Bo will definitely find an opportunity to get more benefits. And this is the biggest excuse. And I have no plan to cooperate with others. So this year's annual indicators are tight. So I hope you can understand me on this point. When Lu Bin heard Bart's words, his expression remained unchanged. But he was already cursing in his heart. If you want me to understand you, then who will understand me? Because the Secretary General of the club is really a big housekeeper. Mr. Bart, our club still reiterates a principle. That is, voluntary and free. In fact, we have a way to improve your superpower level. Our club has many superpowers in fire energy, and has a lot of experience. Lu Bin nodded and answered. But Bart didn't give him face at all. He smiled and said, if your club has a fire superpower like me, you don't need to come to me for cooperation. To put it more bluntly, the fire superpowers in your club are not as good as me. And even if the superpowers of the same attributes are different in their specializations, the so-called experience is just empty talk. So Mr. Secretary General, put away your tricks, and let's talk about the benefits in a down-to-earth way. My family has taught me since I was a child that everything has to be paid for. When Robin heard Bart say this, he cursed in his heart. These nobles are really difficult to deal with. And Bart is a bastard. Because Bart didn't give himself, the Secretary General, any face and said it directly. If he didn't really need Bart's ultra-high temperature materials, Robin would have turned around and left immediately. At the same time, he regretted that if he had known that this guy was difficult to deal with, he would have eliminated him earlier and didn't let anyone contact him. After all, I am the Secretary General, and as a noble, I should give him some face. But this guy said it directly. Sir Bart, let's talk about cooperation. This is the number of ultra-high temperature materials we need, and the drawings and samples of some parts. Robin gritted his teeth in his heart. But on the surface, he said it calmly. Please make up your mind that after this talk, you will never come to see this bastard next time. TSK TSK. TSK TSK. Lu Bin saw Bart doing this while reading the information. Although he was very curious, he resolutely did not ask. Who knows what this bastard will say next? Mecha engines, mecha cold weapons, laser weapons. There are many categories involved. Yang Bo said after reading it. There are too many types of parts, and the number of each type of these parts is in the single digit. This will delay our time. And it is foreseeable that these parts are not the final design drawings, and they may need to be changed in the middle, which will undoubtedly increase our workload again. So we can only select 1/3 or even less of the categories. And the number of materials alone must be reduced to 1/3, because these materials will be tested in the next step. It is conceivable that the second batch of materials, or even the third batch of materials, will be needed soon, which will also increase our workload. Robin heard Bart say this and replied, Mr. Bart, from my point of view, you can reduce the quotas of others, and we can also do related work, because our researchers are top-notch, and the things they develop are more useful than those developed by other existing companies. Yang Bo waved his hand and said, this is impossible. Although you said it exists in theory, can the final results of your experiments be applied to the public? Also, as a noble, what I value most is the spirit of contract. And to be honest, I would rather serve the public because they can't break the contract when facing me. To put it bluntly, if you break the contract, I have no way to stop you. So on this basis, I can only give you a more conservative number. Too much will waste my energy. Lu Bin's face darkened when he heard this. Our club also emphasizes the spirit of contract. Yang Bo smiled. That's what you think. In my opinion, if the club breaches the contract, I have no way to stop it, regardless of strength or law. On the contrary, the companies that cooperate with me now dare not breach the contract. If they do, I will support their hostile companies. Lu Bin decided not to talk to Bart about this. So he asked, then what about the price? Yang Bo heard this and directly made an offer. I will not charge you a high price. For my existing orders, the price will increase by 80%, because your material will consume more of my superpowers. And this material is a higher grade than the materials I sell on the market now. If this material is auctioned, someone will definitely offer a higher price than this. So I am also supporting the club in disguise. There is another condition. That is, the cost must be increased by 50% every time the drawing is changed. Because the people in your club are all top-notch. The frequency of changing the drawings will be much higher, which will increase our workload a lot. The most important thing is that the quantity of each part you need is too small. Robin wanted to refute, but no one refuted because Bart was telling the truth. Robin said, The price is easy to negotiate. But the variety and quantity are probably too small? Yang Bo quickly shook his head. No. No. I don't have enough time to spend with my family now. My life is not only about work, but also games, leisure, entertainment, and travel. And I have endless money. So I don't want to be a slave to money. Robin didn't know what to say when he heard this. Because Bart's money would indeed be endless in his lifetime. And his superpowers were still growing. And he had the ability to make money continuously. We will launch ultra-high temperature materials that are better than the previous generation. And naturally there will be companies chasing and shouting to buy them. Mr. Bart, I will go back and discuss it with someone and give you an answer in 2 days. Lubin didn't know what to do now. Because he couldn't decide which of the orders he should cut and which ones he shouldn't cut. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo nodded. But I still have a question. That is, how did the club find me? I want to know the truth. Lubin was about to leave when he suddenly heard Bart say this. Chapter 1077. Lubin didn't expect Bart to suddenly ask such a question. And this question is really hard to answer. Because the club did pay attention to Bart after receiving news from others. That's why Wang Dong was sent to contact Bart. But some things can't be said. Such as this matter. The reason why Yang Bo asked this question was, on the one hand, to fit Bart's personality. And on the other hand, to see who is making things difficult for him. Bart's personality is definitely not the one that suffers losses. So this matter must be asked. If I don't ask, it will arouse others' suspicion. Lubin saw Bart look at him deeply. And then said, I knew that someone must be trying to mess with me behind my back. They want to use your club to restrain me. The first day your club sent me a notice. I suspected that someone wanted to use your club. Someone is very afraid of my superpowers. So when Wang Dong found me, no matter what attractive things you showed, it couldn't attract me. I am a straightforward person. If anyone wants to make things difficult for me, I will definitely make things difficult for him. Besides, I am not short of money now. Besides, what you show me is not attractive to me at all. Even if you give me the gene medicine twice, 3 times or 4 times, won't I die? Instead of joining your club and being restricted by the club rules, and then not being able to take action when someone offends me because of the rules, I would rather live happily. Of course, you can lie, Secretary General, but I believe that you are not the only one who knows this. In the future, I will have many opportunities to cooperate with other people in the club. I think it will be easy for me to find out the truth of the matter. Robin's face darkened when he heard this. No wonder Bart didn't care about the things displayed by the club. It's not just that these things are not attractive to him. The most important thing is that he has always been hostile to them. Robin said, our club will not favor anyone. And the rules of the club are that you cannot attack others without reason. Which does not mean that you cannot attack others if they scold our members. If anyone targets our members, our club will kill him without our members having to do anything. The dignity of the strong cannot be offended. The rules we set are to protect these other people, not to indulge them. Robin looked at Bart after he finished speaking. Unexpectedly, Bart laughed. I believe what you said. But as long as everyone has feelings and prejudices, 2 different people will have different views on the right and wrong of a thing. So your club came to me, or someone wanted to punish me by tipping off your club. And then someone from your club came to me. This incident alone is enough to explain the inclinations of some people in your club. Lubin had no way to explain what Bart said. Because what Bart said is right. The club noticed Bart because of other people. That is to say, what Bart said is true. But the club will not favor anyone in this matter. Robin also knew that Bart would not believe anything he said now. Because the facts had already existed. Robin had no choice but to say, the club has received the news. Because our club has cooperated with certain departments of the governments of 3 countries to prevent some abnormal superpowers from doing something that harms the entire society. Because some superpowers think like crazy people. Then Robin looked at Bart's reaction and saw Bart stand up and say, is it the Major General of the Special Service Department of the Imperial Investigation Team this time? I didn't say anything, Robin blurted out. How do you know it was him? Robin was very puzzled. How could this Bart be so smart? Unexpectedly, Bart smiled and explained, because I have dealt with him recently. Anyway, I feel very unhappy about this matter. If I feel unhappy, I will not be motivated to work. Robin heard Bart say this and answered, our club will not be able to do anything about this matter. Then let's just pretend that we didn't talk about anything today, so I can worry less. Then I leave first. After saying that, Bart turned around and left without giving Robin face. This bastard. Robin had thought about taking action against Bart. But the strength Bart showed was too strong. His fire superpower was too abnormal. And this guy might have other abilities. And Bart was an old noble of the Blue Water Empire. And there were many of these old guys in the club. And Bart didn't target him. Headache. Robin didn't know how to deal with this matter. So Lubin returned to the club's residence and held a virtual meeting. The club's management, mainly the vice president and secretary general, etc. Of course, it is impossible to hold a virtual meeting right now, because these people have things to do, so they can only send meeting appointments. Other people who need Bart's materials are urging Lubin, and some even send messages to scold Lubin. Lubin can't offend them yet, because those who can scold him are capable and stronger than him. Anyway, those who can send messages to scold Lubin are just a few forging grandmasters. This is the leader of equipment research and development in the entire club. Not to mention as secretary general. Even the president has to give face to these people. This secretary general is done for. Whoever does it again is a puppy. Robin was so angry that his teeth itched. This was the first time he met a bastard like Bart in more than 50 years as secretary general. There was no other way. Now the club was begging for cooperation with Bart. There was no precedent for this kind of thing in 500 years. When did the club need to ask others for help? Lubin saw someone talking about boxing in the virtual chat room of the club again. Our Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association has developed a very high-end boxing. And no one can perform this boxing completely. In the chat room of the club, Su Xiangdong said maliciously. Su Xiangdong was originally a vice president of the club. Lubin was speechless when he saw that Su Xiangdong, the vice president, was free to chat in the virtual chat room, but not to hold a virtual meeting. Su Xiangdong. Just brag. Everyone knows that the number of warriors in your alliance is decreasing. Our Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association has more than 300,000 people. Su Jingwu from the Shuilan Empire Ancient Martial Arts Association was not convinced when he heard this, and popped up in the virtual chat room. More people means nothing. If any of you think I'm wrong, go learn this boxing technique. If anyone can perform it, I bet you a customized S-level bone weapon. Su Xiangdong said unhappily. Many people in the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association are disciples of nobles. A noble family has many disciples who learn ancient martial arts. So they all join the association. Which is why there are so many people. I just need a bone weapon. A person immediately popped up in the virtual chat room. It's in our Ancient Martial Arts Association. It's called Yang's Meteor Fist. If anyone learns it, I double the contribution points. No. 5 times. Su Xiangdong is setting a trap for these people. People who don't have much strength will not get hurt if they practice this boxing. The worst case scenario is that they will just fall to the ground. The more abnormal your own power is, the greater the damage you will suffer. Su Xiangdong, do you have so many contribution points? Does your Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association have so many good things? Don't let us exchange contribution points for nothing. Su Xiangdong looked at the person who was talking and said, Pa, you little bastards who practice swordsmanship also want to practice boxing. Be careful that you will become paralyzed. Su Xiangdong, we are the presidents of the Imperial Swordsmanship Association after all. In terms of swordsmanship alone, we are not much worse than you. But our superpowers are not as deep as yours. The person who spoke was an ordinary member of the club. But he was the president of the Imperial Sword Association. Haha. That's true. Some time ago, there was a cleaner in our alliance. Ah ha ha ha. Su Xiangdong laughed and laughed out loud in the middle of his speech. Ha ha ha. Some people are used to working behind closed doors. I'm afraid this sword competition of the Imperial Sword Association will be recorded in history. But because of this competition, most people in our alliance know that there is such an ancient sport as swordsmanship. Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. The elite of the Imperial Sword Association actually lost to a cleaner. If this cleaner is not forced to leave, I am afraid that he will embarrass more people. Don't show off your swordsmanship in front of us experts. The virtual chat room of the club suddenly became lively. The members in the club are actually divided into factions. Because these people in the club have nationalities. Of course, these people also know that this kind of cleaner may not appear for hundreds of years. But since it has already happened, it doesn't prevent everyone from making fun of the people in the empire. Because the people in the 3 countries have different attitudes towards this sword technique. In the eyes of the empire, This sword technique is a kind of inheritance and a belief. But in the eyes of the other two countries, it is just a sport, because it has largely deviated from the scope of ancient martial arts. Su Xiongdong. Wait. I will make you bankrupt. The president of the Empire Ancient Martial Arts Association said angrily. Hee hee. Su Xiongdong wanted this effect. Qian Wuji was also in the club. Seeing Su Xiongdong setting a trap for these people, he also laughed in his heart. Meng Bufan sent a message to the two people. More than 30 new people have purchased Yang's Meteor Fist. Su Xiongdong replied with a message. This is just the beginning. When they get injured during training, we will make fun of them. Hee hee. Meng Bufan couldn't help laughing when he saw this message. Then Meng Bufan entered the virtual chat room of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association. My waist is broken. Which pervert created this boxing technique? I am a master-level mecha master. But I was unconscious in the training room. When I woke up, I was already in the A-level treatment chamber. I have to stay in this treatment chamber for 6 months. I can't imagine how I will face my students and colleagues in the future. This boxing technique is too weird. I only used 20% of my strength in the first move. And in the second move, my arm was directly shattered. I have to say that the trajectory of this boxing technique is too weird. Haha. The idiots above definitely didn't find a target to hit. I found a target to practice boxing. Although I didn't finish the practice, the damage I suffered was limited. What move did the person above practice? I just practiced the third move. Because I used 30% of my strength in the first move, I broke the target in the third move. But my hand was also fractured. I had to rest for 3 months before I can practice again. Hee hee. I have practiced the fourth move. Can you believe that I only used 10% of my strength in the first move? Then what? The target was not broken. But my hand bone was broken. I think this boxing technique was discovered by someone through archaeology. And it is definitely not something that anyone could have created. No one has yet fully demonstrated this boxing technique. I think with my current strength, if I fully demonstrate this boxing technique, I'm afraid the mecha will be blown up. Su Xiongdong said at this time, don't be too stubborn when you practice this boxing technique. If you feel something is wrong, give up immediately. President, how many punches have you practiced? I haven't practiced. I was sore all over last time and haven't recovered yet. This boxing style is suitable for all strength stages. It doesn't mean that the stronger my strength is, the more moves I can practice. Su Xiongdong hurriedly explained. President, is this boxing style archaeological? Someone asked. Not sure. Su Xiongdong did not explain the origin of this boxing style to these people. Because if he told them, the people in the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood again. Because this boxing technique comes from the second game world. If the people of the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association knew that they had lost such a precious thing, they would probably be furious. Su Xiongdong planned to go to the second game world to take a look, then find out what these contents in the game refer to. Su Xiongdong intuitively thought that these were some people who referred to some ancient things. This is actually normal. When the 3 countries make games, they will mix the culture of each country. For example, in the game of the Alliance, the so-called beauty is just a name, and it does not actually mean that the game character is a beauty. It is likely to be a black, fat and thick one. Of course, in the games of Empire and Federation, beauties refer to beauties. This is caused by cultural and political differences. You must keep the content of this boxing method secret, because I have promoted it to the other 2 ancient martial arts associations. The bastards in these 2 associations still don't believe it. Let's wait and see their jokes. Su Xiongdong spoke again. The president is too bad. But I like it. How can we get hurt? That's right. That's right. I'm afraid some people will be hurt more seriously. Others in the virtual chat room said one after another. And they didn't say that they had any objections because the other 2 associations came to learn this boxing. Because there are no secrets in the ancient martial arts circle. As long as others want to, there are ways to do it. As long as you buy the patent, you can sell it to others privately. President, how many people have learned this boxing? Someone asked. Except for us, there are already 542 people. Ah? Everyone in the chat room was stunned. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hoard contribution points. The price of contribution points will definitely increase. Someone said hurriedly. The contribution points of each ancient martial arts association are not issued randomly, but are issued according to the price of items that can be exchanged within each association. Chapter 1078. The ancient martial arts associations of the three countries of the Union Federation Empire are a joint association. The three ancient martial arts associations all issue contribution points. These contribution points are not obtained out of thin air. The value of the issued contribution points is equal to the value of the items that can be exchanged within the association. These contribution points are mainly for members to exchange for something. These members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association can complete tasks to obtain contribution points, and can also take some valuable things. Then the association will evaluate and exchange these things for contribution points. Others can exchange contribution points for things from others in the association. Millions of contribution points. Too impressive. This is probably the person with the most contribution points in our Ancient Martial Arts Association. Others who have not exchanged contribution points are talking about it. These millions of contribution points are a huge fortune even if they are exchanged for credit points. Moreover, it is easy to exchange contribution points for credit points. But it is not easy to exchange credit points for contribution points. Because most of these members are not short of money. Maybe it can break through 10 million credit points. That's for sure. I think it can break through 100 million credit points. Don't forget that we warriors have a common problem. That is, the more difficult something is, the more interested we are. Anyway, several people I know want to exchange for this boxing method. But they don't have enough credit points. Yes, President. Please ask for us if the founder of Yang's Meteor Fist is willing to sell contribution points. Su Xiangdong saw someone asking him. So he answered, the other party is not short of money. I will ask him when I have a chance. Su Xiangdong sent a message to Yang Bo. But Yang Bo did not reply. Su Zhengwu of the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association is also a prince and an A+ level superpower. He is the first person in the Imperial Ancient Martial Arts Association to exchange for Yang's Meteor Fist. Su Zhengwu memorized the Yang's Meteor Fist after just watching it once. Then he looked at the precautions. Then he watched it several times. Simulated it several times in his mind. And then began to perform confidently. It's just a boxing technique. In Su Zhengwu's opinion, this is just a boxing technique. Nothing special at all. The boxing technique in the video is a virtual image of a person. Su Zhengwu's opening punch uses 50% of his strength, which is already very little in boxing techniques. And the others basically require 80% to 90% of their strength. And Su Zhengwu didn't use a target, because he thought it didn't matter whether he used it or not. When Su Zhengwu finished his first move, he felt that this boxing technique was a bit interesting. It's to mobilize the whole body's strength and use it all on the fist. Not bad. Not bad. Su Zhengwu was still commenting in his mind. Then the whole body was just like the second move in his mind. And it was completed instantly. But at the moment of completion, Su Zhengwu felt that his own strength was out of control. Bang! The whole person fell hard on the ground. It was like someone holding Su Zhengwu's legs and slapping the front half of his body on the ground. Because the transmission of power is the whole body to the fist. The process from the first move to the second move is to apply all the power of the first move to the whole body. And then add it to the secondary power in the body and apply it to the fist again. Because there is no reaction provided by the target to push the body to use the second move. Therefore, the body has no stamina during the use of the second move. This leads to a disconnection of power. The power of the whole body is out of control. And then this power is deformed. There is a release gap. And the person is directly knocked to the ground. It hurts. It hurts so much. No one can really hurt Su Zhengwu. Because people of this level are too strong. But this is him hitting himself. It is his own power that is out of control, knocking him to the ground. And it is the superposition of his own power. And when this power knocked him to the ground, his body had no resistance. Because this power has drained his body. WOC. Su Zhengwu was confused. He was practicing well in his mind. Why did something go wrong? Su Zhengwu stood up while forcing himself to endure the pain. He slowly tried to do it and felt that it was not a big problem. Then he did it again, not believing in the evil. Boom! Then he fell heavily to the ground again. And this time his forehead made direct contact with the ground. Fortunately, the floor of the training room was made of battleship armor. Because only such a floor could withstand the tossing of a warrior like Su Zhengwu when practicing. There was a bump on his head immediately. And Su Zhengwu himself was also hit and dizzy. Fuck. After 5 minutes, Su Zhengwu slowly got up because he realized that his thigh bone was broken. That is to say, his own strength was deformed and broke his bones. I haven't been injured for almost 150 years. Su Xingwu stood up and felt the pain in his thigh bone. And his face turned pale. The long-lost pain made Su Xingwu feel a little strange. And he felt something indescribable. It was as if at this moment, he could feel that he was a living person. I will get hurt too. This is really weird. Su Xingwu carefully read the precautions of the boxing again, and shook his head. There is nothing special about the precautions. First, find a target to practice with. And second, try to use as little force as possible when starting. Then Su Xingwu felt sore all over again. Which means that he can continue to strengthen his physique with this boxing method. This is a good thing. The stronger the individual's physique, the more superpower energy can be stored. Su Xingwu endured the pain and picked up his watch. Then sent a message in his family group. This family group is the royal family of the Blue Water Empire. A group of people who practice ancient martial arts. Recommend a boxing method to everyone. Those who have contribution points can learn it. Su Xingwu directly promoted the Yang family's meteor fist to more than 600 people in the family group. The royal family of the Blue Water Empire has been around for so many generations. And there are already many people. Of course, there are many branches. So more than 600 people have practiced ancient martial arts. Su Xingwu is the most senior person in the Su family. The oldest person. And also the strongest. Grandpa. This boxing technique? Someone in the group asked immediately. Practice as much as you can. But you must follow the precautions. Su Xingwu replied again. Everyone else in the group was puzzled. Su Xingwu, this supermaster, didn't talk at all except for a few words occasionally. Even if someone encountered something they didn't understand while practicing ancient martial arts and wanted to ask Su Xingwu, he wouldn't answer. Because ancient martial arts is something that everyone understands. Why recommend a boxing technique today? Grandpa, why are you from the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association? After carefully reading the introduction of this boxing style, someone asked again, learn it or not? Su Xingwu said nothing more. In fact, Su Xingwu liked to instruct the descendants of the family at the beginning. But everyone's comprehension is different. Everyone's understanding is different. And the same question can lead to a mess of questions. This makes it difficult for Su Xingwu to understand. And because everyone's perception is different, the results of practicing the same ancient martial arts can be said to be very different. If you teach others according to your own experience, sometimes it will have a bad effect. And if you tell them how to do something, they will not just follow the method, but ask why. Because some people are not talented enough. No matter what you say, they can't understand or do it. So Su Xingwu stopped teaching others later. That is, how well they practice depends entirely on themselves. So Su Xingwu left a sentence and said nothing more. Then Su Xingwu sent a message to Su Xiangdong. Where did you get this boxing method from? Su Xiangdong received Su Xingwu's message and sent a message. Bone fractured? Su Xingwu saw this message and helplessly sent a message asking, how did you know? Su Xiangdong, you are talking nonsense. There are many people practicing here. And those who underestimate this boxing will be punished. We will teach every self-righteous person a lesson. Su Xingwu, what I asked you just now. Where did you get it from? Su Xiangdong, are you polite? Even if we got it from archaeology. So what? Will we tell you? Su Xiangdong smiled in his heart. This boxing method was obtained from the game made by your empire. I wonder if you will feel depressed after knowing this news. And thinking of Yang Bo's identity. Su Xiangdong was even happier. As a swordsman, Yang Bo beat the swordsmanship geniuses of their empire one by one. In Su Xiangdong's view, Yang Bo is the new generation of genius of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association. In the future, he will crush and beat the new generation of geniuses of other empires' ancient martial arts associations. How many moves can he use? Su Xingwu could only silently endure the anger. And then asked? Su Xiangdong directly sent a photo of a battleship armor target with a clear fist mark on it. After Yang Bo finished performing a set of boxing techniques, he was able to punch a big hole in the battleship armor. You should know that this kind of battleship armor cannot be penetrated even by ordinary laser cannons. Being able to punch a big hole in the battleship armor can definitely blow up the mecha with one punch. Wow! Are you kidding me? Can the battleship armor make you like this? Wouldn't it be possible to blow up the mecha with one punch? Su Xingwu sent 3 messages in succession. I've only practiced the 8th move. You must not have found a target to practice on. If you practice on a target, you will know why. You are old and still don't understand the precautions. You deserve a broken bone. Ha ha. Su Xiangdong said 2 messages and a haha expression. What's the problem with whether to practice on a target? You won't understand even if I tell you. Get well quickly and continue practicing. Be sure to read the precautions. Don't think you know everything. Some of us have broken legs. Su Zhenwu stopped replying when he saw Su Xiangdong's answer, because he knew that the other party would not answer if he asked again. Even if it is a boxing technique, everyone practices differently. The final results are different. And the perception is also different. Haha. Su Zhenwu broke a bone during practice. Su Xiangdong turned around and came to the virtual chat room to share the good news with Qian Wuji and Meng Bufan. He is not the first, nor the last. Anyone who underestimates this boxing style will be punished. Qian Wuji chuckled. I heard that the president of the Imperial Sword Association seems to have triggered a rescue alarm. Meng Bufan also chuckled. Haha. He is probably unconscious. Su Xiangdong laughed gloatingly when he heard this. For a while, the 2 ancient martial arts associations in the Imperial Federation were talking about this boxing style, because some people broke their legs and hands, fractured bones in certain parts of their bodies, and even broke their necks after learning this boxing style. If the emergency alarm had not been triggered, it might have been fatal. No matter how strong a person is, they will have to admit defeat in front of this boxing style, because the injuries of these people are caused by their own strength. Of course, there are also some who are steady and follow the precautions to find a target to practice. Then, they are also injured, because the force of the fist hitting the target directly is too great, and the force is mutual, resulting in fractures of the fist, and even fractures. Yang Bo was busy for a while, and only returned to March Star, and came to the villa the next day. He saw the message sent to him by Su Xiangdong. Then Yang Bo entered the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association. So many? Yang Bo was also shocked when he looked at his series of contribution points. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 24,800,000. Yang Bo was a little confused. Did a system bug get triggered? Shouldn't it? I thought there were only a dozen or 20 people learning this boxing style. But now there are 2,496. Because in such a short period of time, 11 more people bought it. Yang Bo did not join the chat group of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, so he did not know that Su Xiangdong had promoted it. How much is this? More than 200 billion? Impossible? Yang Bo was skeptical, and sent a message to Su Xiangdong. Haha. I promoted it to you. And there are still many people who want to redeem and buy it. But they don't have enough contribution points. So I sent you a message to ask if you sell credit points? Su Xiangdong replied to the message very quickly. 1 contribution point is really 100,000 credit points? Yang Bo still couldn't believe it. The price has increased now. 120,000 credit points? The news from Su Xiangdong made Yang Bo still a little skeptical. That is to say, if my current contribution points are converted into credit points, can they be converted into 3 trillion? Yang Bo calculated, and then sent a message. That's just how much money there is. There are no poor people in our Ancient Martial Arts Association. Su Xiangdong's words made Yang Bo unable to do anything. You can first see if there is anything you need. Of course, if you need something, you can tell me, and I will help you contact them. Su Xiangdong sent another message. Yang Bo really wanted Su Xiangdong to help him buy a warship. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. I don't plan to sell contribution points for the time being. But why would the contribution points increase in price? Yang Bo didn't plan to touch the contribution points for the time being. Because? Su Xiangdong roughly explained it. Our Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association is really proud this time. Several old immortals were recommended by me. And now some have broken bones. Some have broken bones. And they are no longer stubborn. The message sent by Su Xiangdong made Yang Bo not know what to say. Chapter 1079. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Where there are people, there are grievances and hatreds. Where there are people, there are interests and calculations. As the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, Su Xiangdong's words made Yang Bo feel as if he was gloating. Your idea is right. There is a high probability that the contribution points will increase in the future. It is easy to exchange contribution points for money, but it is difficult to exchange money for contribution points. Whether it is us or the other 2 companies, We dare not increase the contribution points without authorization. And as your boxing style becomes more and more famous in our circle, more and more people will want to exchange it. In the end, you will have a lot of contribution points in your hands. You know the banker in the stock market? You can use this to influence many things. The more contribution points from the other two associations flow into our Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association, the more nervous the two associations will become. And the continuous loss of contribution points will cause many things in their two associations to face value imbalance. The price of contribution points has increased, but the prices of the items that can be exchanged with contribution points in their two associations will be lowered accordingly. Because the way we calculate contribution points is to use artificial energy stones. Artificial energy stones are the hard currency in modern society. The items of the ancient martial arts associations of the other two countries are converted into energy stone values, and then converted from energy stones into contribution points. Now that the value of contribution points is high, they have to adjust the prices of various items that their associations can exchange. Anyway, there are a lot of things to say about this. You can go to their two associations to have a look. If you like something, you can also discuss the exchange price with them privately. Because if they don't have enough contribution points within the association, it will be a very troublesome thing. Su Xiangdong said again. Yang Bo understood when he heard this. This is a bit like the situation of foreign exchange. But it is different from foreign exchange because the contribution points are anchored to the value of things within their association. And the things within their association are constant with energy stones and actual currency values. Unlike the currencies of the three countries, which can be reissued or other things, there is no way to raise prices at will. Instead, the value of items will be adjusted according to the actual value of contribution points. In other words, the original 10,000 contribution points are worth 1 billion credit points. Now 10,000 contribution points are worth 1.2 billion credit points. So the price of this item will be reduced to the contribution point exchanged for 1 billion credit points. And because the contribution points of the other two associations are flowing out, if Yang Bo takes a fancy to something in their two associations, the other two associations can sell it at a discount. It is equivalent to exchanging the other party's things at a discount. Thank you, President. I understand. Yang Bo thanked Su Xiangdong. You should think more about the use of the second power when you have time. If you can create another martial art, it would be even better. Su Xiangdong was also studying the second martial art, but he had no clue at all. In fact, this is the influence of the progress of civilization. Just like the East and the West on the Earth, the two sides have different civilizations. So there are many differences in culture and other aspects. Just like Westerners will never understand feng shui and the Book of Changes. And Yang Bo himself has some understanding of Tai Chi. So he knows the direction when he sees this way of using power. Okay, I'm going to sort out some of the things I have learned before. And I trouble the president to help me take a look at it when the time comes. Yang Bo answered quickly. That's fine. Su Xiangdong nodded, and was looking forward to Yang Bo's understanding of how to use power from this. Yang Bo ended the conversation with Su Xiangdong, still feeling a little incredible, because his contribution points have increased a lot. Suddenly I got rich? Yang Bo still couldn't believe it, because he had never thought about getting rich. The main reason was that Yang Bo's vision was too high now. In the eyes of 99% of people, Yang Bo had already become rich. When the reputation of a cleaner resounded throughout the society, he had already become rich. As for if someone knew that Yang Bo now has trillions of wealth, it would be even more incredible. Yang Bo. Congratulations. Congratulations. Just when Yang Bo felt incredible, he found that Wang Mushua sent him a message. Yang Bo guessed that the other party probably knew about Yang's meteor fist. Thank you. And thank you for reminding me. Yang Bo replied to Wang Mushua with a message. Wang Mushua in the 9th Fleet also had a complicated mood. Wang Mushua suggested applying for a patent for Yang's meteor fist. But he didn't think that this boxing method would pass the patent review. Because Wang Mushua guessed that Yang Bo probably got this fist technique accidentally. The patent application in the Ancient Martial Arts Association might not be approved. Because there are special reviewers and assessors in the association. These people are very proficient in fist techniques. Wang Mushua himself does not know many fist techniques. So he cannot directly confirm whether this Yang's meteor fist already exists. Unexpectedly, this fist technique not only passed the review, but also received such a high evaluation. More importantly, this fist technique is spreading more and more in the ancient martial arts circle. In the chat group of the association, people everywhere are asking for high prices for contribution points. And the contribution points have appreciated by 30%. For these members of the Ancient Martial Arts Association, more than 1 billion credit points are just a small matter. And an ancient martial art is the foundation. This is what you deserve. I didn't expect that I owe you another favor. Your boxing method is so valuable. Wang Mushua sent another message. It's not a favor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know that I could apply for a patent at the Ancient Martial Arts Association. Yang Bo sent another message. Wang Mushua still had many questions to ask Yang Bo. But she couldn't. For example, where did this boxing method come from? And how was it created in the game? She was extremely curious. But she was too embarrassed to ask, because the alliance attaches great importance to personal privacy. Then both sides didn't know what message to send. And Wang Mushua didn't know how to answer. Yang Bo saw that Wang Mushua didn't send any more messages. And he didn't know how to answer. It felt that both of them were a little embarrassed to send messages now. If there's nothing else, I go play the game. Yang Bo saw that the other party hadn't sent a message. So he took the initiative to send a message. Okay. Wang Mushua didn't know how to face Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo always made Wang Mushua confused. I once suspected that Yang Bo was someone in the mecha game. But now all the evidence shows that it's not Yang Bo. And I owe Yang Bo too much. And the medicine alone is a debt that I can never pay off. Wang Mushua also suspected that Yang Bo had other motives for making medicine for her. But she couldn't figure it out. Moreover, the more this small circle goes on, the more Yang Bo has a say. Because the other 3 people in this small circle cannot do without Yang Bo's medicine. Especially after the customized medicine came out this time. Wang Mushua felt that she could not get rid of Yang Bo. Because with the development of the fleet, her confidence will increase. Then the confidence at the beginning can customize medicine for their family, friends and relatives. What about the others later? Wang Mushua couldn't think of what Yang Bo's motive was. But she still felt a little uneasy. The source of this uneasiness was not found. Wang Mushua certainly didn't know how abnormal Yang Bo's skills were. So she naturally couldn't think of some aspects. Wow! 3 trillion? After Yang Bo and Sui woke up, he shared the good news with the 3 people. Sui and the other 2 were training their superpowers. And then, they consumed too much energy. So they rested to recover their mental strength. Yeah. It should have increased a lot now. Yang Bo nodded. Sui and the other 2 didn't know what to say. And even Xia and Annie were very unfamiliar with the number of 3 trillion. 3 trillion. This is not a lot of money that most people can imagine. Of course, this money is just that in Yang Bo's eyes. Not even enough to buy a better warship. How can I use so much money? Sui already found it hard to imagine how to use so much money. These are just contribution points for now. And they have not been exchanged for money yet. Wait a little longer. Let's see if the other 2 ancient martial arts associations have any good things to exchange back. Yang Bo said. Yeah. Sui and the other 2 nodded. The popularity of Yang's meteor fist is rising. And no one thinks that the name is old-fashioned. Of course, more people are conducting more experiments. Some people use mechas. And some wear battle armor. Su Xiangdong put on battle armor. And there was a large piece of battleship armor in his training room. Because if the fist contacts the battleship armor, the fist can't bear it. Battle armor can effectively protect the fist. But the force is still mutual. First, in the opening move, Su Xiangdong used 20% of his strength. When the first move was completed, all the strength in his body was gathered on his fist. And the strength on his fist had reached 100%. The energy of Su Xiangdong's armor was now flowing. And the energy on his fist was even stronger. The fist wrapped in armor hit the battleship armor heavily. And the battleship armor directly rebounded 50% of the strength. Su Xiangdong's body used this power to quickly perform the second move. This power was transmitted to the body through the fist just now. And then the body used this power to quickly perform the second move. The second move is to rely on this reaction force to complete difficult movements and strange moves. And a large part of this force will be superimposed on the second move. The second move was completed quickly. And the left fist hit the battleship armor fiercely. The fist of the second move not only has the power exerted in the body, but also the rebound and superposition of the first move, which reaches 175% of Su Xiangdong's power. This 175% power, after the rebound of the battleship armor, At least half of the power reacts on Su Xiangdong's body. This force pushed Su Xiangdong's body to quickly complete the changes of the third move. Without the push of this force, there is no way to complete the third move. Half of this force was superimposed on Su Xiangdong's third move. And because of the push of this force, the body's movement and the superposition of force were stronger. Boom! After Su Xiangdong finished the third move, he punched the battleship armor hard, and a slight dent appeared on the battleship armor. And this punch had 230% of Su Xiangdong's power. Half of the 230% force was reflected back on the fist. That is, the feedback force reached 115% of Su Xiangdong's force. And the force that pushed the body to move each time was actually not that much. Su Xiangdong felt a huge force reflected on his fist, pushing the change of his fourth move. And most of the force entered his body. The whole move change plus the force in the body were concentrated on the other fist. Boom! Su Xiangdong's fourth punch hit the battleship armor hard. And the pit in the battleship armor became deeper. And Su Xiangdong also felt that the feedback force made his fist a little numb. It's close to 300% of my own strength. Su Xiangdong felt that the power of this punch was too great. The terrifying rebound force pushed the body to change to the fifth move. When the whole body changed the move, this powerful force was transferred to another fist, and then added with its own power. Boom! The fifth punch hit the battleship armor hard. Ah! Su Xiangdong screamed in pain. It turns out that the superimposed power of this move is almost equivalent to 400%. The armor wrapped around the hand could not withstand such a strong force, and was directly shattered. WOC. What surprised Su Xiangdong even more was that some tiny cracks appeared in the concave part of the battleship armor. This superimposed power is too abnormal. But everyone uses power differently. And the superimposed power value is also different. Su Xiangdong certainly knew that it was impossible for everyone to have such a power superposition effect. This varies from person to person. Su Xiangdong tested this boxing technique with a battle armor. And some people also tested this boxing technique with a mecha. The effect of the mecha test was not very good, because the mecha itself did not fight with fists. And the mecha is mechanically controlled after all. And its power comes from its power system. So it is not as good as others in terms of power transfer. But there is also an advantage for the mecha to perform this boxing technique. That is, the mecha can use the reaction force of the fist to promote the next action of the mecha. That is to say, it makes the mecha move faster. But this is also limited, because the power of the mecha comes from its own power. His own power cannot be as precise as the human body. And when the mecha participates in the war, most of them use various weapons. Of course, there are also some performances or competitions of mecha, and this boxing method is still useful. And the mecha does not have a good effect when facing the battleship armor, because the material used by the mecha is not as hard as the battleship armor. That is to say, even if the mecha uses super high power to fight the battleship, it can only be an egg hitting a stone. The same is true for the armor. The material of the armor also determines its service life and bearing pressure. This thing increases physical fitness quickly. Su Xiangdong felt that his physical fitness increased a lot after practicing this boxing. Chapter 1080. Yang Bo spent half a day and a night on March Star. The next day, he first came to the territory of Prince Holden in the real world of the second game, and showed up for a stroll. Although the night steward beside Prince Holden did not doubt that the prince had locked himself in the cabin for longer and longer periods of time. Because those who study occultism are like this. Everyone's impression of occultists is that they are weird. And getting weirder and weirder. Whether it is living habits, personality, or doing things. So it was normal for Prince Holden to stay in the cabin. Because some scholars of mysticism would cause all kinds of accidents. Explosions, fires, poisoning. And it was even said that some scholars of mysticism could cause plague. Yang Bo came to Devon Star again, disguised as Bart, because Robin had another appointment to discuss cooperation. The Ring Hotel was the hotel Bart had designated for his reception. But this time Yang Bo brought Ning Shui and Bai Lu with him. You scumbag. Alan saw his wife, Ning Shui and Bai Lu going shopping together, and cursed Bart in a low voice. Why do I notice that you have lost weight recently? Yang Bo rolled his eyes and asked unhappily. It's because of your lies. This hotel has invested hundreds of billions and borrowed a large sum of money. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to pay the loan interest and the wages of so many workers. And I have to greet any random person who comes to consume. If it were these random people in the past, I wouldn't have given them a good face at all. Alan complained bitterly when he talked about this hotel. Think about it from another perspective. There are so many beautiful girls and young women in the hotel. How great is that? I am a human being, not a machine. Besides, these are my subordinates. If I mess around with them, this business won't work. If I mess around with them, believe it or not, my subordinates will also mess around with others. Alan replied angrily. Then there's nothing we can do. Yang Bo pretended to be Bart and looked gloating. Who is the person who keeps coming to you? Alan asked curiously. It's the Secretary General of the 8 Plus Superpower Club. These bastards are clearly eyeing my ultra-high temperature materials. At the beginning, they showed me a lot of things and wanted to seduce me to join their club. You said that people like me don't have any strengths. When they come to me, I know it's not normal. So now I'm trying to control them. Yang Bo pretended to be Bart and laughed. Do you want to hear what you are saying? The Secretary General of the 8 Plus Club. You still want to control him? Alan didn't believe it at all. If you don't believe it, it's up to you. I open the best private room and serve the best dishes later. And then prepare the best dishes for me to pack. And then take them home and eat them slowly with my wife. Yang Bo laughed. Really? Alan saw Bart's expression and felt that he didn't seem to be lying. So he asked hesitantly, You can go home and ask the people in your family who are in the club, and you will know. Yang Bo replied unhappily. Then I will go and prepare. Lu Bin, who was riding in the car, felt a headache because he couldn't deal with the forging masters in the club who wanted to use ultra-high temperature materials, and was scolded by these masters. So now he could only find a breakthrough from Bart. But Bart is a bastard. And this guy is cunning and sly. Not like a young man at all, but like a slippery old man. After Robin stopped the car at the Circle Hotel, he saw a fat man welcoming him. The fat man introduced himself. Welcome, sir. I am the owner of the Circle Hotel. My name is Alan. Robin felt a headache when he saw the fat man, because the fat man and Bart were both bastards. The two most assholes on Devon Star. Robinson didn't intend to pay attention to the fat man. Bart is already in the private room. Alan looked at Robin, who got off the car and felt no different. Mr. Secretary General, I have been waiting for you for a long time. After entering the private room, Robin ignored the luxury of the room because Bart came up and said in an accusing tone, I was delayed by something here. Robin was a little speechless. He, a Secretary General, was said like this? Then let's eat and talk about the dishes. Robin saw Bart wave his hand. Then all kinds of delicacies came up. Robin was no longer in the mood to eat and drink, but was thinking about how to convince Bart to cooperate next. Mr. Secretary General, I said while eating, I miss the days when I used to eat and drink. Now I am mostly in the laboratory, just eating energy biscuits and the like. I rarely have the opportunity to eat and drink like this. I don't know why I am busy. Logically speaking, I have enough money now to spend my whole life. But I don't know why I don't have time. When Robin heard Bart say this, he didn't respond at all, because he didn't know what kind of nonsense Bart would say after he responded. Robin waved his hand and said, Eat it yourself. We have discussed it in the club, but the number and variety of orders are still the same. I want to hear Mr. Bart. Do you have any good suggestions? Robin saw Bart eating and answered, I think your club's affairs have nothing to do with me. Right? And I like to tell the truth? If I agree to the club's request, but then the delivery is delayed, you don't seem to have any other solutions. Right? I can also use these orders to sow discord. For example, I won't deliver to those who are very dissatisfied with me. I will only deliver to some people. So even if your club wants to take action against me, some people will be on my side. Lu Bin couldn't respond when he heard Bart say this, because what Bart said made sense. The research in the club is actually divided into circles. As long as Bart can meet the research needs of some people, then these people will definitely not allow anyone to touch Bart. Mr. Bart, please make your offer. Robin had no other choice but to say this. What do you have? Robin looked at Bart after he finished speaking, and saw Bart wipe his hands, then took a sip from the wine glass before asking. Robin answered after hearing this, We have a lot of things, including mechas, fighter planes, and various weapons that are several generations ahead of 3 countries. And we can even customize various rare armors. In addition, our club has many ancient martial arts secret books. Mr. Bart's wife is very good at swordsmanship. You can consider learning a sword technique. You can also customize special armor and swords. After saying this, Robin looked at Bart. Unexpectedly, Bart's brain circuit was unusual. He opened his mouth and asked, no matter how good the swordsmanship is, can it be as good as the mecha? And your mecha must be manufactured in small batches. Who knows what problems will arise? Although these things are good, they are not very attractive to me. Robin heard Bart say this. So he had no choice but to ask, so what are you interested in? Battleships. The club should have warships ahead of our 3 countries. Of course I don't need those big warships. Smaller ones that can be used by families. Yang Bo said after hearing this. Lu Bin shook his head and explained, we have small warships. But they are not ahead of the 3 countries. And our small warships are all exported models purchased from the Alliance or the Empire. Our club is not above the 2 countries. But our club must abide by the laws of the 2 countries. In fact, Lu Bin didn't dare to sell the warship to Bart, because he didn't know how Bart would react after he had a warship. And the Empire would not allow Bart to own a warship privately. Even the smallest one. So we can't agree to this request. Because our club can't do anything illegal. Lu Bin looked at Bart after he finished speaking. But Bart changed his tone. Last time I said someone tipped off your club. And your club came to me. But you haven't given me an explanation for this matter. I think your club is very insincere. I know you want to say that others have not violated the rules. But I just feel uncomfortable. If I feel uncomfortable, then this matter cannot continue. Since this matter cannot continue, then let's not talk about it anymore. Lu Bin did not expect Bart to talk about this matter again. And even blocked his way. And now he is very embarrassed to face this matter. The Major General of the Special Service Department did not have good intentions in reporting Bart's information. But he did not violate any rules. If the club targets this Major General because of this, what will others do in the future? And I just said that the club would never do anything that violates the laws of other countries. If it now targets the Major General of the Special Service Department, it would be a slap in the face. But Bart, who has a chaotic personality, will definitely not suffer such a loss. If the club does not solve it, there is really no way to cooperate. Lu Bin had no choice but to say, I can't make the decision on this matter. But I will give Mr. Bart an answer as soon as possible. I also brought something special this time. That is, according to the calculations of the professionals in our club, if Mr. Bart learns some ancient martial arts, he will make greater progress in superpowers. The stronger Mr. Bart's superpowers are, the higher quality ultra-high temperature materials can be produced. Lu Bin originally thought that since he was thinking about Bart in this way, the other party would definitely continue to talk. Unexpectedly, Bart shook his head and said, there is no basis for cooperation between us. So let's not talk about other things. After saying that, Bart stood up and said, thank you, Secretary General, for your hospitality. I will go pick up my wife first. Boom! After Bart said that, he flew out of the window of the Circle Hotel. His whole body instantly burst out with terrifying superpowers. And he was wrapped in a layer of flames. Demonstration. Robin was caught off guard by Bart's action, and his face changed drastically. Take a closer look at the place where Bart just flew out. There is a green plant 1 meter away. But this green plant is not affected by the superpower. That is to say, Bart's control over his superpower has reached such a level. If an ordinary person uses superpowers to fly out, not to mention the temperature of his own fire superpower, even the change in airflow caused by the movement of going out can destroy the surrounding plants. But it didn't. Robin knew that this was Bart demonstrating to himself, saying that he also had enough strength. Lu Bin was in a terrible mood because he was being bullied from both sides. Bart made some impossible demands. And the forging masters in the club were also urging for materials. Leave Bart's matter to those masters. Lu Bin thought about it, and could only reveal the matter of the Special Service Major General to the forging masters. Let the forging masters find a way to target the Special Service Major General. Because Lu Bin was now very angry with the Special Service Major General. If it weren't for this guy reporting Bart's matter, how could he have such bad things? After Yang Bo turned into Bart and flew out of the Ring Hotel, he landed on the street. There was no one on this planet who didn't know Bart. So the guards and police on the planet turned a blind eye to Bart. Even some noble guards saw Bart falling like this, and they quickly got out of the way to protect their masters. Yang Bo disguised himself as Bart and found Ning Shui, Bai Lu, and Alan's wife. He accompanied the 3 women for a few hours, and then said goodbye to Alan's wife. Didn't it delay your business today? Ning Shui asked on the way back. Of course not. Someone came to me for help. Yang Bo shook his head and replied. So did the deal go through? They are not sincere. What good things did you buy today? There is nothing to buy. The things displayed here are what we left over. Ning Shui shook her head. Because luxury goods have to be sent to VIP customers' homes first before they release new models. So that VIP customers can choose first. And Ning Shui is a VIP customer. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. The Ancient Martial Arts Association has a martial art that I think is particularly suitable for you. It's a boxing technique. Ning Shui suddenly asked a question. Ancient Martial Arts Association? Yang Bo had a bad feeling. Well, it's a pity that our family doesn't have enough contribution points. Now even if we want to buy contribution points, we can't buy them. Ning Shui shook her head. Why does modern technology need this kind of thing? Yang Bo looked confused. Ning Shui saw Bart like this and said, this is a good thing. It can increase a person's physique. When a person's physique increases, they can accommodate more superpowers. My grandfather is looking for someone to exchange contribution points and learn this boxing technique. Oh, then let's talk about it after Grandpa has practiced it. Yang Bo knew what Ning Shui was talking about. Chapter 1081. Don't underestimate this boxing technique. The president of our Ancient Martial Arts Association broke his hands and feet while practicing this boxing technique. It is said that he is now recovering in the A-level rescue chamber. Ning Shui saw Bart's indifferent look and spoke again. Yang Bo was stunned when he heard this. He felt that although his boxing technique was awesome, it would not cause such serious injuries. Is this president very powerful? Yang Bo asked after a moment of surprise. Of course he is very powerful. It is said that he personally recommended this boxing technique. Ning Shui nodded in reply. Then I want to see what's so great about this boxing technique. And how much is the contribution point? Yang Bo pretended to be very interested in this. Originally converted into our contribution points, it would be about 700 to 800 million blue coins. But now the contribution points have increased in price. So now it's almost 1 billion blue coins. And you can't even get contribution points. Ning Shui explained. It's so expensive. Well, it's rated as an S-level boxing technique. But I've seen in many virtual chat rooms that this boxing technique should be higher than this. And someone is already practicing it secretly. Ning Shui also understood why Bart said it was so expensive. Can't someone else exchange it and teach it to me? Yang Bo pretended to ask. Ning Shui chuckled when she heard this, of course. But this also has a patent. Unless you learn it and never show it to outsiders, you can't afford to lose face. Yeah. It's only 1 billion. Yang Bo nodded. Then can we practice it privately first and then exchange it? Yang Bo looked very smart. That's fine. But most people won't do that. Because they are not sure that what others pass on to them is completely accurate. If someone wants to make some changes in it, it will lead to serious consequences. Ning Shui shook her head. Oh. Then let's wait until we have contribution points in the future. Yeah. I think so too. After leaving the Ring Hotel, Lu Bin returned to the club's residence on Devon Star. Lu Bin, is there any good news? Robin invited the 4 forging masters in the club to enter a virtual chat room. After someone came in, he couldn't wait to ask. Sir Harridan. I'm sorry, Robin said quickly. You can't handle such a small matter. What do you do in the secretariat? This Harridan cursed before Robin finished speaking. At this time, 3 other forging masters came in. Just when they heard Harridan scolding Robin, one of them asked directly, if there is no result, why invite us? What is the club for? They want us to develop good equipment. But they don't give us what we want. That's right. They keep saying that the equipment is not good enough. Not good enough. As if we, the Grandmasters, didn't work hard. Can't your secretariat even coordinate this? Lu Bin hurriedly said loudly. It's not that our secretariat is not working hard enough, but that Bart is too difficult to deal with. The club is stingy. Give him some good things. That's right. Show him the good stuff. I don't believe this kid won't be tempted. Lu Bin said quickly. Bart is from an old noble family. Dealing with him, I feel like dealing with an old fox. Bart has another problem now. But it's not convenient for our club to intervene in this matter. Lu Bin quickly told the story again. Isn't he just a major general of the Imperial Secret Service? Wouldn't it be better to just give a heads up to the Imperial Secret Service? After hearing what happened, several Grandmasters said unhappily. I just said that our club cannot interfere in the government affairs of the three countries. And Bart wants warships. Lu Bin hurriedly explained. Hey, does this kid want to rebel? Harridan chuckled. Speaking of which, your empire used to have nobles taking turns to be kings. And the Su family has indeed ruled for a long time. Another grandmaster spoke up. Hey, there are still people from the Su family here. Another forging master, Su Dexing, said unhappily. Then I leave it to you. That's right. Quickly deal with this Major General. Don't delay our research and development. By the way, this kid Bart has learned the tricks of our old nobles. He is probably the first one to make our club's Secretary General run into a wall. You old nobles. How dare you say that? You have corrupted your descendants. Get out of the way. If we old nobles don't corrupt our descendants, you new nobles will rob our property. Lu Bin was speechless when he saw the four great masters quarreling with each other. Leave this to me. But I want 50% of the materials. Su Dexing. I'm giving you face. If you have the ability, let's compete to see who has more research results. Whoever has more will get more. You are 100 years older than me. And you still have the nerve to compete with me? I am 100 years older than you. But I am not your father. Why should I give in to you? Besides, your research on battleship engines is not as important as our research on mecha engines? Seeing the four grandmasters quarreling again, Lu Bin didn't dare to speak at all. Only after getting along with these grandmasters for a long time did you know that they all swore. Because these grandmasters don't care about anyone when they speak. And don't need to give anyone face. They say whatever they want. Scold people if they want. And of course hit people if they want. If you make me angry, I will take Bart as my last disciple. And let me, the last disciple, overthrow your Su family. Bah! You are dreaming. This Bart doesn't have a good relationship with your old nobles. No matter how bad the relationship is. It can't change his origin. Okay. Stop arguing here and waste time. Let's deal with Bart first. The other two grandmasters said quickly. Humph! Lu Bin was relieved when he saw the four grandmasters leave the virtual conference room. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was handling official business when a special communicator rang. Grandpa. The Emperor saw the number displayed on the communicator and quickly picked it up. Handle the Major General of the Special Service Department stationed on Devon Star as soon as possible. Su Dexing said directly. Grandfather. This? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was a little confused. Just do it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up, and don't force me to beat you up. Su Dexing hung up the communicator after saying this unhappily. The Emperor shrank his neck. Then picked up the communicator and made another call. Uncle. Grandfather Dexing called me just now and asked me to handle a Major General of the Special Service Department. Just handle it if I tell you to. What's the point of calling me? Su Jingwu answered the phone and asked angrily. I just want to ask my uncle to find out what happened to offend my grandfather. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire had no choice. Su Dexing was of a very high generation. And of course Su Jingwu was also of a high generation. So many trivial matters. Su Jingwu said. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire let out a long sigh. This is how the elders talk. In just a few minutes, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire saw Su Jingwu calling back and quickly picked up the phone. Your shitty special service department, instead of doing business, comes to complain about others. I think your management level is getting lower and lower. Su Jingwu cursed in the communicator. As a result, he complained and now he is caught by others. This shitty Major General suffered from Bart on Devon Star. So he reported Bart to the club and said he was A+ level. Now the club has inspected it and begged to cooperate with Bart. Bart now requires that the person who complained be dealt with first. And then we can cooperate. I don't know what you have been doing these years. Look at the people you have used. I was scolded by my ancestors. And don't mess with Bart. He made the club secretary general depressed. Su Jingwu cursed and hung up the communicator. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was a little confused. But he still understood. Then he saw Su Dexing calling again. And quickly picked up the phone. Before he could say anything, he heard Su Dexing cursing in the communicator. How can I harm you? I asked you to do something. And you asked this and that. Look at the people you used. You complained to others. And now you are being targeted by others. Grandfather. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire hurriedly prepared to explain. But the other party hung up the communicator directly. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was scolded by the two elders, and was angry. He picked up the communicator and scolded the minister of the Special Service Department, and then asked him to deal with the Major General in the Devon Star investigation team. The minister of the Blue Water Empire's Special Service Department was also confused. Then the Emperor called Su Ruoxin. "How are you getting along with Bart recently?" Su Ruoxin, who was on Devon Star, was also a little confused when he received a call from his father. "That guy has been doing experiments behind closed doors at home recently? Ask around and see what he's doing now." The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire spoke again. "Okay, father." As soon as possible. Su Ruoxin hung up the communicator, also confused, and quickly sent a message to Bart. Because her father said the word "as soon as possible," it means it's urgent. Because as an emperor, he won't easily pay special attention to one thing. But Bart didn't reply immediately, because Yang Bo, disguised as Bart, was controlling the mecha to fight Ning Shui and Bai Lu. Yang Bo got the timing right, mainly training the mecha level of the two people. Yang Bo's mecha beat the two mechas around with ease. In fact, this kind of mecha training is the most challenging, because it is not a life and death battle, but to improve the opponent's combat experience. After the training was completed, Yang Bo saw Su Ruoxin sent him a message. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Bo directly replied a message. "Have you done anything recently?" Su Ruoxin had been waiting impatiently for a long time, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing the message from Bart, she quickly sent a message. "I should be the one asking you this. Why did you send me a message?" Yang Bo had no idea what Su Ruoxin was referring to. "My father called me to ask about you." Something must have reached his ears. Su Ruoxin was speechless about Bart's attitude, but thinking of Bart's bad character, she could only explain honestly. "Haha, I know. Your father's dog is biting people randomly, but now someone asked me to do it. So my request is to deal with this dog that bites people randomly." Yang Bo probably knew what happened. It must be the club that put pressure on the emperor. What dog? Su Ruoxin's head was full of question marks. "It's just..." Yang Bo sent a message and roughly explained it. After reading it, Su Ruoxin felt a little bit unconvinced. The club knew that there was this organization, but she didn't know its specific name, because this club is very mysterious. And now this club actually wants to cooperate with Bart? However, Su Ruoxin was not sure whether what Bart said was true, so she quickly called her father. After listening to it, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire finally understood and felt that he was scolded for nothing, because he didn't know anything about this matter. But he had a new opinion about Bart. Pay close attention to Bart. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire certainly knew what was going on in the club, so he said something after Su Ruoxin finished speaking. "Okay." Su Ruoxin didn't know what to do next after hearing this, because Bart's personality was too bad. The two of them were communicating deeply with each other, and then they stopped communicating. "I have some news for you. You pass it to Bart." The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire said another sentence. Su Ruoxin also widened her eyes after receiving the news, and then quickly sent it to Bart. After seeing the message sent by Su Ruoxin, Yang Bo muttered in his heart, "The ghost is still there." Su Ruoxin sent a message that the killers from the Killer Association and the Brotherhood have lurked in Devon Star and are preparing to attack Bart's territory. Bart has a high bounty in the killer organization. Although the previous wave of people died or were caught, there are still people who accept the order. And this time, the bounty is not limited to Bart alone, including the housekeeper, slaves, and lovers of Bart's territory. We have to think of a way to deal with these mad dogs. The killer organization is like this. As long as someone offers a bounty, there will be waves of desperate people who will take these tasks continuously. So Yang Bo was going to think of a way to deal a heavy blow to the assassin organization. Let's start with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood's headquarters seems to be in the Federation as well. Yang Bo stayed on Devon Star for one night, and the next day, he went into his own laboratory under the pretext of doing an experiment. Then he disguised himself as John Lee and came to the Federation's Fugui battleship. Yang Bo opened the Brotherhood's official website on the battleship. That's right. These assassin organizations and mercenary organizations all have their own official websites. TSK. It's 500 billion. Yang Bo saw that Bart's bounty had reached 500 billion. As for how many people were behind Bart's bounty, that was unknown. But Yang Bo could probably guess that it was the two old nobles he had offended, and his ultra-high temperature materials, which almost bankrupted several large companies in this field. These large companies were all businesses of some nobles. So these nobles must have wished for his death. Yang Bo directly consulted the customer service on the official website, and then tracked the customer service's location through the photoelectric tracking capability. Then he clicked on various tasks, and each task had a customer service. Different tasks have different customer service to answer, because many of these task information are exclusive to customer service. They will not let more people know the specific information of the task. The IP addresses of these customer service will change, but most of them are in Pandora State of the Federation. I should have guessed it long ago. After Yang Bo locked on Pandora State, he felt that it was natural. Pandora State can be said to be the largest money laundering center and the largest online gambling center in the entire galaxy. And the Pandora planet in Pandora State is called Heaven. Pandora means temptation and disaster. So this place is heaven for some people, but hell for others. At the same time, this is also the largest entertainment center of the entire interstellar society. Here you can enjoy a lot of services. Some companies on this planet even clone clones of various stars from 3 countries to provide services for guests. Although the Alliance and the Empire announced sanctions against Pandora State, it was useless. Every year, some celebrity assistants run to Pandora State with biological samples of these celebrities, because Pandora State publicly offered a large reward for all the stars' biological samples. Let's take this Brotherhood as a target. Yang Bo planned to use Bart's identity to go to Pandora State to cause trouble. But how to cause trouble? After all, Pandora Planet is a huge organization. Should we assassinate or do it publicly? However, Yang Bo was a little confused about how to retaliate against the other party next. The main reason was that Yang Bo didn't know which method to choose because he had too many methods. Some methods cannot be used openly. Let's sneak over first. Yang Bo decided to let Bart sneak over first. There is a blank period of time. After the Brotherhood issue is resolved, the pirate issue will come again. Yang Bo thought to himself. Although the Pirate Alliance has made harsh words, it is difficult for the Pirate Alliance to organize the pirate group into a unified command, because this involves the issue of command. But there is no trust between these pirates at all. Although John Lee only has 1 warship, it is a C-class warship after all. The combat power of this C-class warship can also destroy other warships. At that time, some people will suffer heavy losses, while others will suffer small losses. So what should we do? For pirates, once their strength is reduced too much, they need to guard against not the 3 countries, but other pirate groups of the same kind. So although the Pirate Alliance made a tough statement, Yang Bo estimated that they would not be able to reach a consensus within 2 months. So Yang Bo came to Devon Star again and asked Butler Jerry to buy a fake identity from the Bounty Hunter Guild. Then he used this fake identity to buy a boat ticket to the Federation. The fake identity of the Blue Water Empire is the easiest to obtain, because many places in the Blue Water Empire are the territories of nobles. Rather than saying it is a fake identity, it is better to say that it is an identity certificate issued by these nobles. In other words, you can find all the information about this person in the population system of the Blue Water Empire. But this person does not exist. For example, if Bart falsely reported the identity information of a person in his territory, the various departments of the Empire had no right to check whether this person in Bart's territory actually existed. In any case, in the Empire, as long as it does not involve the identity of the nobility, it is easy to obtain. Master, Butler Jerry looked at Master Bart using the disguise potion to change his identity, and asked with some concern. I'm just going to do something, and we'll be back soon. Yang Bo answered in the disguised identity. Yeah. Butler Jerry knew that his young master must have something to do outside, because he was often not at home before. At that time, his young master also disguised himself to go abroad. Using his disguised identity, Yang Bo quickly boarded the spaceship to the Federation. In the cabin of the spaceship, Yang Bo took out various materials from the space box and created a separate space in the closet to isolate all energy fluctuations, just like the teleportation cabinet in the closet on Prince Holden's bed. Although the cabin of this kind of spaceship is originally isolated from all energy fluctuations, but you still have to be careful, and you have to arrange the transmission energy stone. Without the energy stone to provide the space coordinates, the spaceship flew away, and when Yang Bo teleported next time, it would appear in space. There are many room options on the Imperial spaceship. Yang Bo chose the kind of room without any intelligent system, including the ventilation system, which is manually adjusted, because these passenger spaceships of the Empire have suffered losses before. Some down-and-out nobles came to these spaceships, saying that their identity and privacy were leaked, and then blackmailed the companies of these passenger spaceships. Although there are nobles behind these passenger spaceship companies, these nobles will not compete with these downtrodden nobles, because that would be embarrassing. Yang Bo used this wardrobe to maintain his other identities. Of course, Bart's identity does not need to show up. So after knowing that the Major General of the Special Service Department had been dismissed and arrested, Robin from the club came to find Bart. And the news he got was that Bart had entered the laboratory again. This bastard. This cooperation is over. I never want to see this bastard again. Robin hated Bart. But there was nothing he could do. Before leaving, Yang Bo asked Jerry to temporarily stop letting people in the territory out, and to use drones when buying things and handing over goods. Brotherhood. It has been passed down for more than 9,000 years. Hee hee. Yang Bo turned into John Lee, and came to the battleship Fugui to carefully read the introduction of the Brotherhood's official website. The Brotherhood was a pirate organization in the past, and later gradually became a huge criminal organization. Because this organization provides services to certain powerful people, it has continued to this day. As for who in Pandora State is a member of the Brotherhood, this is easy for Yang Bo, because there is a 99% chance that the senior members of the Brotherhood will serve in the Senate of Pandora Planet. At worst, we can wipe out the Senate of Pandora. Moreover, Pandora State has good military equipment and a fleet with very good equipment. Why not grab some of it? Forget it. It's useless to bring Bart's identity back. It's better to blow it up directly. If you want to do it, you have to make it bigger. It's better to use the energy cannon of the battleship directly above Pandora to attack the Senate below. But we have to find out who are the members of the Brotherhood first. Anyway, as long as Bart returns to the Empire with this identity, there will be no problem. Yang Bo decided to make a big move, mainly targeting the Brotherhood. Then find a way to destroy as much military equipment of Pandora as possible. If we use the main guns of the battleship to attack, how many skills will appear? Oh, I used to dream of using the main guns of the battleship to brush up skills. Isn't this the opportunity? I just don't know where the headquarters of the Brotherhood is. Check it out after you get there. And in the environment of the Federation. If the Brotherhood suffers a huge loss, then other forces around it will eat it alive. Yang Bo stayed on the spaceship for 15 days and arrived at the capital planet of the Federation. And then took the spaceship to sail for 12 days to Pandora. So damn rich. Yang Bo saw the Pandora gang's fleet on the spaceship. There were actually 4 B-class battleships. Although they were obsolete models of the Blue Water Empire, they were B-class battleships after all. There were also 16 C-class battleships and 36 D-class battleships. And the airport of this planet was also huge and very busy, because there were many people in the entire galaxy who wanted to come here to enjoy themselves. And of course, there were many people who wanted to make a fortune here. Yang Bo originally thought it would be difficult to find the Brotherhood, but they built a city openly. This city was built and controlled by the Brotherhood, because the Brotherhood advertised on the space elevator and recruited killers. That is, as long as you are willing to go to the Brotherhood and sign a contract with the Brotherhood will train you. TSK. This was something Yang Bo didn't expect. But it was okay. The city where the Brotherhood is located is called Pluto City, which is said to be the name of the oldest goddess of wealth. And in Pandora State, all public transportation facilities are free. There are 12 cities on the entire Pandora planet, and one of them is controlled by the Assassin's Guild. WOC. The Mercenary Guild actually controls a city here. There is no news on the internet. The Adventurers Association also controls a city here. Yang Bo only looked at these advertisements and found many incredible things. And there are many entertainment advertisements. Yang Bo took the free transportation directly, and came to the city controlled by the Brotherhood. The most common thing here is various publicity. And there are many companies, which means that the assassins on the Brotherhood side have been corporatized and scaled. And there are also various special equipment. Interesting. Yang Bo found an advertisement for a stealth equipment company. This company produced a personal stealth equipment. So he decided to take a look first. Chapter 1082. Yang Bo entered the store. The whole store was decorated very luxuriously. There were some virtual projections next to each piece of equipment to introduce the equipment. The store was very large, probably several thousand square meters, with a display area and a combat area. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? A very sweet-looking female staff member saw Yang Bo coming in and hurriedly came up to bow and ask. The female staff member was wearing a professional suit, and her whole figure looked very perfect, with long golden wavy hair, fair skin, lace underwear, and deep ravines, big blue eyes, long eyelashes. Let me take a look first. Yang Bo glanced at the female staff member, whose name was Ruth on the nameplate on her chest. What equipment are you interested in? We have the most advanced camouflage equipment in the entire galaxy. In addition, we can also customize various camouflage equipment. Single person and multi-person. Everything. We will keep it confidential for our customers. Ruth continued to walk beside Yang Bo, one step behind, and started to introduce. Yang Bo ignored the shopping guide next to him. Although the shopping guide looked perfect, it was hard to say whether she was a clone or had been artificially modified. But it was definitely not a modified person. Yang Bo came to the Brotherhood this time mainly because the Brotherhood offered a bounty on his family. If the Brotherhood's bounty was only for Bart, then Yang Bo would not come to this place at all. Now the Brotherhood's bounty has been expanded to people in Bart's territory, including Bart's wife and servants. So Yang Bo wants to teach the Brotherhood a lesson. Yang Bo certainly knows that the reason why the Brotherhood offered a reward to other people in Bart's territory is because other nobles want to break up Bart's territory. Because the killers who come one after another will continue to kill other people in Bart's territory. Then Bart's territory will not have any development. And Yang Bo can't protect everyone in the territory at any time. As long as enough people die in Bart's territory, other nobles may deprive Bart of his noble status through the noble parliament. The move these nobles used was extremely vicious, and ordinary people would have no solution if faced with this situation. Because no one can compete with a huge killer organization like the Brotherhood. But the Brotherhood would never have thought that they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. Does your company have other equipment besides stealth equipment? Yang Bo was still worrying about what kind of weapons and equipment he would use to destroy the Brotherhood. Now he saw a store selling this kind of high-end stealth equipment. So he asked casually, "Of course. Our company is involved in a lot of equipment. As long as you are willing. Even if it is a warship. Our company can help you make connections." Ruth heard Yang Bo ask this and answered with a smile. Is there a more powerful electromagnetic bomb? Yang Bo was going to use the electromagnetic bomb to give the Brotherhood a big gift. Of course. Our company has various types of electromagnetic bombs and electromagnetic missiles. We can also customize various bombs for customers. Ruth heard Yang Bo ask this and continued to answer. What kind of payment methods do you accept? Yang Bo asked again. Because Yang Bo couldn't use a credit account or bank transfer. We accept any form of payment here. All kinds of fixed assets, all kinds of rare materials, and all kinds of energy stones, as well as bank transfers. Ruth heard Yang Bo ask this and became more concerned. Can these weapons be transported on the spacecraft? Of course. Except for the Empire and the Federation. We can handle the consignment anywhere else. Can you let me see the specific performance of the electromagnetic bomb? Yang Bo was going to exchange the attribute energy stone for the electromagnetic bomb. Of course. But we need to verify the capital first. Ruth spoke again. Okay. I come back later. Yang Bo didn't expect that he would need to verify the capital to see the weapons. Okay. Ruth smiled when she heard Yang Bo say this. Yang Bo left the weapons store and looked at the name of the store. Sifong Security Company. The Brotherhood City is very big. But the layout of this city is similar to that of Black Star City. There are no tall buildings in the city. And the most common ones are 3- or 5-story buildings. However, it can be seen that the construction specifications of these houses are very high. And it can also be seen that there are some traces of energy weapons on these houses. Cities on various planets in the Federation often conflict. The 12 cities on Pandora are the 12 major forces. The city where the Brotherhood is located is centered on the Brotherhood Killer Organization. But other industries are also involved, such as pornography, gambling, human trafficking, and arms sales. Various high-risk biological agents can also be bought here. The Federation is the largest pharmaceutical clinical trial center in the Empire and the Alliance. There are all kinds of people in the Federation. Genetically modified people, mechanically modified people, clones, and even some people with targeted genetic defects or diseases. It can provide more experimental data for pharmaceutical companies. Of course, there are also various animals here. Many biological laboratories in the Alliance have to be closed due to increasingly bizarre environmental protection or biological protection laws and regulations. In the past, Biological laboratories could use animals with various genetic defects or various diseases to conduct various drug tests. There were also companies that specialized in breeding animals with genetic defects or special diseases. Later, these companies had to go bankrupt or transfer to the Federation due to strong public pressure. So the Brotherhood competed with other cities on Pandora. And where there is competition, there is conflict. The Brotherhood city is very large, about 40,000 square kilometers, divided into many districts. Some areas can only be entered by members of the Brotherhood, while some areas can be entered freely by ordinary tourists. Entertainment area. Commercial area. Tourists can enter. The commercial area here sells a variety of things. Various weapons and equipment. Various bionic robots. As well as clones and genetically modified people. Yongbo used Bart's identity to buy a genetically modified woman. These women have some animal genes added to their body genes to satisfy some people's perverted hobbies. There are also many genetically modified men here. These men also have many special animal genes. Some have scales on their bodies. And some have hair similar to leopard or tiger stripes. Of course, there are also many women. Bunny girls, cat girls, and the ears and tails of these genetically modified people are not decorations, but real. They can also be specially customized. These things are not illegal in the Federation. Various introductions are displayed on various virtual big screens in roadside shops. Oh my! Yongbo was in a technology transformation store, and saw that among the celebrity customizations there was the image of John Lee. That is, through technological means, he could have a facelift like John Lee. And the price was not cheap, reaching 40 million credit points. In addition, there were also customizations of the images of the most popular male and female stars in the alliance. But the price was as high as hundreds of millions. And the other party also guaranteed that the result of this scientific transformation would never be deformed. Yongbo took the free transportation and wandered around the city of the Brotherhood. I roughly figured out the area where the core members of the Brotherhood are located. I also figured out the location of the city hall of the Brotherhood city. We need to find a way to gather the Brotherhood's top leaders together. Then we will do a targeted elimination. And we need to eliminate the manners of the Brotherhood's top leaders' families outside the city one by one. We need to do this just right. On the one hand, we can't expose too many of our cards. But we also need to make sure that the Brotherhood is dealt a heavy blow. Also, you need to give yourself enough time to escape. It seems that the only option is to attack the space fleet. It is not a wise choice to do things on the ground. Although the buildings on the ground can provide shelter. But once you enter the building, it is easy to be blocked by people. I am here to warn these people this time. Not just to attack. If it is just an attack, I can use self-destruction and run away. Then show your hacker talent. And I'm afraid we have to attack the energy system of the entire Pandora planet first. Because as long as we attack the battleships and other cities on the ground, the weapon systems will definitely be activated. First, we will attack the energy system, and then the ground weapon system. But in the meantime, we need hacking technology to interfere with their system first. Because if we want to take control of the battleship, it will definitely take some time. It's impossible to gain control immediately after entering the battleship. That's too scary. And we need to deal with the other warships in the fleet first, leaving only one to attack the ground. So this also takes time. Then hacking is a good choice. Use hacking technology to paralyze Pandora's energy system and weapon system first. The energy system and weapon system of the entire planet are not only huge, but the 12 cities each have their own systems. Then we can only use hacking technology to delay a little time. And then use electromagnetic missiles to interfere with all weapon systems on the entire planet. I'm afraid the space mecha will also have to be displayed. Because I need equipment to seize control of the fleet. That is to say, Bart, with this identity, not only has to demonstrate hacking skills, but also the space mecha. Yongbo wandered around and thought. And soon, he had a general idea in his mind. The fleet of Pandora seemed to be together. But the distance between its warships was at least 30 kilometers. Also, although the fleet of Pandora was also in the airport, it was an independent area. Although it was possible to approach these fleets with superpowers, mechas would definitely be more useful. Besides, the space mecha is not a great piece of equipment. It just means that it is more sudden. Yongbo found a casino. And there were free chips inside the casino. Then Yongbo used the free chips to win a lot of chips. Then he took these chips to find a high-end private hotel. This kind of private hotel isolates any energy detection and any energy fluctuations. Yang Bo also assembled a cabinet that could be transported from the spacecraft from the space box. Of course, assembled it in the wardrobe. Then Yang Bo returned to the underground laboratory of March Star and selected 2 life attribute energy stones. One as big as a mung bean and the other as big as a soybean. Then he returned to Pandora. After returning to Pandora, Yang Bo found a place in the hotel where he could access the internet, get a general understanding of Pandora. No identity information is required to access the internet here. Hee. Yang Bo knew he was right as soon as he went online. Because the 12 cities on Pandora often fight public opinion wars. It is easy to understand the forces and members behind the 12 planets. In addition, the second generation of rich and powerful people in Pandora planet do not know what restraint is. And they show off their wealth in various ways on the internet. In addition, there are wealth rankings of these families in Pandora planet. Of course, there is water in these wealth rankings. In the Federation, the wealth ranking is equal to the strength ranking. No one will say that you should be low-key and not show off your wealth. Because if your family is low-key, then some idiots will think that you are really not good enough and come to you. The set of keeping a low profile does not work in the Federation. If you pretend that you have no money, others will really think that you have no money. TSK. Yang Bo watched the various videos of the rich second generation of these families showing off their wealth. Space mechas, miniature warships, which represent both wealth and military strength. There are even rich second generations who show off several space mechas and show people their families' mecha warehouses. Yang Bo memorized the locations of these mecha warehouses and fired them at random in the sky. There are also many people who broadcast live. And there is no restriction on the content of live broadcasts in the Federation. So here you can see a lot of live broadcast content that cannot be seen in the Alliance and the Empire. The content can be as explosive and perverted as it can be. Yang Bo used his photoelectric superpowers to figure out the energy supply system of the entire Pandora planet while surfing the internet. The 12 cities on Pandora planet have their own energy centers. Of course, there are also backup energy systems. This hotel also provides a variety of entertainment activities and various parties. Of course, these require extra money. The staff in the hotel are all handsome men and beautiful women. Yang Bo's current disguised identity makes him feel a little inferior in front of these handsome men and beautiful women. After surfing the internet for a few hours, Yang Bo went to the casino again. Yang Bo was going to join the Brotherhood, because joining the Brotherhood did not require any identity information. After applying to join the Brotherhood, you will have a fake identity, and then use this fake identity to open an exclusive account for you. After passing the skill training and skill assessment, you will be able to take orders after obtaining the corresponding level assessment. This is also a killer of the Brotherhood. Many times he was caught, but no one knew who issued the reward, because issuing bounty missions does not require any identity information. As long as you have money, you can even use money to offer a bounty on the head of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo needs to obtain the Brotherhood identity and then enter the training ground, because the training ground is likely to use an independent energy system. And only by becoming a member of the Brotherhood can you enter the Brotherhood's order-taking hall. Yang Bo also needs to take the opportunity to understand where the core intelligence system master is, and its backup system. These things are fatal to the Brotherhood. Of course, it is unrealistic to transfer so much data, but it can be physically destroyed. Yang Bo believes that this data is stored somewhere underground in the Brotherhood city. The backup must also be somewhere underground. It is impossible to say that the backup is on the network, because such core data is safest only in one's own hands. Yang Bo did not have any scruples. He won a large sum of money in a casino, and the casino security guards were all eyeing it. There are many small companies under the Brotherhood, which are similar to brokerage companies. Of course, not everyone can join these agencies, unless they are talented killers, because agencies have to provide killers with a full range of services. If the killer dies on his first mission, the agency will lose money. Yang Bo did not look for an agency, but directly registered with the Brotherhood as a self-employed person. That is, he screened the tasks, prepared everything by himself, and then went on the mission by himself. After completing the task, he could get paid by uploading the certificate as required. There were still quite a few people in the Brotherhood's registration hall. Yang Bo directly chose manual service because he was holding chips. Of course, these chips require a handling fee. The reason why Yang Bo needed chips was to pay for training. Simply registering a killer account did not require any fees. Expensive. Yang Bo looked at the Brotherhood's actual combat paid training fee list. The cheapest mecha costs 50,000 credit points per hour. The cheapest fighter costs 100,000 credit points per hour. Energy weapons do not require additional payment. But special ammunition does, such as various missiles and bombs. And the little money Yang Bo has in his account can only be used for weapons such as laser guns, because the use of fighters and mechas requires high insurance to prevent damage during training. Of course, killers who have reached a certain level do not need to pay additional fees. To put it bluntly, your level is high enough and you have enough credit. TSK. It turns out that a single soldier has so many equipment. For the first time, Yang Bo had a clear understanding of individual soldier equipment, because he could see dozens of combinations in the training ground. Individual soldiers can be equipped with short-range aircraft, various types of drones, and various micro-missiles. There are also camouflage equipment for use in different environments. The most advanced set of individual soldier equipment is worth more than 50 million yuan, and comes with a small energy defense system. This small energy defense system can not only deploy energy shields, but also release energy attacks. Of course, this is limited in number, and the number of times is completely different depending on the power released. Of course, this defense system can only defend against missiles and drones, and has no way to defend against high-power laser weapons and energy weapons. Only in the Federation environment can there be so many individual weapons and equipment, because human lives are worthless in the Federation. The Alliance has long adopted drones, unmanned armor, and unmanned fighters. However, Yang Bo also figured it out. It is precisely because of the unique environment of the Federation that there are so many individual equipment. Yang Bo trained for 2 hours in the training ground. Through the auxiliary training system in the training ground, he used the photoelectric superpower to reversely track the core of another system. Then he kept browsing various tasks, and determined that the core of the Brotherhood task system was under a lake in the Brotherhood city. Smart. The core brain of the intelligent system is very safe when placed under the lake, because the defense of water is more powerful than the armor of a battleship. As long as the water reaches a certain depth, it can completely consume the energy of energy weapons. If something is added to the water, the energy consumption will be faster. Not only energy weapons, but also various missiles are the same. Sir? Then Yang Bo came to Sifang Security Company. It was already the second day. Ruth saw someone coming in and ran to greet him. Unexpectedly, it was the same person from yesterday. Who do you want to find for capital verification? Yang Bo asked directly. Sir, please come this way. Ruth quickly stretched out her hand in one direction. Hello. Sir. I am Luo Ming, the third-level sales manager of Sifang Security Sales Company. Yang Bo faced another sales manager. This sales manager named Luo Ming was a handsome man with blonde hair and blue eyes. Capital verification. Yang Bo took out a box from his pocket and placed it on the table in front of him. Sir, please wait a moment, Luo Ming said quickly, and then operated on his watch. And soon a robot came over. Sir, this robot is our company's latest identification robot, with functions such as video recording and energy detection. Any item you take out will be identified by the robot. In addition, there are more than 10 experienced appraisers for remote identification. These appraisers are not only our federal appraisers, but also some licensed appraisers from the Empire and the Alliance. Although the small box Yang Bo took out was inconspicuous, Luo Ming still followed the company's procedures. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. The robot stretched out 2 hands like a human, holding the box in one hand and opening the lid with the other hand. As soon as the box was opened, a green light was seen inside the box. Life Energy Stone. Roman was curious to begin with, and he exclaimed when he saw this scene. Super strong energy fluctuations detected. Activation of protection function, the robot said, and then a layer of energy shield appeared on its 2 hands, covering the box. Sir, I'm sorry. There are still some ordinary people in our store, so we need to prevent them from being harmed by energy radiation, Luo Ming hurriedly explained. Yes. Yang Bo nodded. Sir, please move to the VIP room. The value of the items you took out is beyond my authority. Luo Ming nodded and said. Chapter 1083. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Yang Bo complained. Sir, I am your senior exclusive assistant. Sir, I will be responsible for your transaction from now on. As soon as Yang Bo finished speaking, a tall and classical-looking beauty ran over in a hurry. This beauty was still wearing a professional outfit. A gray suit, a gray short skirt, a pair of long legs, and no stockings. This pair of long legs was as straight as a compass. And she was wearing small white leather shoes. With a dignified and elegant face. My name is Wang Rui. Please take care of me in the future. Wang Rui handed Yang Bo an ancient business card. Yang Bo finally understood that these people must have found out that he was from the Empire. Because the aesthetics of the Empire and the Alliance are completely different. Because no one in the Alliance dares to express their true aesthetic concepts. In many movies of the Alliance, the concept of gender has been blurred. Not to mention other things. Because these people who make movies don't want to cause trouble. But no matter what movie is released in the Alliance, there will be protests. The aesthetics of the Empire is a bit dignified and classical beauty. Because in the Empire, whether it is the Emperor's women or other noble women, they are all beauties among beauties. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. These companies use these little tricks. Yang Bo will not be fooled at all. Yang Bo came here carefully, for fear that his biological materials would be missed. Sir, do you want to use these 2 energy stones to exchange for goods? The decoration of the second floor is like a magnificent palace, which is actually the favorite decoration of the Blue Water Empire. Because in the Blue Water Empire, the decoration style of the Emperor, who symbolizes the highest power, is the most popular decoration style. Of course, I want to change to electromagnetic missiles. Electromagnetic missiles that can be used in space and inside planets. Yang Bo is ready to use them as soon as he buys them. Sir, these 2 energy stones have been identified as life energy stones. Because life energy stones do not have a certain price standard. Please take a look at our products first. And then we can directly discuss the price based on the quantity of the goods? What do you think? Wang Rui kneeled down beside Yang Bo and asked in a pleading tone. Of course. Where will you deliver these things? Yang Bo lied. These missiles only need to be delivered to the airport. As long as they are in the star field of the Empire and the Alliance, we can deliver them to any place outside. Sir, you will be responsible for the Alliance and the Empire. When Wang Rui said this, she looked up at Yang Bo, showing her slender and beautiful neck and beautiful figure under Yang Bo's eyes. I have no problem with this. Then let's start selecting products. Yang Bo was ready to make a quick decision. Sir, please. Wang Rui quickly stretched out his hand, and a virtual projection appeared in front of Yang Bo. Sir, please look at our products. The performance differences of electromagnetic missiles are similar, mainly based on power and usage. Wang Rui began to introduce. Yang Bo also looked carefully at these electromagnetic missiles. According to different usage environments, the design and usage methods are also different. If it is used in space, there is no need to consider wind tunnel data, and the gravity configuration of different planets is different. That is, the strength structure of the missile itself is different. The missile that can be used inside the planet is definitely not as high as the one used in space in terms of range and weight. This kind of missile also has many guidance methods and autonomous tracking capabilities, which means that it can automatically search for the opponent's radar signal waves or energy waves such as radio waves. In addition, some of these missiles also have autonomous defense systems. That is, they have small laser weapon systems that can resist interception by some drones. Anyway, the configurations are diverse, and the guidance methods are also diverse. Yang Bo directly chose an electromagnetic missile that can adapt to a variety of environments. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the 2 life energy stones he was going to sell had been announced at an auction on the black market. In other words, as long as Yang Bo took out the 2 energy stones, he would never be able to leave the company with them. It's normal to do business like this in the Federation. If you buy fakes in the Federation, you don't have to defend your rights at all. Because since they are selling fakes, they are not afraid of you defending your rights at all. If you go to defend your rights, you might get arrested. And then you will be charged with blackmail. And you will have to pay the other party for mental damages. In the various companies in the Federation, they all exchange money and goods. Because there is no trust between each other. How many missiles of this kind are your company willing to produce? Yang Bo asked. Yang Bo knew that the woman he was exclusively receiving had a micro earphone in her ear, which could receive instructions from the company's top management. How about 40,000 missiles? Wang Rui reported a number. 200,000. Sir, the price of this missile is Yang Bo said directly, "These missiles have a price. But my life energy stone is priceless. It's just to open the production line for a longer period of time. And I also know that these missiles of yours are all imitations." Deal. Yang Bo wanted to say something, but he didn't expect the other party to say it directly. The multi-purpose missile selected by Yang Bo is 30 meters long, 2.2 meters in diameter, and weighs the standard 900 tons. It can be launched in space, on planets and land, in the sea, and can be used on warships of all types. This is also the main ammunition used by the fleets of the three countries. Of course, the retail price of this thing is expensive, and the retail price of one piece reaches 150 million credit points. But everyone knows how high the profit is in arms, because this missile has an automatic defense system. That is, it carries a small laser system that can destroy intercepting drones. This missile also has another feature, which is formation launch. During the formation launch, the missile in front will explode and affect the detection of the opponent's energy weapon system. The explosion of these missiles will not only produce strong electromagnetic waves, but also release a kind of graphene fiber material. This fiber material is very light and can interfere with and absorb the opponent's detection energy waves. Once this material explodes, it will float in the air, and even if it lands inside the planet, the speed will be very slow. This type of missile is a strategic weapon. It must be in sufficient quantity to be effective. Of course, the Federation must have tracking systems and locking systems on this type of missile when selling it. In other words, the missile's purchase cannot be used within the Federation. What Yang Bo didn't know was that his 2 life energy stones were auctioned on the black market. After all the high-end customers on the black market sent the auction information, more than 9,000 customers wanted to participate in the auction. And what Yang Bo said was also right. The production of this type of missile only requires the production line to be opened for a longer period of time. The company only needs to pay for electricity and materials. So where are you going to transport these missiles? Wang Rui's breathing was a little hurried, because such a super large order became her commission, which was incredible. You can load them onto the spacecraft when the time comes. Of course, Yang Bo couldn't say that he would use them here. 200,000 electromagnetic missiles may seem a lot, but they are not enough for the missile base of a main fleet of the Empire or the Alliance. Because of the small number, they have no effect at all in space combat. Once a missile attack is launched in space, it will be a large-scale missile attack. As for the damage volume of the missile, this is related to the target's protection level. Electromagnetic missiles are mainly aimed at communication and detection. If this kind of missile was taken to the Earth when Yang Bo traveled, it would be enough to destroy all the electronic systems of a medium-sized city. But it is hard to say in the interstellar era, because since there are such missiles, there are also ways to counter them. Yang Bo needs so many missiles mainly to interfere with the locking of the planet's ground defense system. Buy yourself time to control the warships. Of course, this is the case on the surface. In fact, Yang Bo can control the fleet in a very short time. But this will make all countries feel terrified. So in Yang Bo's plan, these missiles will be continuously launched to form a huge electromagnetic barrier between the planet and the ground, so that the ground weapon system cannot lock the warships. Of course, it would be better if these missiles can break through the ground defense system. However, Yang Bo is not very optimistic about this idea, because the ground defense system of the planet is very powerful. As for the time to control the warship, it depends on how long the missiles can support. If these missiles can support half an hour, then Yang Bo will choose to control the warship at 28 minutes. If the missiles can support for 40 minutes, then he will choose to control the warship at 38 minutes. In other words, the time to control the warship is only 2 minutes away from the time the missiles can support. So even if someone uses this example to measure their own combat effectiveness and their own trump cards, they will lose completely. Sir, we need about half a month to deliver. Wang Rui forced herself to calm down and said, "Of course, no problem." Yang Bo nodded. "Can you give us 100 sets of multi-purpose automatic loading and automatic launching systems?" Yang Bo asked again. "Of course." Wang Rui nodded after listening to the high-level command. "Then I leave first." Yang Bo said, "Sir, we haven't signed the contract yet?" "Uh-huh. Doing business in your federation, signing a contract or not is the same thing. Since I have taken out these things, I am not afraid that you will regret it. And maybe we will have a second cooperation soon." Yang Bo laughed and shook his head. Wang Rui didn't know how to answer when she heard this. Seeing Yang Bo turn around and walked away, she quickly got up and ran after him. Sir, does our company have exclusive VIP services? No need. Sir, here is a VIP card that can be used for any consumption in this city? No need. Sir, in the next half month, you can contact me at any time if you have any needs. No need. Yang Bo left without signing the contract. All members of the board of directors of Sifong Security Company were meeting in a virtual chat room. There is no way to find out where this person came from. We just know that he came from the Empire. The identity information on the Empire side is the most confusing. It's better to go to the Alliance side. I think this guy may be related to the Interstellar Pirates. Didn't the Interstellar Pirates have a big operation recently? I also guess that it might be the Interstellar Pirates. Because at this stage, there is no place that can use so many electromagnetic missiles. Are you overthinking it? We in business only sell things. We don't care where they are used. These two life energy stones can not only make our company famous, but also let our company meet more high-end customers. We must catch this guy. This guy is too cunning. He doesn't even use the VIP card we gave him. We don't know his consumption habits and preferences at all. As long as he is a man. Can we make him go home empty-handed? If he doesn't like women, then he must like men. Of course, he may also like genetically modified humans. Check all his routes today, and let the Big Data Analysis Department analyze his behavior. People will always take a second look at the things they like. This is a good idea. This guy casually took out 2 life energy stones. And he is alone. Obviously, there is a huge force behind him. This guy said that he will make a second transaction soon. I'm afraid he needs to replenish ammunition after the pirate operation. It should be the Pirate Alliance's action against John Lee. Although our federal government has not expressed its intention to intervene in this matter, the Pirate Alliance is also afraid that some people in our federal government will ambush them. And I guess these missiles will definitely be used within our federation. After all, such a large-scale missile cannot be sent to the Empire or the Alliance. And of course, it is impossible to send it to the pirate base. Wouldn't that mean we know the pirate base? The pirates want to attack John Lee. And the spacecraft is just on the way to resupply ammunition. The directors of Sifong Security Company discussed it. Okay. Let's not consider the use of missiles for this matter. The first thing now is to speed up the production of missiles. The sooner the delivery, the better, the CEO of Sifong Security Company said. Okay. The other directors nodded. Yang Bo went into the casino again and took out the chips he had won before. All his expenses depended on the casino. Before the missiles are delivered, I will use Bart's identity to threaten the Brotherhood online. Try to gather the Brotherhood's top leaders together to discuss countermeasures. Then I wipe them out? It's just that the missile delivery delayed the time. Then I find a way to record a video and send it back. And then let Butler Jerry release it. The Brotherhood will definitely laugh at Bart. Hee. Sifong Security Company didn't expect that the goods they sold would be consumed on the spot. Hee. Yang Bo thought happily. Someone is following me. Yang Bo won some chips and left the casino. And found someone following him. Chapter 1084. Although he noticed someone was following him, Yang Bo did not waste his spiritual seeds to see who was following him. Spiritual seeds have a huge negative effect. That is, every time you check other people's memories, it will affect your emotions. So Yang Bo only occasionally checks other people's memories. And he checks memories related to himself. After returning to the hotel, Yang Bo assembled the teleportation cabinet again. Every time he went out, Yang Bo would put away this cabinet. After all, in this unfamiliar place, who knows if anyone will enter the hotel? I hope Sifong Security Company doesn't think about swallowing my own things. The reason why Yang Bo chose Sifong Security Company for the transaction is because this company is not the largest arms dealer on Pandora. If you go to such a largest arms dealer without any background, you will most likely be robbed by others. As for why the contract was not signed, on the one hand, I didn't want to expose more information about myself, because signing a contract would involve signing something. In addition, the contract is just a formality. If the other party breaks the contract, it is useless to have the contract. The people who followed Yang Bo were from Sifong Security Company, mainly to see what Yang Bo did. Public relations should be carried out based on Yang Bo's hobbies. The people from Sifong Security Company thought Yang Bo liked gambling. But Yang Bo stopped gambling from that day on. Yang Bo stayed in the hotel most of the time, and then took public transportation during the day to wander around other cities on Pandora. Moreover, these people found that Yang Bo never used any other accounts to pay. And when he was short of money, he would go to the casino to win a few rounds. This made the people of Sifong Security Company think that Yang Bo was not simple, because most casinos would let newcomers win. And the casinos on Pandora Planet were not connected to the information network. So they had no idea that their new guest would not come again after winning a little money. Moreover, after Yang Bo returned to the hotel, he did not call for any other services. This made the people of Sifong Security Company more certain that there must be a powerful force behind Yang Bo. And only people with such a powerful force would look down on the entertainment facilities on Pandora Planet. Because these people enjoy more than what you see on Pandora. People with a little knowledge will go completely crazy when they come to Pandora. Yang Bo strolls around a city every day. One day on Pandora is equivalent to 28 hours of Interstellar Standard Time. However, most people who come here go to casinos or entertainment venues. In those places, you don't know whether it is day or night, because they will make you forget the time until your money is gone. Sir? On the 10th day, Yang Bo just walked out of the hotel in the morning and saw Wang Rui, who was dressed beautifully, standing at the door. I don't like people following me. I like to travel alone quietly. Yang Bo could probably guess the purpose of this woman's visit. Then how about I wait for you at the hotel? Wang Rui looked at the man in front of her with a rosy face. Sorry. I like to sleep alone. Yang Bo shook his head and was about to leave. Sir, did the company give me a task? Wang Rui looked at the man in front of her pitifully again. Heh. Yang Bo left without looking back, because he was using a disguise potion to disguise his identity. He was not using the disguise ability, because he couldn't use the disguise ability in this operation. He had to publicly deal with the Brotherhood as Bart. By then, everyone would know that he was using a disguise potion. There is a disadvantage of using a disguise potion. That is, the biological samples left behind are likely to be restored by others, thus achieving the ulterior purpose. Besides, although Wang Rui is beautiful, she has no comparison in temperament. Even Annie and Xia can't compare. Annie and Xia may not be as good as Wang Rui before, but now they have confidence and their temperament has improved. Temperament is not something that can be born, but acquired in the growth environment. To put it bluntly, Wang Rui is just a high-level public relations with good looks. Even Lin you can't compare, because women in the alliance have a kind of confidence in their bones. Besides, since Lin Yu became the messenger between Yang Bo and Li Yong, she has become a rich woman and achieved financial freedom, which is completely different from Wang Rui, a worker. Yang Bo took transportation to another city for a stroll today. Yang Bo believes that after he uses Bart's identity to deal a heavy blow to the Brotherhood, if someone offers a reward to him in the future, the Killer Guild, the Adventurer Association, the Mercenary Guild, etc. will have to think twice. These people on Pandora will find that they have strolled through all the 12 major cities. These people would be worried, fearing that Bart would target them. When Yang Bo returned to the hotel at night, he found Wang Rui still waiting there. Sir? Wang Rui looked at the man in front of her pitifully. Hurry up, or I call the hotel security. Sir, I'm absolutely clean, and I haven't used any technology. Wang Rui hurriedly explained. And I have a high degree. I advise you to leave early. If you alarm the security, they will find out that Sifong Company has a client like me. Yang Bo quickly interrupted the other party. Well, sir, you can always come to me if you have anything. Wang Rui was shocked when she heard this, and left after saying a word. The senior executives of Sifong Security Company gave up after hearing Wang Rui's report. In fact, Sifong Security Company just wants to have another long-term customer. After all, this customer can come up with such a valuable thing this time. So there must be other good things. In addition, it is suspected that Yang Bo used a disguised drug. As long as Yang Bo's biological sample is obtained, it can be tested whether a disguised drug is used. After returning to the hotel, Yang Bo assembled the teleportation cabinet and returned to March Star. I am so busy every night. How can I have time to be with other women? I am not short of women at night. Yang Bo strolled back and forth between several worlds every night. There are 3 women on March Star, Ning Shui on Devon Star, and Lin Yu on Tianyan Star. There is no shortage of women. He also has to show up occasionally in Prince Holden's territory. Yang Bo came back this time mainly to record a video, and record 2 videos under Bart's identity. The first video was to warn the Brotherhood to cancel the bounty, and give the Brotherhood 3 days. The second video was to declare war on him, if the Brotherhood did not cancel the bounty after 3 days. After recording these 2 videos, Yang Bo returned to the private laboratory on Devon Star and sent them to Butler Jerry regularly through the internal network. Butler Jerry would only think that Master Bart had made them before leaving. Yang Bo left the private laboratory again, and no one knew that Yang Bo had returned to Devon Star again. The next morning, Yang Bo was strolling in the city managed by the Mercenary Union. He was also an ace mercenary. At this time, Jerry, the butler of Viscount Bart, who was far away on Devon Star, received the email that Yang Bo sent last night. Yang Bo had authorized Jerry to manage Bart's personal account. Butler Jerry faithfully carried out the orders of Master Bart. Bart is now the second most popular person on the internet. And the Federal Mecha Grandmaster Lee John has the most popular people on the internet. Interestingly, the fans of these 2 people are mixed. The fans of Viscount Bart are the same. Some people like Viscount Bart's style, while others are angry about Viscount Bart's bastard style. Viscount Bart updated the video, and many people were curious to see what this bastard Viscount would do. Everyone saw Viscount Bart sitting in a room, wearing a formal Viscount's uniform. Bart spoke first. Today I posted this video mainly for the Brotherhood. Everyone immediately became interested when they saw this, because the Brotherhood is one of the famous assassin organizations. Then Bart said righteously, "My personal bounty in the Brotherhood has exceeded 500 billion credit points. Originally, I personally didn't care about this kind of thing. But recently, the Brotherhood's bounty has changed. Some people have started to bounty the people of my territory and my relatives. So I can't just sit back and watch. Now, as the hereditary Viscount of the Empire, I give the Brotherhood a warning and ask the Brotherhood to give me an explanation within 3 days. Otherwise, I have the right to take all means to fight back. I once again issue a stern warning to the Brotherhood. If you don't give me an explanation within 3 days, I will use all means." Today's video is about this matter. You can see that the video released by Bart is short and small, but the news revealed in it is too shocking. The Brotherhood has encountered some tough opponents in history, but without exception, there is no ending. First of all, the Brotherhood has a large distribution in the entire Interstellar, and there are also Brotherhood organizations within the Imperial Alliance. The powerful class of the Imperial Alliance also has a close relationship with the Brotherhood, because these people have a lot of dirty work that needs people to do. Moreover, even if the Brotherhood can catch the killer, it is useless because the killer cannot point out the person who offered the bounty. The framework structure of the Brotherhood is just a platform. Everyone can post tasks anonymously, and can also accept tasks anonymously. And it is not ruled out that some people post tasks while accepting tasks. Of course, the funds pass through the platform, and the Brotherhood will definitely take a cut. Even the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire has been offered a bounty. And now Bart, a small hereditary Viscount, has stood up to confront the Brotherhood. This makes everyone wonder if Bart is sick. The Brotherhood has a deep influence in the federal government. There are people from the Brotherhood serving in the House of Representatives and the Senate of the Federation. So if you want to target the Brotherhood, you have to target the Federation. For an organization as large as the Brotherhood, not to mention one person, even a killer union of the same size as the Brotherhood cannot destroy the Brotherhood. Moreover, the Brotherhood's omnipresent intelligence system will eliminate all dangers in the bud. If the Brotherhood needs intelligence about someone, it can directly post a task on the platform. Soon Yang Bo also found the news on Pandora reporting that Bart warned the Brotherhood. And Yang Bo also heard people around him constantly discussing this matter. These nobles in the Empire really drank too much fake wine. This little hereditary Viscount wants to warn the Brotherhood, and the Brotherhood will not pay any attention to him. I think this guy is here to take advantage of the popularity. These stupid nobles in the Empire think they are in their empire. Haha. This guy is probably too proud, thinking that he has so many fans on the internet. There will be any public opinion? Public opinion means nothing in our Federation. I want to see how this clown responds in 3 days. He is just an idiot. What a huge power the Brotherhood has. The Brotherhood has more than 5 million killers. The assassins of the Brotherhood have carried out many missions. Not to mention that he is a small hereditary Viscount. As long as the Brotherhood is willing, even the Earl and Duke of the Empire can be killed. That's right. Yang Bo listened to the discussions of the people around him, and said nothing. And Yang Bo guessed that almost 100% of people would think that Bart was making a fool of himself. Yang Bo shook his head, and continued to walk around. After Bart posted this video, countless people ridiculed Bart. But Bart and the Brotherhood did not make any response in the following time. Yongbo continued shopping. On the third day after Bart posted the video, Yongbo met Wang Rui again. Sir, the order for the missiles has been completed. Do you need to check it? Wang Rui looked at Yongbo with a smile. Where to check it? Yongbo asked. It's in the warehouse at the airport. The missiles were produced in the space factory and are now stored in the warehouse at the airport. After you check it, we will prepare to ship it, Wang Rui said. Then let's go. Yongbo nodded, and then followed Wang Rui to the airport. Many of today's smart factories are built in space, so that the materials brought back from alien planets can be directly built into various required commodities in space. Moreover, smart factories are multi-purpose, and the same factory can produce hundreds or thousands of commodities or even more. Moreover, the appearance of smart factories looks like a spaceship and can be moved. Some smart factories are simply next to mineral planets, so that there is no need to consider any environmental radiation issues. Materials are directly mined from the mineral planets, and then the required commodities are produced and shipped away. Some high-end space smart factories can land directly on mineral planets, while ordinary space smart factories cannot land on mineral planets because the cost of high-end space smart factories is much higher. This time, Yongbo and Wang Rui took a private fighter jet to the airport. The airport is like a huge jellyfish with many tentacles, and each tentacle is a port. Some of these ports have many warehouses, which have their own control systems. The whole thing looks like a huge spaceship, and these warehouses are also powered. TSK. Yongbo looked at the huge warehouse, because when storing these things in space, the weight is not a concern. Each missile occupies 185 cubic meters of space. 200,000 missiles occupy 37 million cubic meters. The warehouse in front of us is 500 meters long, wide and high, with a total volume of 125 million cubic meters. Of course, the net space is not that large. In addition, there are various intelligent supporting systems inside. If you need it, all these missiles can be loaded on board in 1 hour. There is no oxygen in this space warehouse, because most of the equipment inside is unmanned. Yongbo looked at the missiles placed inside. These missiles look square because there is a protective cover outside the missiles. The two sat in a flying car and turned around in this warehouse. Yongbo saw another 100 sets of launch equipment, each of which can be filled with 20 missiles. That is to say, 2,000 missiles can be filled at one time. These launch equipment also have matching robots, and this kind of launch equipment can be filled while launching. This launch equipment looks relatively simple. It is composed of 30 pairs of robotic arms. These robotic arms only need to grab the missiles delivered by the robot. The guidance system built into the robotic arm can be connected to the control system on the missile shell. The mission target parameters are set directly through this system connection for the missile, and when these launch modules are not in use, these robotic arms will retract. So these launch modules look like a round spider. Once unfolded, it looks like a spider with many mechanical arms. Wang Rui took Yongbo to check it carefully again. She also demonstrated to Yongbo how to use the control authority to release the missile. Very good. Very good. It is very intelligent. Can the control authority be transferred? Yongbo asked with a smile. Of course. Wang Rui nodded. This time, Yongbo was brought here to transfer the missile. But the missile has a protection system inside the Federation. As long as it is out of the Federation's sphere of influence, it can be unlocked. And this is a one-time thing, which means that if these missiles enter the Federation again, the protection system will not be triggered, Wang Rui said while looking at Yongbo. In fact, missiles are relatively backward in the interstellar society, because in the face of the speed of energy weapons, these missiles are simply vulnerable. Even if warships in space bombard each other, the distance between the two sides is at least millions of kilometers. These millions of kilometers of missiles accelerate from the beginning to hit the other side, and the maximum speed of this missile can only reach 30,000 kilometers per second, because the propulsion system inside the missile can only push the missile to a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. And then, there is inertial acceleration, because the volume of the missile is limited. Its engine reserve is also limited. Take the most common 3 million kilometers as an example. It takes a full 100 seconds, not to mention the longer period of low acceleration in the front. And in this 100 seconds, the enemy's warships have advanced an unknown distance. Therefore, for many years, no one has continued to develop missiles, which are relatively backward. Of course, the biggest role of this missile is defense, facing the enemy's drone swarm. This electromagnetic missile can affect these drone swarms as long as it explodes in a large area. It is a bit similar to the decoy bombs on Earth. Sifong Security Company is so considerate. When Yang Bo heard this, he smiled so hard that his back teeth were exposed. Because if the protection system is too good, it will expose one more card. Our company is dedicated to serving every customer. If you want more goods next time, we will give you the biggest discount. Wang Rui thought Yang Bo was really praising her. Okay. Please hand over the control authority. Yang Bo laughed. In fact, the control authority is not in my hands, but in our boss's hands. So I hope to back it up to all missiles and all systems of the intelligent loading system. Yang Bo took out another chip storage device. Of course, Wang Rui had no doubts about Yang Bo's approach. The senior executives of Sifong Security Company were also watching the handover scene. I said this guy must be a small fry. The pirates just want to have fun. They won't buy these things and expose themselves. We have the foundation for this cooperation. The next cooperation will be easy. It turns out that this guy doesn't want to play, but is timid. These pirates must be worried that we will rob them. These pirates are very smart to find us. If they find the biggest arms dealer, they will definitely rob him. We have at least 5 times the profit this time. There is too little demand for this type of missile now. So the price of related materials has dropped a lot. Yes, this guy is here to clear our inventory. Yang Bo smiled as Wang Rui transferred the data of the chip that stored the data to the systems of all missiles and automatic launch equipment. Sir, we have a celebration party. Would you like to invite you to attend? Wang Rui invited Yang Bo to the celebration party again. That's not necessary. I still have to report to my boss and confirm the time for the spacecraft to be loaded and shipped. Because I don't know where the boss will pick up this product. Yang Bo said this. But in fact it was not the time mentioned in Bart's video yet. It has to be in Pandora's time, which is 10 o'clock tonight. Okay then. Wang Rui nodded. Can you also give me the control of the warehouse? After all, everything in it is mine now. Yang Bo asked for the control of this warehouse again. This is actually a space warehouse transformed from a spaceship. Of course. No problem. Sir, remember to send us a message after confirming the loading time. Wang Rui nodded with a smile. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. I have a suggestion. I wonder if Miss Wang is willing to listen. Yang Bo said with a smile. I wonder what suggestion Sir has. Wang Rui looked at Yang Bo with some curiosity. I suggest you travel to other places and see more of other parts of the world. Yang Bo knew that after he took action, Sifong Security Company would most likely be in big trouble. Sir, you are really humorous. If you need me, I can stay here. Wang Rui looked at Yang Bo again. Yang Bo laughed and refused. Then Yang Bo looked at Wang Rui and left. Then he went back to the warehouse and looked at the 200,000 missiles in the warehouse. Yang Bo also gained control of the warehouse and shut down the warehouse's external signal system first. This warehouse will self-destruct later. And Yang Bo's idea is very simple. That is to open this warehouse directly and turn it into a huge electromagnetic missile launch platform. These devices are also used in space environment. Yang Bo quickly cracked the protection system in the missile. Because the warehouse has been isolated from the outside signal connection, no one knows that the missile's protection system has been destroyed. Although the missile's protection system tried to send a signal to the outside world when it was destroyed, it was blocked by the entire warehouse. Yang Bo turned into a mechanic mode, using his own photoelectric superpowers to directly release signals to crack all missile protection systems and then optimize the missile system. Then he used 5 minutes to crack the missile launch equipment system, giving himself control over these missile launch equipment. Then he combined these 100 missile launch equipment into a composite launch array. In other words, he set the launch parameters for each of these 100 missile launch equipment. The electromagnetic missiles launched by these missile launch equipment will interfere with the radar system of the entire Pandora planet. At the same time, it will also interfere with the communication between the warships in the airport and the ground. This way, the ground cannot obtain the fleet data in real time. The fun is about to begin. Yang Bo looked at the brightly lit Pandora, looking forward to how many skills he could brush up this time. Will it be like when I first started frying fish in the mecha game? Yang Bo always remembered how he quickly brushed up his swimming master. Unfortunately, there have been no good opportunities since then. Mainly because swimming skills are not very useful. Sifong Security Company did not care that the warehouse blocked the outside world's communications. Because this is normal. There are many sensitive commodity transactions in the Federation. So the control of these warehouses will be handed over to the merchants who rent them. Sifong Security Company is preparing a celebration party. And the company has made too much money this time. Of course, rewards for relevant personnel have also been issued. And credit points were issued for the first time. Although credit points were issued, too few people received the money. Because there were only 3 people who received Yongbo. Sifong Security Company also publicized internally how much reward was issued to these 3 people. Logically speaking, a deal as big as Yongbo's would require at least a team of dozens of people. But Yongbo came to the door. And the deal was done after 3 receptions. Ruth, who first received Yongbo, received a reward of 100 million credit points. The supervisor Luo Ming received a reward of 200 million credit points. And Wang Rui received a reward of 500 million credit points. The happiest person at the celebration party was of course the company's director. Because the auction price of the 2 energy stones was close to 1 trillion. And the most important thing was that the company had 2 very powerful relationships. The combined worth of these 2 relationships exceeds 500 trillion. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Sifong Security Company was holding a celebration party. Is this Bart mentally ill? Ruth was drinking high-end imported wine and saw a huge virtual projection opposite the company, on which Viscount Bart appeared, sitting there and talking about something. Hee. The nobles of the empire are like this. They think they have privileges in our federation. Roman was also holding a wine glass on the side. This kind of imported wine that costs millions of credit points per bottle is usually not seen by himself. But it can be seen everywhere at today's celebration party. This is probably the easiest deal we've ever made. I wonder who bought these missiles. Wang Rui also stood aside. Although it was a celebration party, these 3 people could only be regarded as low-level cattle and horses, and could not fit into the circle of these directors and executives. So these 3 people could only drink here. Because of the glass isolation, the 3 people did not know what Bart was talking about. And now everyone watching Bart's video was stunned. Because Bart, the hereditary Viscount, actually took the initiative to declare war on the Brotherhood. Bart was still sitting in a room in the same posture. He started by saying, 3 days have passed, and I have not received any apology from the Brotherhood. And the Brotherhood has not made any response. So I, Viscount Bart, the hereditary noble of the Blue Water Empire, is here to sign the war order against the Brotherhood. Then everyone saw Viscount Bart holding an ancient fountain pen to sign the war order. The noble lords could indeed sign war orders. But that was a very ancient time. Ha. Idiot. Ha. Idiot. Everyone felt that Bart's signing of the order was ridiculous. I am dying of laughter. Bart is a disgrace to our nobles. I must impeach him and deprive him of his noble status. This guy actually declared war. Is he still keeping the oldest virgin in his territory? Ha. I am dying of laughter. People from the entire galaxy rushed into Bart's live broadcast room as if they were watching a comedy show. Although the live broadcast room was recorded, Jerry the butler was operating it from behind. So it was also a live broadcast mode. The Emperor of the Empire was speechless after hearing about this situation and watching the video. But he always felt that something was wrong. At this time, the intelligence system of Pandora's airport suddenly showed an error message. The space elevator immediately entered the safe mode. That is, no new cargo and personnel were loaded. And all the cargo and personnel were safely landed. The control system in the airport sounded a rapid alarm. The airport also has its own radar system, its own defense system, and various energy cannons. Everyone in the airport security command center was a little confused. And then they hurriedly got busy. Now they had no idea what went wrong. Because all the virtual projections were unusable. And the screen showed wrong data. The airport had an emergency security system. And Pandora had the best security system because it had to receive outsiders. The robots in the airport were quickly evacuating people. And these people would be placed in the escape ship. If the airport's operating system cannot be restored within 2 minutes, these personnel will be ejected and land on the planet. Yongbo now looks like Bart. And the warehouse passages storing 200,000 electromagnetic missiles are open one after another. Missile launch equipment comes to the passage one by one. The missile launch equipment is ready within 30 seconds. At a passage in the warehouse, Yongbo looks like Bart, opens Bart's smartwatch, and then logs into his platform account. Everyone watching the live broadcast noticed that the screen changed. Then, they saw Bart wearing armor. And the most conspicuous thing was the ring on Bart's hand. Then Bart waved his hand, and a golden mecha appeared behind Bart. I, the hereditary Viscount of the Blue Water Empire, declare war on the Brotherhood. Then he looked at Bart and said solemnly, Sin. Unforgivable. Once upon a time, we nobles eliminated evil. So when I picked up the sword in my hand, sin was about to be destroyed. Everyone looked at Bart's weird look and was about to laugh at him. Bart slowly turned around, and there were piles of unknown things next to him. Then the whole warehouse space lit up. No one knew what was inside the warehouse. Wang Rui, who was attending a cocktail party upstairs at Sifong Security Company, was stunned when she saw the virtual projection outside the glass. The wine glass in Wang Rui's hand fell down at once. Luo Ming picked up the wine glass and whispered, You don't want to do it anymore? Those are the missiles we sell. Wang Rui looked at the virtual projection opposite in horror. What? Roman and Ruth saw that the virtual projection opposite had changed the screen and a missile launcher appeared. And the 30 mechanical arms of this missile launcher were already full of missiles. Sins are about to be purified. The chivalry of our nobles will never be erased. The people watching the live broadcast were still confused when they saw what Bart showed, including the missile launcher. The missiles on the missile launcher began to fire, and then Bart's camera slowly turned. First, there was a huge airport, and there was a huge planet below the airport. Hello, Pandora. Yang Bo pointed the video at the planet below, and then a voiceover appeared. Then another video of Yang Bo showed him jumping on the mecha. The mecha rushed out of the passage in an instant, and in the space behind the mecha were missiles one by one, destroying the radar system and energy turrets of the airport. More missiles were raining down on Pandora. Fuck. Everyone watching the video was stunned. There was not a single comment in the live broadcast room with more than 1.5 billion people. At this time, Pandora had already sounded a rapid alarm. All cities on Pandora sounded an alarm that had never sounded before. All the people in all cities on Pandora became extremely quiet at this moment, because all places had alarm systems. The same harsh alarm sounded inside and outside the house. Damn nobles. Damn Brotherhood. He wants to rob the warship. He wants to rob the warship. The people watching the live broadcast were madly brushing this sentence. The fleet of Pandora was also docked at the airport, because there was a problem with the airport system. The fleet also had problems, because when the fleet docked at the airport, it was connected to the airport. Shit. I overestimated these guys. Yang Bo's super empty space mecha rushed out of the warehouse and instantly opened the rocket backpack. Yang Bo originally thought that his mecha would be intercepted. Unexpectedly, the people in the fleet did not react at all. Yang Bo looked at the planet again and found that only a few cities' weapon systems began to intercept missiles. But it was too late at this time. The first batch of 3,000 missiles had already arrived at the designated location. All 3,000 heavy electromagnetic missiles exploded instantly. The powerful electromagnetic shock directly hit the planet at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. Many display screens and smart devices on Pandora were instantly interfered and extinguished. The radar system on the planet was instantly disturbed, and the protection system was activated instantly. Even so, many radar systems were scrapped, because these radar systems had never experienced such a war. Moreover, the maintenance and update of these radar systems have not been done with all their heart and soul over the years. So facing the electromagnetic shock waves of 3,000 heavy electromagnetic missiles exploding at the same time, those radars that were not well protected, updated in time, and maintained in time were directly scrapped. This impact also destroyed the warning satellite in Pandora's space. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, who was watching the live broadcast, felt as if he was about to pee. Then the entire live broadcast went black, obviously due to electromagnetic shock, which paralyzed the entire communication system. WOC. The live broadcast room went black, and everyone was stunned. And Jerry, the butler on Devon, was also stunned. Did his young master really go to war? And the club's Secretary General Lu Bin, who saw the video, also raised his eyebrows several times, and cursed this madman in his heart. He wants to seize the warship. He wants to seize the warship. Everyone on Pandora went crazy. What would happen if Bart seized the warship? All cities and organizations on Pandora issued orders. But unfortunately, the airport's operating system was damaged. So the wired communication system connecting the ground to the airport could not communicate. And wireless communication was impossible because the shock wave of the electromagnetic missile explosion was still there. Everyone on Pandora fled the city, even if they had to use their superpowers to run, because there are still hundreds of thousands of electromagnetic missiles. If this thing falls into the city, the superpowers will be directly shocked by the super strong electromagnetic waves. The place where Yang Bo's mecha took off was nearly 200 kilometers away from the nearest B-class battleship. Yang Bo only took 10 seconds to land on this battleship. The mecha has a fast startup speed, mainly because it must be within a safe speed range when landing. Boom! When these battleships are in the airport has a channel connecting with the battleships. Although these connection devices are manually controlled, the people on the warship obviously did not think that they would be attacked at the airport one day. These people saw Bart's mecha coming down from a distance, and quickly activated the escape device. And the whole person was ejected directly by the lifeboat. He's coming! Bart is coming! The internal communication system of the warship was howling. Most people directly chose to eject directly from the escape pod, because these people did not have a mecha, while Bart used a mecha. In the Federation, money is everything. These soldiers only get so much a month. There is no need to risk their lives for this matter. Your Excellency Viscount Bart, welcome to take over the battleship. I am willing to be your most loyal knight. Yang Bo almost lost control of the mecha when he heard these words in the public channel of the battleship. Chapter 1085. If you are willing to be loyal to me, each person will receive a bonus of 10 million credit points after success. When Yang Bo heard this, he had no time to figure out whether what these people said was true or not, and shouted directly in the public channel. Manually disconnect from the channel connecting to the airport. Now Pandora planet. From the airport side, all have strong electromagnetic interference, but it does not have much impact on the inside of the battleship. Where is the battleship mastermind? Open the authority to me. Then Yang Bo rushed into the warship without waiting for others to react. Received. Receive the Viscount's order. Don't worry, Viscount. My name is Jack. I am manually closing the passage to the airport. Many people shouted in the public channel at once. Viscount, please come to the main control room quickly. I am the deputy captain of this warship. My authority is limited. I have opened a temporary authority authorization for the warship to Viscount. Then another voice came from the public channel. Yang Bo saw in the mecha that someone authorized his mecha. To be honest, Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded. After receiving the information, he found that he really had temporary access to the warship. With temporary access, the isolation doors of the warship will open wherever he wants to go. Yang Bo controlled the mecha to select the command center, and then controlled the mecha to quickly rush to the command center. However, the mechas could not enter the command center. The mechas arrived at the door of the command center smoothly. Yang Bo jumped out of the space mecha, and then put it away. My lord, I am Carson, the deputy captain of the battleship. Yang Bo saw that there were only 3 people in the huge command room, and all 3 of them were at the door. And these 3 people were not wearing armor and had no weapons. So Yang Bo knew that these 3 people did not do anything else. Although I was puzzled, I felt relieved when I saw this scene. Even if these 3 people were to do something else, I could handle it without the mecha. Carson quickly said, My lord Viscount, the captain, the chief of staff and others are not on the battleship. Our entire fleet is full on the surface. But in fact, half of the people have always been on the payroll and have never come to work on the battleship. Those who left in the escape pod are all relatives. Now there is only 1/6 of the full staff left in the battleship. Usually, we rely on this 1/6 of the personnel to maintain the operation of the fleet, and we don't have all the rights to the warships. So when the Viscount rushed towards us, our weapons rights were not unlocked at all. Please accept us, Viscount, because we have to return to the planet and may be liquidated by those forces. Carson said everything from a distance, and the other 2 also widened their eyes, because Bart was covered in flames. No problem. If you are willing to follow me to the Empire, I will arrange it, with an additional 10 million resettlement allowance. You can also immigrate to other countries with 20 million credit points. Yang Bo heard Carson's explanation and rushed to the main control computer while answering. And Yang Bo also understood why these people surrendered. The firing authority of warships is more than 1 level. Just like the warships docked in the airport. If they want to activate the weapons system, they must not only obtain the authorization of the fleet commander, but also the authorization of the airport, and then the authorization of the captain. and all warships will lock the weapons system by default once they dock. After all, the prominent figures of each planet live on the planet. What if someone has bad intentions and fires in the air? The Alliance's weapons security authorization is more stringent, especially for warships in the airport, which have almost no authority. Even the right to leave the port requires authorization from above. Yang Bo came directly to the command center with an energy weapon in his hand and roughly split the shell of the main brain control system. Then, he directly destroyed the quantum communication module inside. Then he took out a chip storage device and inserted it directly into the main brain control system. Then he took out a space box and took out a quantum communicator from it and connected it to the main brain control system in a fake way. At this moment, the virtual projections of the entire command center were all turned off, and data streams popped up on other screens one after another. Carson and others stared with wide eyes as Bart waved his hand, and a box appeared, and then took out some things from the box and connected them to the main brain. Yang Bo was wearing a battle armor, but in fact, he had already turned into a mechanic mode. What's the situation with the other B-class battleship? Yang Bo asked while controlling the entire battleship in mechanic mode. Yang Bo hacked into the entire warship system and found that the authorization of the entire warship was quite troublesome. Although the ground command center of Pandora ordered the warship to leave the port and attack the missile warehouse with the weapons system. However, the main brain system of the warship did not receive other authorizations. The most critical one was the authorization of the airport, because the warship was connected to the airport. There was also the authorization of the Parliament of Pandora. And now the members of the Parliament were on their way to the Parliament. The situation is similar. The fleet commander only comes to the fleet once a year. Our warships only leave the port once a year. We put our warships here to make the guests feel safe. I have been in the fleet for 15 years. And we conducted a joint exercise more than 10 years ago. Then the fleet leaves the port once a year in the past 15 years. The rest of the time, the warships are in the airport. The fleet's departure more than 10 years ago caused a lot of opposition, because those who were paid for nothing were forced to board the ship. Only 1/6 of the people in the entire fleet work, and only half of them have professional skills. The 12 cities on the planet would rather put the money into their ground defense systems than give it to the fleet, Carson said on the side. And if our warships want to leave the airport, the procedures required are very complicated. They need authorization from the Planetary Parliament, the Planetary Security Command, and the airport. Those of us who are not related will definitely take the blame for this matter in the end. For the sake of our families and our own safety, being loyal to the Viscount is the best choice. Yang Bo almost slapped his head when he heard Carson's words. He didn't expect that Pandora, which has 2 B-class battleships, is also so bad. Yang Bo took out 3 smartwatches from the space box. He threw them to Carson and the other 2 and said, "Bind this smartwatch." Carson and the other 2 quickly bound this smartwatch. "Carson, I authorize you to be the temporary captain of this battleship. When the screen shows that you can control the battleship, I require you to open all the energy shields of the battleship. Then drive the warship away from the airport and wait for my order. My remote team will get the warship's authority as soon as possible." Yang Bo has already obtained the authority of the entire warship, but he said that there is no way now because it is too scary. The main reason is that Yang Bo did not expect that he could obtain temporary authority over the warship, and the warship's control system was directly connected to the hardware. So it is so easy to crack and regain control. "Huh?" "Yes," Carson answered immediately. "My Lord Viscount. What about you?" A person next to Carson asked. "Isn't there a Class B battleship next to it?" "My plan is just to control a Class B battleship and then use it to destroy the battleship next to it. Now that I have such a good opportunity, I must take it." Carson and the other 2 heard Viscount Bart say this, and before they could say anything, they saw Viscount Bart turn into a flame and disappear in the control room. Several soldiers who were manually leaving the airport at the connection between the battleship and the airport suddenly felt a flash of red light next to them. Then they saw this red light flying directly to another B-class battleship 2 kilometers away. "My Lord Viscount." The soldiers were startled and realized who had just flown out. "All soldiers of the Fielder. Our Fielder has been subordinated to Viscount Bart of the Blue Water Empire. Now all soldiers return to their posts and prepare to leave the port." The soldiers were manually leaving the airport. Seeing Viscount Bart leave, they were a little panicked. After all, Viscount Bart had just promised 20 million credit points. They immediately heard Carson's voice on the public channel inside the battleship. "I'm Carson. I've received the Viscount's order to become the acting captain of this battleship. Carson was in the command room, watching the progress bars appearing on the screen. The progress bar of the Communication System Control Authority has reached 100%. The progress bar of the Energy Engine System will soon reach 100%. And the weapon system. The weapon energy system. As for the battleship security system, it had already been broken. The Viscount's team is so powerful. The radar officer next to Carson whispered, "Hey, who knows who is behind this quantum antenna module?" Carson chuckled and whispered, "Captain, what do you mean? Is the Emperor of our empire on the Brotherhood's wanted list?" Carson asked in a low voice. Carson has now turned himself into a citizen of the Empire. Oh. The other two people understood instantly that Viscount Bard was just the one who showed up this time. Who knows who is behind this communication module? I have to say that sometimes the ideas of smart people can definitely shock people. Look at the speed of the Viscount's movement. 20 kilometers can be reached in 1 second. The third wave of missile systems deployed by the Viscount has been launched. At this time, Yongbo had already arrived on the second B-class battleship. Muttering in his heart, after buying these two B-class battleships, the maintenance system has never been upgraded. It has been more than 200 years. There has been no upgrade of the maintenance system for more than 200 years. This Federation is really bad enough. But it's a B-class battleship after all. It's no problem to sell one for 10 trillion. If these two battleships are upgraded, I'm afraid it will cost 10 trillion. The soldiers of this battleship didn't know what to do, because these soldiers had never done any relevant drills. Who would have thought that the battleship would be attacked in the airport? Bart. These soldiers just saw Bart use a mecha to break into another B-class battleship. After more than 10 seconds, a red light flashed, and a person wearing armor and flaming all over appeared on the connecting bridge between this B-class battleship and the airport. Then this person waved his hand, and a space mecha appeared out of thin air. The legs of several soldiers present were weak. You have two choices now. The first is to pledge allegiance to me. After the matter is over, each of you will receive a resettlement fee of 20 million credit points. The second is to get out of my warship. Drop your weapons. Whoever holds a weapon, I will consider him an enemy. After Yongbo jumped into the mecha, he directly released the message through the public communication channel. Then Yongbo's mecha turned into a shadow and rushed into the warship. Several soldiers near the connecting bridge quickly dropped their weapons. Warning. Someone is invading. Warning. Someone is invading. The security system inside Sanjian detected Yongbo's mecha intrusion, and a rapid alarm sounded inside the entire battleship. Boom! Yongbo's space mecha directly smashed the isolation door. Brothers, it's time to make a fortune. The Viscount promised to give 20 million credit points, and we can leave this damn place. Brothers, if we stay, we will definitely be blamed. Don't forget what these people on Pandora do. Sir, we want to immigrate to the Empire. Someone shouted in the public communication channel. Of course, Yongbo didn't want to destroy the facilities inside the warship, because he would have to pay for the repairs later. Yongbo could use his photoelectric superpowers to remotely obtain the access rights of these channels. But that would be too scary. At this time, the second wave of electromagnetic missiles in the missile warehouse exploded again after being launched at the predetermined location. The second wave of electromagnetic missiles. As many as 5,000. The electromagnetic protection time of many systems and equipment on the ground has just passed. Immediately, the second wave of electromagnetic shocks came. This time, the number of missiles was almost double compared to the first time, which was 5,000. But the power generated was superimposed. At least 10 times. So many radar systems on the ground activated the protection system again. Now the people on the ground understand Viscount Bart's tactics. 200,000 missiles. One round every 20 seconds. One round of 5,000 missiles. Can release 40 rounds? That is 800 seconds. At the military headquarters on Pandora, the commander's face turned green because a Class B battleship had lost contact. And because of the authorization, the other battleships had issued countless orders. But they had no way to execute them. Damn it! I need parliamentary authorization. I need parliamentary authorization. I also need airport authorization. I still need airport authorization. The commander looked at the orders he had sent to the other battleships. The other battleships received the orders. But the information they sent back was very simple. And they still needed several more authorizations to execute the orders. How is the parliament now? The commander asked loudly again. The parliamentarians may not be able to reach the parliament in a short time. The public transportation system is completely paralyzed, and the system has entered protection time. All flying cars cannot locate themselves because of the self-protection of the radar system. So they cannot operate. And in this situation, no one dares to ride a flying car, because many warning turrets are likely to be affected by electromagnetic shocks, resulting in abnormalities. The security director of the headquarters said while wiping his sweat. Commander, Bart has invaded the isolo. At this moment, the security officer screamed in horror. I'm done for. It's over. The commander looked at the warning information on the warship sent back through the quantum communication module, and saw Bart controlling the mecha to break through one isolation door after another, breaking through two in a row. You could also hear in the warship's public system that many soldiers are loyal to Viscount Bart. Some soldiers took the initiative to choose to eject from the escape pod. The commander certainly knew that those who could choose to be deserters at this time were not afraid of being dealt with. Then he saw a group of people on the battleship, giving Viscount Bart's mecha temporary authority. Then Viscount Bart's mecha came directly to the door of the battleship's command center. These bastards. These bitches. The commander looked at the remaining people in the command center of the Ishariel battleship, who actually greeted Bart at the door, and couldn't help cursing. The commander certainly knew that those who didn't want to be deserters had no background, because if these people became deserters, their deaths would be as ugly as they could be. These people on Pandora are not good men and women. They are all a group of people engaged in gray and black industries. The commander saw Bart covered with a layer of red flame armor, holding an energy weapon in his hand and directly breaking the control system cabinet. And then the signal disappeared. The quantum communication module of this warship was destroyed by Bart. And in the current situation of strong battery interference, there is no other communication capability to connect to the warship. And even if it is connected to the warship, it is useless. The warship needs layers of authorization to leave the port. So the commander knew it was over. Yang Bo on the second battleship destroyed the original quantum communication module on the battleship. In fact, Yang Bo has the ability to reversely invade the control system on the ground through the quantum communication module. But this is too scary and useless. There are 5 people in the command room of the second battleship. The highest ranking officer is actually the radar officer. The captain and the deputy captain are not on the battleship for a long time. Others have their own business. Yang Bo also took out a quantum communication module, and then took out a chip storage device and directly inserted it into the hardware of the control system. 7 minutes passed, and the commander in Pandora's alert headquarters was as gloomy as he could be. And all 4 B-class warships had lost contact. In the 7 minutes since the incident, he had issued hundreds of orders to dozens of warships in the fleet, but none of them could be executed. He saw Bart rush into the warships one by one and destroy the quantum communication modules. In these 7 minutes, Pandora had already endured more than 30 rounds of electromagnetic missile attacks. These battery missiles exploded at high altitudes thousands of kilometers away. Every explosion can see the blue color formed by the impact of the atmosphere and electromagnetic waves. It is because of the atmosphere that most of the electromagnetic waves are blocked. But it is precisely because of these waves of electromagnetic waves that all systems on the ground are in a protective state. There are many energy turrets on the planet, and they can be manually controlled. But these energy turrets also need authorization at various levels. Because these energy turrets are distributed in different cities, they need authorization from the city council. So even if a soldier came to the side of these manually controlled energy turrets, they couldn't activate them. Commander, Viscount Bart has released 200,000 missiles, and all systems are expected to be activated in 20 seconds. The security officer came to report at this time. It's too late. The commander knew that this matter was not that simple. Sir, what are you doing? The security officer asked in confusion. Let's go out and take a look, the commander said. The headquarters has a high level of defense, so the interior is not afraid of the impact of electromagnetic missiles. The commander took the elevator to the top of the building. He found that all the robots on the roof were turned off. This is because the robots have entered the self-protection program. The commander and the security guards and others pushed open the heavy protective door and came to the terrace outside. Everyone looked at the airport. Everyone's face was pale. The whole city was dark. But there were 2 very bright spots in the sky. Moving. That's our warship. Bart is too cunning. And I suspect Bart's actions this time are not just his own. At this time, the lights in the city gradually lit up. This is the energy system. And the self-protection time of the intelligence system has expired. A picture suddenly came from the public channel. And everyone saw Viscount Bart wearing armor, standing in a place similar to a control room. Residents of Pandora. I, Viscount Bart, just declared war on the Brotherhood. It will be a devastating blow to the Brotherhood's industry. This is where I will strike. I have already controlled 4 B-class battleships. I repeat, I do not want to be enemies with others. But anyone who attacks a battleship will be considered an enemy. Please do not force me to bombard the planet with the battleship's main gun. In addition, I ask Pandora to arrest members of the Brotherhood and ask Pandora to hand over the criminals to the Empire as soon as possible. I think everyone does not want another misunderstanding. And these warships will serve as compensation for my spiritual loss as a Brotherhood. Please remember the following scene. Warship number 1. Warship number 2. Listen to my orders. Execute according to the predetermined plan. Strike order? Then everyone heard Bart give orders. Then everyone saw the meteor. In the dark night sky, 2 white dots in the starry sky continuously released white light. My Lord Viscount. The ground artillery of Proto City has been destroyed. Viscount. The energy center of Proto City has been destroyed. Viscount. Nahida Manor has been destroyed. Viscount. Engels Mining has been destroyed. Viscount. Haas Farm has been destroyed. Viscount. Brotherhood Training Ground has been destroyed. Then everyone heard reports one after another. Silence. Everyone on Pandora was silent, watching the meteor shower falling continuously. There were laser cannons one by one, executing the strike order of his new master, Viscount Bart, to destroy the Brotherhood and the assets of Brotherhood shareholders. And Viscount Bart was sitting in the command room with his eyes closed, as if he was enjoying this moment. Damn! A huge amount of information popped up in Yang Bo's mind, and he couldn't tell what was what. Chapter 1086. This is the first time in hundreds of years that human warships have openly launched an attack on the human administrative planet. The reason why it is said to be public is that no one else has publicly displayed it. Such as when Wang Mushu suppressed the rebellion. It was not publicly displayed to everyone. Everyone looked at the meteors passing through the sky, which were rays of death. Everyone looked at Bart in the green Viscount dress in the virtual projection. 3 days ago, everyone thought the remarks were ridiculous. But at this moment, they were shining with the light of death. The reports in the virtual projection represent the destruction of families. Everyone was silent, because the names reported all represent powerful forces. People living on Pandora are very familiar with these place names, because these are the residences of the powerful, and are restricted areas for ordinary people. These people built luxurious manors, and enclosed large tracts of land. Now they are just cold names. And with the appearance of each name, it means that this name has disappeared forever. The people on Pandora were like dreaming. But they looked up at the sky. Of course, not everyone could see the lasers continuously released by the 2 warships. Only half of the people on Pandora could see the 2 warships continuously releasing rays of light, because the 2 warships were at an altitude of 50,000 kilometers. But there were still half of the people who could not see the 2 warships, but could see the shining warships in the starry sky. These were the 2 warships on alert. And both warships had activated all their energy shields. Even in broad daylight, it was so conspicuous, because the 2 attacking warships were in the dark. In the dark, the energy lights released by the 2 warships were like meteors, accompanied by the vibration of the ground. Other cities on Pandora dared not move at all now, because there were 2 B-class warships with full energy shields in other parts of the planet. Needless to say, these 2 warships were on guard to prevent other cities on Pandora from overreacting. I repeat, I am only declaring war on the Brotherhood this time. I hope you will not misunderstand me. In the virtual projection, Viscount Bart's meticulous appearance seemed so noble at this moment. 3 days ago, everyone looked at the same person, and the perception was completely different from now. The entire Interstellar society was stunned, because now the communication has been restored. The radar systems of the 2 warships were fully turned on, scanning all targets in the Brotherhood City. And through the powerful intelligence system, comparisons were made, such as the public residences of some high-level Brotherhood members. There are also flying cars used by the Brotherhood's top leaders. The 2 warships also released tens of thousands of drones, and more than 10,000 robots simultaneously. These drones and robots are of old models, but under the absolute air supremacy, these drones and robots are killing machines. Any attack that dares to target these drones and robots will be met with a crazy attack from the warships. These drones and robots began to search for traces of Brotherhood's top leaders from the outskirts of the city. Any buildings and forces that dare to fight against these drones and robots will be hit by energy cannons falling from the sky. Because most of the Brotherhood's top leaders have hidden in hidden bunkers. A senior Brotherhood leader is hiding in the bunker. The battleship's secondary gun releases a thick laser. This beam of light directly blasts a big hole in the building above the bunker. The battleship armor on the top of the bunker appears. The battleship's intelligence system instantly releases a second laser attack by evaluating the thickness of the battleship's armor. A big hole was blown in the top of the bunker. The released drones began to fly towards the bunker. If you want me to leave earlier, you can provide me with the hiding places of the Brotherhood-related personnel, Bart publicly stated in the virtual projection. The first to suffer were the shareholders and senior executives of the Brotherhood. All the assets disclosed by these people were attacked by warships. For example, the manors of some shareholders of the Brotherhood. These manors have their own energy systems. The laser cannon directly destroyed the energy system and caused an explosion. The energy system was bombarded by the huge energy of the laser cannon and exploded like a giant hydrogen bomb. Other cities on Pandora detected the spreading seismic waves. Yongbo also knew that this time he would definitely hurt some people by mistake. But there was nothing he could do. As soon as Yongbo finished speaking, he received a lot of information. The Brotherhood usually bullies the city he manages. Of course, all planets and cities in the Federation are the same. And the company where the city is located has absolute power. The companies and organizations that manage these cities will squeeze all the merchants in the entire city. In these cities, these companies are the sky, the power, and the law. Naturally, they have offended many people. And now these people wish these people would die. All this information is handed over to the captains of the two warships for processing. The captain transmits this information to the drone. And the drone and the robot will verify this information. Once the information is verified, the warship will strike the relevant targets. There is no right or wrong in war. Only winning or losing. Fighting. Grandmaster Yongbo saw the Brotherhood's training ground being destroyed. And his fighting instantly reached the Grandmaster level. Then the mecha driving also reached the Grandmaster level. And the mecha repair also reached the Grandmaster level. With these 3 Grandmaster levels, even if we calculated based on an average of 8 points per person, there are still a lot of deaths. The Brotherhood's training ground is mainly a place to train killers. And it is also where killers live. These killers are in bad luck. They can't run away even if they want to. Even if they want to hide, they can't. Because the huge radars of the two warships can detect hundreds of kilometers underground. Once they find facilities that block energy detection underground, the laser cannons of the warships will attack without hesitation. As for hiding underground in ordinary buildings, they can't escape the detection of warship radars. And the security personnel of the Brotherhood shareholders' industries are also the elite among the elite. In particular, some security companies on the Brotherhood side are formal security companies on the surface. But in fact, they are killer organizations and armed organizations in the city where the Brotherhood is located. Some of these targets were set by Yongbo himself, and the others were provided by those who defected to Bart on the warship. These people originally lived on Pandora and knew more about the Brotherhood than Yongbo. Yongbo directly turned the screen to the Brotherhood city. Everyone saw the Brotherhood city through the virtual projection. Laser weapons are best used to accurately eliminate targets. The energy system in the city is a public energy system. Yongbo will not attack these energy systems. Because once these energy systems are blown up, the entire city may be blown up. The manor farms and factories outside the city have disappeared, replaced by ruins and deep pits. These ruins and deep pits are still burning, because of the huge energy and super high temperature brought by the laser. The huge training ground that the Brotherhood is most proud of is huge pits. It can be seen that some underground buildings are constantly spewing flames, which is because the independent energy system of the underground buildings has been damaged and the energy system is out of control. The Brotherhood's high-level headquarters is just a frame of a building. Drones are searching inside the building. Fighters are roaring towards the Brotherhood city. Drones are being dropped into the Brotherhood city. A manor on the edge of the city was hit by a laser weapon, and a huge battleship armor appeared at the bottom of the pit. This is a huge bunker. Laser weapons are attacking intensively. A big hole was blown up on the top of the bunker. A fighter plane roared past, and missiles flew directly into the big hole. Boom! 7 or 8 missiles entered the bunker. And then the big hole spurted out high flames. And the flames kept spurting out. Super high temperature incendiary bombs. People who know the business will know what the missiles are when they see the scene. These missiles carry various energy fuels. That is, radioactive raw materials. These radioactive raw materials will release super high temperatures when they react with each other. This super high temperature incendiary bomb can melt and burn everything. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief in the battleship. Now the information refresh speed is slow. Forging and pharmaceutical manufacturing have also been upgraded to the Grandmaster level. Because the Brotherhood has its own forging industry and pharmaceutical industry. The Brotherhood also has its own mecha repair, mecha research and manufacturing industry. Master, His Majesty wants to talk to you. Yang Bo, who was disguised as Bart on the battleship, saw Bart's smartwatch. Butler Jerry called. So he went to the next room to answer the phone. What does this old guy want to do? When the Brotherhood offered a bounty to me and my family, he didn't come out to express his position. And now he wants to come out and be a good guy. Yang Bo answered unhappily. Butler Jerry didn't know how to answer his young master on the other side of the communicator. His Majesty called him first because of his young master's temper. Didn't you ask him what happened? Young master. His Majesty said that's enough. Butler Jerry heard his young master asking on the other side. So he quickly answered. Why should I listen to him? Tell him that I don't need anyone to tell me what to do. Okay. Master. Butler Jerry quickly agreed when Master Bart said this. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire just snorted after Butler Jerry's reply. Although Viscount Bart has made such a big mess in the Federation, the federal government has no reaction. Even the Alliance has no reaction. And the new and old nobles in the Empire are silent. The Emperor knew that these people were afraid of Bart's strength. Even the Emperor was a little afraid. Because Bart's series of things were simply unbelievable. He ran to the Federation, which was known for its most chaotic situation, alone, and then beat the oldest Brotherhood organization to the ground. Everyone knew that the Brotherhood was finished. Even if there were some remnants of the Brotherhood, they would be divided up by other forces. The Brotherhood has various industries all over the world, including the Empire and the Alliance. But the Brotherhood's industries in these two countries are legal. But now these industries of the Brotherhood will definitely be confiscated by the two countries. The Blue Water Empire is already carrying out the Emperor's orders, strictly investigating all people with the Brotherhood, and dealing with them strictly and severely, and quickly. This bastard. The Emperor just cursed. Bart was a bastard this time. But he made the nobles' reputation known. If anyone says that the nobles are not good in this way or that way again, let him watch today's video. The most important thing is that Bart is not one of the old nobles, but has a deep conflict with several hereditary nobles among the old nobles. Now these old nobles may not be able to eat or sleep well. Bart, who has 4 B-class battleships, can easily strangle the neck of any old noble. These 4 battleships can wander in any public waterway. The administrative stars of the 3 countries are not connected. If you make a map of the 3 countries, you will find that you are in me, and I am in you. This is because there is space jump. If there is no space jump, it will take at least several light years from one administrative star to another. So the maps of the 3 countries are actually star maps of a certain range of each administrative star. For example, the star of March star is the star region within the range of the star in the center of March. Then most other areas belong to public waterways. Most public waterways are not managed by anyone. For some public waterways, whoever manages them is responsible. Because the maintenance and management of public waterways is too risky. Because there are many dangers in space, such as meteorites everywhere, and occasional regional energy explosions, etc. As for the beacons in the public waterways, most of them are unmanned and deployed once. If there is no human damage or other damage, they can be used for dozens or hundreds of years. The main purpose is to guide the spacecraft. Because space is 360 degrees, the guidance of beacons is more accurate. Bart puts the warship in the public waterway and does not need to do anything. Those nobles who have grudges against Bart will be worried. No one knows when Bart will sneak a stab at them. As for whether the Empire will react, according to Bart's current performance, there will definitely be no evidence left. Bart will deny that these warships have anything to do with him unless all the people on these warships are arrested. The reason why the Emperor called Butler Jerry was to ask Bart how to deal with these B-class warships. The Union House of Representatives held an emergency meeting, and the content of the meeting was to severely crack down on the criminal activities of the killer organization. The federal government still did not respond. The federal president wanted to make an impassioned speech, but thought of Bart having 4 B-class warships. Moreover, even if the president wanted to order the federal fleet to attack Bart, it would be impossible, because the actions of the federal fleet also required authorization at various levels. In general, the president was just a decoration. This is a list. I hope Pandora can send these people to the airport, because they are the families of my subordinates. The other 11 cities on Pandora received a piece of information sent by Bart. Chapter 1087. The mayors of these 11 cities looked at the message sent by Bart, and then looked at the virtual projection. The virtual projection showed that the Brotherhood cities were being destroyed. There were also some relatively small background sounds. The target Hardison has been eliminated. Hardison is a shareholder of the Brotherhood, and also a veteran A-level superpower user. He is also a mecha master, fighter master, philanthropist, artist, wine master, and ranks 46th on the Pandora Planet Rich list, in front of the laser cannon of the warship. Such a person just became a cold word. All beings are equal in front of the warship. Yang Bo looked at the target and completed it one by one. The 2 warships launched 50,000 drones, 10,000 robots, and 2,000 fighters. 50,000 drones can track and search tens of thousands of targets at the same time. It can be said that the Brotherhood city is full of drones. Anything that blocks the drone will be blown up. If the drone cannot be blown up, the robot will come. If that doesn't work, the fighter will come. And there are also the main guns of the warships. More than 4,000 of the 50,000 drones have been lost. But the warships immediately made up for the loss of more than 4,000 drones. Because there are many types of drones, including electromagnetic drones, blasting drones, signal relay drones, and reconnaissance drones. A blasting drone can be understood as a flying bomb, with a maximum speed of Mach 10, as long as a drone locks on a target and transmits data to the warship. The warship's main brain system will determine what kind of attack is suitable for this target. If it is suitable for drone strikes, the electromagnetic drones and blasting drones behind will rush over in an overwhelming manner. If they encounter some heavy firepower, such as mechas, they will activate the battleship laser cannon or fighter jets. The battleship has a detection depth of several hundred kilometers, which can find all the buildings that shield detection underground. The battleship's secondary guns dare not use 100% power. An attack from the battleship's laser secondary gun can leave a pit with a diameter of several meters on the ground. As for how deep the pit is, it depends on the power of the laser cannon. Although the main gun of the B-class battleship is not enough to destroy the planet, it is no problem to create a volcano. So the main gun is useless in this place. Target Keith has been eliminated. Target Su Xinghai has been eliminated. Target Zhouya has been eliminated. Target Jingong Intelligent Factory has been destroyed. Target Jinkai Bank has been destroyed. Target Jin1 building has been destroyed. The virtual projection screen shows that there are spots of light in the Brotherhood city. The background sound is mechanical and monotonous. Any resistance will lead to a rain of attacks from the battleship's energy cannon. The overall operating power of the battleship's energy cannon was less than 18%. Because when attacking such ground buildings that did not resist, the enemy's heavy firepower was just some mechas and fighter planes. Because the city's ground defense system was destroyed at the first time, everyone on Pandora was indifferent. Every name in the background was in existence that most people could not reach before. And at this moment, these unreachable existences may not leave any traces. Many people in Pandora State looked at the virtual projection and felt excited instead of scared. Those high-ranking rich people, those high-ranking dignitaries, those people who lived a life of luxury and dissipation that made them envious, became a thing of the past with just a cold sentence. The rich people in the Federation like to show off and show their strength. But the bottom of the Federation is really living a miserable life. Except for the capital planet and the deputy administrative planet. The Federation has strict environmental protection laws. And most of the other planets are polluted. These drugs to resist pollution are what all people in the Federation must take every day. If they are in the Alliance, this kind of medicine is distributed for free. But in the Federation, you need money. And the water in any natural environment of the Federation is polluted. And ordinary people can only buy water to drink. If you drink polluted water and take polluted medicine, then this person will be slowly irradiated and then slowly die. Each company in each city of the Federation has an intelligent system that can combine the income of the people in the city to regulate the prices of energy, transportation, communications, and daily necessities. so that you will always be a slave to capital. Even after you die, you will make profits for the capitalists. If you don't buy a cemetery and don't cremate, your body will be sold to some research institutions or decomposed into the most basic energy elements. In these cities, the descendants of these powerful people can do whatever they want in these cities. Of course, there are still laws on the surface, but the victims' families can only get compensation at most. After the victims' families get the compensation, it is best to leave quickly, otherwise they may encounter unexpected events. The people at the bottom of the Federation only have two words in their minds: make money. Because without money, you can only drink polluted water and watch your body slowly fester. Most ordinary people are very excited when they see these dignitaries become cold words one by one. So what if you have money? So what if you have power? Usually you bully others. But now you are slapped to death by the more powerful ones. You deserve it. 15 minutes. The two warships stopped the attack and began to recover drones, robots, and fighter planes. Bart, the hereditary Viscount of the Blue Water Empire, hereby announce that we have achieved a complete victory in the war against the Brotherhood. Bart, wearing his green Viscount uniform, announced solemnly. It took a total of 22 minutes from the declaration of war to the end of the war. This war has achieved a complete victory, and all the core members of the Brotherhood have been eliminated. Bart, the hereditary Viscount of the Blue Water Empire, hereby announce that the war is over, and the first phase of the scheduled mission has been successfully completed. The fleet will leave Pandora after completing the second phase of the mission. Yang Bo announced. I hope other cities on Pandora will not make any reactions that will cause us to misunderstand. In addition, I hope other cities on Pandora will send the families of my subordinates to the airport, and I will allow the airport to be repaired. As for the Brotherhood City, that is your Pandora's internal affairs. In principle, I am the Viscount of the Empire, and it is not convenient for me to interfere. Yang Bo spoke again in a serious tone. Pooh! The commander of the Pandora Planet Army couldn't help spitting when he saw Bart's words in the virtual projection. Pooh! It wasn't just one person who spit at Bart's words. You now remember that you are a Viscount of the Empire, and then come to our Federation to show off your power. These people cursed in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud, because there are still 4 truths in the sky. If anyone dares to curse out loud, who knows if Bart, this bastard, will declare war again. The other 11 cities began to take action, sending armed personnel to take over the Brotherhood cities. Because Bart only attacked the Brotherhood's core industries, there are still many entertainment facilities, many buildings, and infrastructure. These also cost money to build. And now the Brotherhood is gone. Of course, these people value the money in the Brotherhood's account more. Although the bodies have been destroyed, the assets in the bank of the Brotherhood are still there. That means the Brotherhood can still eat most of the cake. I don't want anyone to target my family and the people in my territory in the future. To be honest, I'm not afraid of you so-called killers. If you come, I kill one. If you come, I kill 2. But if any of you are targeting my family, I remember you. Viscount Bart spoke on the virtual projection again. Okay. The second stage of the mission depends on how long you can complete Pandora. Yang Bo is now waiting for the families of those who have surrendered to him on the warship. Lord, some comrades in other warships also want to surrender to you. Carson, the first acting captain to surrender to Bart, came to Bart happily. Are they useful? Yang Bo asked after hearing this. Of course, they are useful. Those who stay are capable of working. Those with connections have all run away. Carson nodded quickly. Then accept them. But they don't have any resettlement allowance. Of course, I can provide them with jobs. Yang Bo thought that his warships also needed enough people. So he nodded. Thank you, Lord, for your generosity. They will definitely be grateful. Carson quickly flattered him. You are the first person to surrender to me. I will reward you with a special sum of money later. But I don't need criminals. Lord, don't worry. We and our families dare not commit crimes. Carson quickly expressed his position. Then update the list and let the people in other cities on Pandora hurry up. A Viscount, sneaked here and wasted time. Carson was also very impressed when he heard what Viscount Bart said. He came to the Federation secretly and did such an incredible thing. Then all the people who stayed on the other warships of the Pandora fleet defected to Bart. In the Pandora's Security Command Center, The commander of the Pandora Planet Army has not yet obtained the authorization of the Parliament to use the warships. And the members of the House of Representatives on Pandora Planet are arguing. These members are arguing in the virtual conference room on the internet. And the commander has a headache listening to them. We must not use the warships. Lest Bart misunderstand us. I am also against using the warships. Most of the people on the warships have fled. Even if we can use the warships, what can we do? Can the remaining C-class and D-class warships compete with the 4 B-class warships? These are the few treasures of our Pandora state. If anyone uses the warships, it is a crime. I think some people just want to hand over our last few warships to Bart. As long as our warships are moved, Bart will attack the remaining warships. You cowards. You are frightened by a little viscount of the Empire. Fight back. We should at least take corresponding actions. Just move the warship. No need to launch an attack. So that we can at least have some face. As a bystander, the commander could do nothing when hearing these people quarreling. At this time, the commander saw the adjutant next to him hurriedly coming. Commander, everyone who stayed behind must leave and join Bart. What? The fleet commander hurried to the other side of the command center. The command center could see the people inside the remaining warships packing up. The commander immediately connected the communication and shouted loudly, "You are committing a crime. You are deserters. You will be punished by law." Unexpectedly, the people on the remaining warships started to curse. "Old man, I have disliked you for a long time. You just know how to order us to work. Old bastard. We are now officers and soldiers of the Imperial Viscount Bart's fleet. Believe it or not, I will use cannons to bombard you when I get on the B-class battleship. Old dog." Bah! Bah! The commander watched these people packing their things while cursing at him. Some even destroyed the facilities on the battleship. I've had enough of this. One of us has to do the work of 6 people. We ruined it all. One of us does the work of 6 people and gets paid for 1 person. The other 6 are just eating empty salaries. Yes. Yes. We destroyed it. Take away everything you can. Yes. Yes. The Lord has just fought a battle. And the cost must be huge. Although the mechas in the mecha warehouse are a bit old, they can still be used. And those maintenance robots can also be used on the Lord's warships. Destroy the communication system to prevent the old dog from seeing it. Bah. So what if he sees it? We haven't done anything meritorious. So we must do it now. There are still a lot of supplies in the airport. Yes. 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 The commander was so angry when he saw the people above openly discussing these things. Then he saw that some people directly dismantled the quantum communication module. And then, he could not contact the fleet, because the communication system on the airport has not been repaired. So the commander directly sent a wireless command. Yang Bo was dumbfounded. He thought that the people who defected to him were just people. Unexpectedly, these guys used the special transport ships in the fleet to dismantle everything that could be dismantled from other warships. Mechas, robots, drones, fighters, and various robots inside. Even the ammunition was moved here. And all the materials belonging to the fleet on the airport were moved here. Yang Bo looked at these people who were full of energy. And the communication transport boats inside the fleet went back and forth. The corrupt people have settled the bill again. Yang Bo knew that this would allow some people on Pandora to settle the bill directly. But it doesn't matter, since these supplies can be used by themselves anyway, because the mecha drones and fighters are common to the entire fleet. There are also many spare parts, together with automatic repair robots. The interiors of the 4 warships are packed full. Then someone suggested taking away all the goods and supplies left by the Brotherhood at the airport. There is strength in numbers. Yang Bo readily agreed. The other 11 cities use small transport ships to send all the families of Bart and his subordinates to the airport. The space elevator cannot be repaired for the time being. The people in these 11 cities were very fast. And the families of these people on the warship also received calls. Yang Bo looked at the pile of messages on Bart's communicator. WOC. WOC. UF** King do this kind of thing without me. Alan sent a voice message directly. A fat guy like you will be discovered wherever you go. Yang Bo replied directly. I wait for you to come back safely. Ning Shui sent such a message. It's okay now. I be back soon. Yang Bo replied with a message. You. Come back to me. Su Ruoxin sent a message. Yang Bo did not reply to this. Viscount Bart. There are 3 people in the club. How about you let them go? Lu Bin sent a message. Yang Bo replied directly at this time. Too late. Yongbo certainly knew that the Brotherhood had 3 A+ level superpowers. Because these 3 superpowers lasted for 9 seconds at most. And then were taken away by a single shot from the battleship's secondary guns. And the power of their entire bodies exploding was comparable to that of a small hydrogen bomb. Superpowers are completely vulnerable in front of war machines. Especially when facing the battleship energy cannon. The rest is the news sent by the partners of ultra-high temperature materials. Yongbo ignored these people at all. The various functional departments of Pandora Planet cursed their subordinates, and asked them to complete Bart's second phase mission as soon as possible. Because Bart was looting supplies. The longer this bastard stayed, the greater the loss. On the Brotherhood City side, all the survivors walked out of the building with dull eyes. There were all kinds of flying cars falling all over the streets. They were damaged and fell directly after being hit by electromagnetic shock. Some landmark buildings now looked like a frame and were burning. Because the laser cannon shot down from the top. The safety bunkers under the buildings were directly destroyed. Most of the street lights were on, including the lights of many buildings. Some buildings had become big pits. And the traces of high temperature burning left by energy weapons in the pits were still steaming. And some were still red. The city's firefighting system is slowly recovering. These people don't know that the security forces of the other 11 cities are coming quickly. These so-called security forces will take over the Brotherhood cities. Now it depends on which city's security forces run the fastest to occupy the best place. At this time, the Union government announced that the House of Representatives and the Senate voted unanimously to crack down on the killer organization, and issued a series of emergency measures to crack down on the Brotherhood. And Yongbo also found that Bart's bounties on several other killer organizations had been withdrawn. Nothing. Yongbo shook his head. With nothing to do, Yongbo decided to start a live broadcast. And it was a paid live broadcast. Yongbo started the live broadcast. And the title of the live broadcast room was also very awesome. Live broadcast lottery to give away mechas. The mechas left on the battleships of the Pandora Planet fleet are all products from 200 years ago. This kind of civilian use can be upgraded. But it is better to buy new ones if it is to be modified. Because the hardware of the mecha from 200 years ago and its overall frame structure will limit its upgrade. The good mechas in the fleet had already been sold secretly. Come on. Come on. I'm happy to give mechas away in a lottery today. These mechas are a bit old, but they are completely suitable for civilian use. After Yongbo started the live broadcast, he saw someone coming in and spoke. Then Yongbo found that his live broadcast seemed to be stuck. After about a second of stucking, he saw that there were more than 2 billion people in the live broadcast room. Then the live broadcast room was stuck again. This broken network. Haha. Viscount Bart is awesome. Someone directly spent 10,000 points to send a full-screen message. Chapter 1088. The members of the Pandora Planet Council, seeing that Bart was actually going to give away mechas by lottery, called and cursed the people in various departments of the planet. You idiots. Quickly send away the people Viscount Bart wants. You idiots. What are you still wasting time on? Send the people Viscount Bart needs to the warship. Don't let the losses expand. You idiots. Hurry up. Originally, these members of the Planetary Council wanted to scold Bart, but they didn't dare. These congressmen saw Bart's new subordinates looting everything they could in the airport, and their faces turned green. A fleet has a lot of reserve materials. Now these reserve materials are being looted by Bart. And then, they use these looted materials to broadcast live. This is not broadcasting live. This is clearly a slap in the face. Using the loot just captured as a live broadcast reward. But these congressmen dare not say anything to Bart now. And can only curse at the heads of the departments who are carrying out the mission. The heads of various departments on Pandora now have to send away all the people Viscount Bart wants. Because Viscount Bart has not left for one day. For bright warships are flying in the sky. The members of the Pandora Congress are now more worried about whether Viscount Bart will come up with a third stage plan if he achieves the second stage plan. After all, Viscount Bart's 4 warships are now eyeing in space. The longer the delay, the greater the loss will be if Viscount Bart remembers to ask for some compensation or something. Because Viscount Bart himself is a bastard. Who knows if he will change his mind later? And even if he does, Pandora dare not act rashly now. The ground defense systems of the other 11 cities have been activated. But they dare not turn on the radar to lock the 4 warships. However, all the personnel of the ground defense system are in place. Just in case Viscount Bart changes his mind at the last minute. As for the rich and powerful people on Pandora, they are all terrified now. Because the Brotherhood has proven that no matter how strong the fortress is, it is nothing in front of the energy cannon of the warship. The powerful people on Pandora have some regrets in their hearts. They should have managed the fleet well earlier. Now these powerful people have been communicating privately that they must rebuild a real fleet after this incident. This incident on Pandora has brought a huge impact on the entire interstellar society, especially in the management and authorization of the fleet. In fact, the remaining fleet of Pandora has no combat power. All the C-class and D-class battleships are empty. What's even funnier is that the fleet has not received any authorization until now. In other words, even if the remaining dozens of battleships are fully armed, they have no way to deal with them without any authorization. Everyone is paying attention to Bart's live broadcast. Bart is the only person in today's society whose live broadcast is stuck. I am happy today. So I took out 2,000 mechas to make everyone happy. After the network stabilized, Yang Bo looked at the more than 18 billion people in the live broadcast room and spoke proudly. Seeing Bart's boasting, no matter who it is, he can't say that Bart is boasting. Because he should be boasting. If he doesn't, who else can be boasting? Our old nobles are still awesome. I don't know who sent another full-screen message. Yang Bo ignored this information and directly displayed a list. This is the mecha to be delivered today. Although it is only a 6th generation or 7th generation mecha, it is completely suitable for civilian use. And this kind of military mecha is much better than the same civilian mecha in terms of performance and quality. If anyone wins the prize, please send a screenshot to me privately. I will also commission a professional organization in the winner's country to modify it for free to ensure that it meets the standards of the country. Yang Bo said. The information in the lower left corner was constantly refreshed on the screen, and it was impossible to see what message was sent. Then in the time it took to say a few words, the number of people watching the live broadcast had exceeded 20 billion. Yang Bo remembered reading a report in the Alliance. That is, the entire interstellar society has only 20 billion people. The main reason is that there is no accurate population figure in the Empire and the Federation. Many people in the noble territories in the Empire are not registered in the Empire. It is similar in the Federation. There are many gray industries in the Federation. So there are too many fake identity information. This Count Bart is awesome. This Count Bart is generous. This Count Bart is 666. This Count Bart is awesome. When people in the live broadcast room heard Bart say this, they all made comments like this. 2,000 mechas have been numbered. Please look at mecha number 0001. This is a 5th generation mecha with a market value of about 15 million blue coins. Of course, the weapon system on the mecha needs to be dismantled. The dismantled weapon system can almost offset the cost of the modification. Of course, there are also some 7th generation and 8th generation mechas here. It depends on everyone's luck. And the mecha models here are also slightly different. You can check the model data of these 2,000 mechas by yourself. Each mecha has its own identity information. In order to draw the lottery, Yang Bo directly took out 2,000 mechas and changed the number of these 2,000 mechas to 2,000. This is mainly because some people want to argue after the lottery because some mechas have different configurations. Of course, the final right of interpretation of this activity is mine. If anyone is not satisfied with the lottery, they can give up the prize, Yang Bo added. If the winner does not need the mecha, then they can ask me to exchange it for the corresponding blue coins or credit points. Yang Bo spoke again. The first round of lottery will start in 1 minute. Please deduct 1. The first round of lottery is for mechas 001 to 100. The first round of lottery is for 100 mechas. And the lottery results are completely based on the lottery function of the platform. Yang Bo's mouth was cracked with laughter. 20 billion people watched the live broadcast, and each person got 1,000 points. This 1,000 points is the currency of the platform, equivalent to 1,000 credit points. How much money can you earn if 20 billion people watch the live broadcast? 20 trillion. Of course, apart from the platform's commission, it's not that much. But there are still people coming in later. Although it seems like so much money, it's really not enough. If all 4 B-class battleships are upgraded, I don't know how much more it will cost. From the internal main brain to various operating systems, to the supporting ammunition and supporting mecha drones, etc. If a B-class battleship is to be upgraded to a new model, it will cost at least 10 trillion. Because upgrading this type of battleship is much more expensive than building a new battleship. Because the old model warships are upgraded. Everything has to be specially manufactured and specially designed. Because the space of the old model warships is already limited. So the more than 20 billion people in the live broadcast room began to deduct one. Then the live broadcast room was a little stuck. Mainly because there were too many messages. The live broadcast platform urgently added various servers. Yongbo waited for a minute and said, "The lottery begins." Then the usernames appeared one by one in the live broadcast room. These were the 100 users who were selected in the lottery. Please fill in your address for the 100 lucky winners. I will communicate with the official platform. Yongbo looked at the 100 winners and said, "Everyone deduct one from the number." 1 minute later, another 100 winners will be drawn. Those who have already won the prize will no longer participate. Yongbo said again. Then, there was another large group of people in the live broadcast room who kept deducting one. Yongbo was bored now because he had nothing to do. "My Lord Viscount, our family members have all arrived." 15 minutes later, Carson came to report. "Are you sure you have received all of them?" Yongbo drew 16 prizes and had already drawn 1,600 mechas. "It is confirmed that they have been received." Carson nodded. "Then let's go and leave the Federation first." "Yes." Carson nodded. In fact, Yongbo can control 4 warships by himself. And this combat mission did not expose too many cards of Yongbo. Who would have thought that the people on these warships would turn against them? The original plan was to just rob 1 warship. But it was unexpected that 4 warships were easily robbed. And I didn't expect that these warships needed authorizations at various levels to move. As for the other dozens of warships parked in the airport, not only did no one move them, but they also did not get any authorization, which made Yongbo feel unbelievable. Of course, under the system of the Federation, no one trusts the people who control the warships. The main reason is that the people of the Federation have no faith. If the officers and soldiers of these planetary fleets of the Federation can get enough authority, do you believe that these officers and soldiers dare to directly drive the warships to rob money? The Alliance is completely different from the Empire. In the Alliance's warships, even if the captain has full authorization, if the captain orders an attack on the Parliament on the ground, the soldiers on the warship will resist. The same is true in the Empire. There are only 400 mechas left. Please deduct one and I will send them all at once. Because my fleet is about to leave Pandora. The next step is for the fleet to sail in silence to prevent someone from attacking me. Yongbo looked at the number of people watching the live broadcast, which had reached 30 billion. Bart had made a lot of money this time. For B-class battleships. The reputation brought to Bart by this operation. And the tens of trillions earned from live broadcasting. After sending out the last 400 mechas, the back-end mailbox was confirmed by the platform. Huh? Yongbo looked at the 4 messages sent by the platform and was speechless. 4 people on Pandora were hit by mechas. But these 4 people did not want mechas, and asked him and their families to follow Viscount Bart's battleship to leave, and wanted to immigrate to the Alliance or the Empire. Carson, send someone to pick up these 4 people and their families. Yongbo had no choice but to give the order. Yes. Carson immediately went to execute it. Carson directly sent out 4 fighter planes and communicated with Pandora first. My lord, Pandora has sent some information. The security officer of the warship that Yongbo was riding on said loudly. Yongbo opened the message sent by the security officer and found that it was Ruth, Luo Ming, and Wang Rui. These 3 people went directly to the armed forces that took over the Brotherhood City, saying that they sold 200,000 missiles to Viscount Bart and that they were Viscount Bart's men, and asked the armed forces to send them and their families to the warship. The armed forces from other cities heard this and did not dare to be careless, and quickly reported it. Take it. Yongbo waved his hand. These 3 workers had contact with him before, and they might be held accountable later. Yes. The security officer nodded. Ruth, Luo Ming, and Wang Rui were waiting anxiously in the Brotherhood City, and there were security forces from other cities around them. However, these security forces from other cities were now exchanging fire with each other. The security forces of the other 11 cities were nominally there to maintain public order, but in fact they were just occupying territory. Roman and his 2 companions knew that if they didn't leave, they would be in big trouble. Although the 200,000 missiles were sold by the company's top management, but the company's top management would definitely not take the blame. Then, there were only 3 unlucky guys who had contacted Bart in person. So Roman and his two companions discussed carefully before taking the risk of revealing their identities in person. The three of them waited for a few minutes, and a message came from their communicators, indicating that a fighter plane would come to pick up the three of them and their families in 10 minutes. The three people cried on the spot. No one expected such a day to come. If Bart didn't care, the three people would definitely be arrested by the security forces who were watching them. Half an hour later, Viscount Bart left Pandora with his loyal fleet and loyal subordinates. Everyone on Pandora breathed a sigh of relief, watching the four warships getting smaller and smaller in the sky. The dignitaries and planetary counselors of Pandora walk out of the safe place one after another. Small-scale conflicts have already broken out in the cities where the Brotherhood is located. The security forces sent by the 11 cities are fighting for territory in the name of taking over. The remaining members of the Brotherhood have all been arrested by these security forces. Fighter planes, mechas, drones, and infantry sent by transport planes. The security forces of the 11 cities, on the one hand, are plundering members of the Brotherhood, and on the other hand, they are broadcasting to the occupied areas, requiring all people in the occupied areas to register. Property registration, population registration, etc. The Brotherhood has completely become history. If this is a city, and now supports the people who have survived the Brotherhood, then the Brotherhood can rise again. But this is impossible. The 11 cities are not of one mind. So the so-called security forces of the 11 cities fought over the occupation of territory. And Viscount Bart's fleet entered the silent sailing time. But Bart only felt that his reputation was resounding throughout the Interstellar Society. In the virtual chat room of the Zenhowo Club, a vice president said, "We have lost 3 more members. If you die, you die. If you become a killer, you must be prepared to die." To be honest, I look down on them. People like them deserve it. This Bart is too damn powerful. The management of the Federation is too chaotic. Bart left Pandora for more than a day, and all the warships of Pandora's planetary fleet have not moved at all. Except for a few main fleets. The other fleets of the Federation are empty. The Pandora planetary fleet is nominally full, but in fact only 1/3 of the people are working, and only 1/6 of the full staff are actually working. All the captains of the fleet are not on the warships, and some captains have not been on a warship for decades. They are all doing their own business. So there is no suitable person in the fleet of Pandora now. TSK. It's really bad. And the armed forces of 11 cities on Pandora are fighting for territory in the Brotherhood city. Bart is so powerful. This guy is so bold that he actually bought 200,000 missiles directly from Pandora, and then turned around to attack Pandora. The elites trained by our nobles are not comparable to ordinary elites. Bah! It's you old nobles who offered a reward of 500 billion for Bart's death. Hee. Do you think Bart dares to fire at the planet on the Empire's side after getting 4 B-class battleships? I'm looking forward to it. It's a pity that we don't know who offered a reward for Bart's family. Otherwise we could provide Bart with intelligence for free. Hee. The Empire may have another good show to watch. As far as I know, Bart has been attacked more than once. If the Empire doesn't give him an explanation, I think with Bart's bad character, he might be able to beat up the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor of the Empire must be worried. Get lost. The club's Secretary General, Lubin, also smiled bitterly. No wonder he felt that there were some problems with contacting this Bart. He didn't expect this guy to have such a personality. B-class battleship. Even if it is an old B-class battleship, it is a B-class battleship. Owning 4 at once, Bart can be said to be the strongest armed force except for the country. Even those pirate groups are not as good as Bart's 4 B-class warships, because B-class warships are limited to 3 countries. No individual or private armed forces are allowed to own them. Bart and his 4 B-class warships disappeared, and the military of the Empire and the Alliance directly implemented the first-level combat readiness, because no one knows where Bart and his 4 warships will appear. As for the states of the Federation, they are even more afraid that Bart will cause trouble to them when he passes by. Although these people think that they have not offended Bart. With Bart's bastard character, who knows if he will come to greet them when he passes by. Yang Bo placed an energy stone with space coordinates directly in the safe room of the captain's room of the fleet's flagship. First, he took a walk around the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World. Then he took a walk around March Star and showed up in Korea State. The Korea State Parliament is also a bit chaotic now. because the fleet of Karaya State is even worse. Then Yongbo turned into Bart and returned to the fleet. Lord! Lord! Yongbo turned into Bart and left the captain's safe room. And then left the captain's room. The officers and soldiers he met on the way saluted one after another. Yeah. Yongbo nodded. Yongbo is now worried about where to put the 4 warships. If he put them in his name, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire would definitely not be able to sleep. But he was unwilling to hand them over. Even if the Empire was willing to pay a high price for the warships, he would not be happy. What would he do with the money? No matter how much money he has, he can't buy 4 B-class warships. Hello? Yongbo thought about it and called Su Ruoxin. Although the fleet is sailing alone, it has a space quantum communication module. You thought of calling me? Su Ruoxin was very excited that Bart called her, because Bart would give her surprises every once in a while. Ask your father if I can keep these 4 warships. After all, your father is sometimes not convenient to do some dirty work. I can do it for him. Yongbo thought about it, and could only use this method to keep his warships. I'm afraid this won't work. Even if my father agrees, the Noble Council won't agree. Su Ruoxin answered after hearing this. It's not openly owned. As long as these 4 warships don't enter the Empire's territory. Yongbo certainly knew that some things were not decided by the Emperor alone. But there were policies from above and countermeasures from below. His warships just needed to stay within the Empire's territory. But if he wanted to place 4 warships outside, he had to get the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire's consent. On the one hand, he had to settle so many people. And on the other hand, the fleet also needed supplies outside. Let me ask for you. Su Ruoxin heard Bart's words, and could roughly guess what Bart meant. What? This little bastard made a scene when he didn't have a warship. And now he wants 4 warships? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire immediately asked back when he heard this. Bart's bastard personality is too troublesome. And he always makes some big things from time to time. Now he has 4 B-class warships. Who knows how big this guy will make things? Father, don't you think Bart is a good card? And it can be said that he is also our backup. On the surface, this has nothing to do with our royal family. But in fact, this is our royal family's new trump card. The contradiction between the new and old nobles is getting more and more intense. The pressure on our royal family is also increasing. Nominally, the warship belongs to Bart. But the warship requires a lot of professional personnel. And Bart does not have this foundation. And the warship needs to be upgraded and supplied with materials. If we don't agree, will Bart contact some old nobles? Will Bart place the warships outside our territory? Or even rent some ports directly from the Alliance? Or rent some airports in the Federation for docking? Do we have any solution? Su Ruoxin had thought about it before calling. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire felt a little nervous when he heard this. What Su Ruoxin said is not impossible. If Bart goes to those old nobles, they will definitely be willing to support Bart to own a few warships. After all, it is better to have a few B-class battleships as trump cards than nothing. Thinking of this and the conflict between Bart and the old nobles, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was a little relieved. Then you talk to him. His fleet must have 2/3 of our people. In addition, any action of his fleet must be approved by me. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire thought about it and said 2 conditions. Okay. Yongbo received Su Ruoxin's call and immediately agreed. Don't say 2/3. My battleship is still short of 5/6 of professionals. And many people may leave later. My actions must be approved by His Majesty. After all, your people are already in the fleet. The reason why Yongbo agreed immediately is because he is alone and can control the fleet at any time. In addition, warships also need more professional personnel to control. There are also warships that need to be upgraded and maintained. And only the royal family has such great power. It's not that Yongbo has never thought about winning over some nobles and using these warships as a trump card. But there is another problem here. That is, even the old nobles, who are on good terms with him, will have conflicts when facing some interests. And even if he wins over these old nobles, they may try to seize his power. It is better to directly surrender to His Majesty. And the power of the royal family is much stronger than that of a single noble. More importantly, the Emperor needs people to do dirty work and will not seize his power. If the Emperor seizes his power, he will openly break up with him. Then the nobles in the country will definitely not want the Emperor to have such a fleet outside. The first task now is to settle these warships. Did you really agree? Su Ruoxin was still a little unconvinced when she heard Bart's answer. Bo said unhappily, I just want to grab a warship this time. My plan is to grab a warship and then use it to bombard other warships. Now I have 4 warships at once. You say you don't want them. It's a waste. This costs money from beginning to end. Several warships require nearly tens of thousands of people. And tens of thousands of senior professionals. How much is their monthly salary? The key is where can I find such professional people? I dare not hand over the entire fleet to these people from the Federation. Maybe in the next few decades or hundreds of years, I won't be able to use these warships. Suruoshin chuckled when she heard this. Have you ever thought about contacting other old nobles? Bo chuckled. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm from an old noble family. I don't know the character of those old nobles. Even if I went over 3 or 5 old nobles. Believe it or not, these old nobles will kick me out of the fleet in less than 2 years. Your Majesty is different. If your Majesty kicks me out of the fleet, I will break up with him and let those nobles deal with your Majesty. Suruoshin heard Bart's words and knew that Bart was threatening her. But she had to admit that Bart's words made sense. Suruoshin played a recording of her conversation with Bart to the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. This kid is really lucky. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire also shook his head. Take your people to meet Bart immediately. And then we talk. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire asked Suruoshin to meet Bart first. Yes. Bo also agreed that Suruoshin should take people to the fleet first. After all, the Emperor would not unilaterally tell him where he could dock the warship. He would definitely tell him after the Emperor's people boarded the warship. Finally, it was saved. Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1089. Bo has long known that the royal family is not simple. To be able to suppress so many old nobles, the background behind them must be extraordinary. And the royal family can rule such a huge empire. Naturally, they have various means. If I seize the second world in the future, I wonder if the Emperor will send Bart to do the dirty work. If that happens, it will be interesting. Then I will trick the Emperor and blatantly give the battleship to myself as another identity. Bo thought of another point. And this way, we can know more of the royal family's cards. Bo updated the route in the fleet. Now he had to go somewhere to meet up with Suruoshin before going to other places. Carson, let all the staff of the fleet fill out the form. If you are willing to go to the Alliance, I will help you contact them. And give 20 million credit points to everyone who is loyal to me. If you are willing to go to the Empire, you can also go. I will be responsible for the arrangement at that time. I will also give out 20 million credit points. Let everyone discuss it with their families. Everyone has a week to think about it. Bo started to deal with the affairs in the fleet again. Thank you, Lord, for your generosity, Carson said immediately. You, the first batch of people who are loyal to me, will be rewarded later. And if you are willing to change jobs, I will also arrange jobs for you. Bo said again. Yes, Lord. Go ahead and don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Bo said again. Bo was not afraid of these people having any trouble, because the intelligent systems of the 4 warships were under his control. Bo himself has photoelectric superpowers, so he can turn himself into a large wireless signal transmitter. That means Bo can remotely control 4 warships. No smart devices are needed. Bo is going to do things somewhere else. The first reward is going to be issued in Prince Holden's territory in the second world. Bo wants to completely separate the game players in Prince Holden's territory and make the conflicts between them deeper and deeper. Bo turned into Li Jian and came to the battleship of Kalibang Fugui. Then he controlled the battleship Fugui and disappeared into the vast starry sky. The Senate and the House of Representatives of Korea State had already approved the plan for Li Jian's battleship to leave the airport. In the cognition of these people, Li Jian is definitely not a match for the Pirate Alliance. Because these people know what kind of existence the Pirate Alliance is. To be precise, the Pirate Alliance has an inseparable relationship with the current rulers of the 3 countries. Whoever wants to challenge the rulers of these 3 countries will encounter some surprises. Some technology companies have great technology, but they always encounter accidents of one kind or another. After the accident, these companies will go bankrupt due to the broken capital chain, and then be picked up at a low price. The technology developed by these companies is obtained by others at a very low price, and then various applications are developed. Some political rising stars also encounter accidents during their travels. In addition, the pirates of the Pirate Alliance also play a role. That is, controlling prices. Some mining companies will issue announcements that a certain place has been attacked by pirates. And then the futures prices of certain materials will skyrocket. The forces behind the pirate alliance are extremely complex. After John Lee's warship left the airport, someone tipped off the pirate alliance. Because these people wanted to divide up John Lee's wealth. John Lee holds the majority of shares in the dying mining company. Once you, John, fail, the company's shares will be divided up. I really hope that someone will jump out now to divide up the formula. Yang Bo certainly knew that if he drove the warship away, someone would definitely jump out from behind. I wish this guy was a little dumber. Yang Bo hoped someone would come out, so that he would have an excuse to take action after he won. Others want the shares of my company, but I want the shares of others. Not only do I want the shares of others, but I also want their other industries. Yang Bo had long understood the style of these people in the Federation, and he wanted their things anyway. After leaving the airport, the Fuguei battleship also began to sail silently. It was only a few hours after the Fuguei battleship left the airport that Yang Bo learned from the pirates that someone had tipped them off. The pirate alliance formed 4 pirate groups. For C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships, fully equipped with ammunition and supplies, with a total number of 50,000 people. If it were the Alliance and the Empire, the number of people on these warships would have to be doubled or more, because the soldiers on the warships of the Alliance and the Empire are on duty in rotation. Of course, these members of the pirate group could not take turns at all, so the number was much smaller, forming a joint mixed fleet. This fleet also entered silent sailing. The battle plan of this joint mixed fleet is very simple. Just crush. The Pirate Alliance named this plan internally, Beat. Hee hee. Let's see who beats whom. Yang Bo smiled. Because he can lock the opponent's position in advance. He can fire from a long distance. The tactics of the interstellar battleship are very simple. That is, bombardment and predicting the opponent's actions. Because the radars of the fleets of both sides cannot detect the attack direction of the other side. Because the speed of energy weapons is exactly the same as the speed of radar energy waves. That is to say, when your warship detects the laser cannon of the other warship firing, then the laser cannon of the other warship has already hit your warship. Because the energy wave of the radar hits the other warship and then bounces back. Your warship receives the data. The laser speed of the other party's laser cannon is consistent with the speed of the energy wave. So the war method of interstellar warships is to bombard each other at a certain distance, although the other warship can be detected at a very long distance. But this is mutual. You discover others, and others discover you. And then the warships of both sides will evade each other. Warships usually start shooting at each other at 3 million kilometers. It is a bit like the war of sailing warships in the oldest sailing era. And the warships will not turn during the battle, because turning will cause the warship to be exposed in a large area. The larger the area exposed by the warship, the greater the chance of being hit. And it is not realistic for a warship to turn around in space because the speed is too fast. It is necessary to go around a very large circle to turn around, so that a large area of the ship is exposed to the opponent's attack field for a long time. So the warships of both sides started to attack from 3 million kilometers until the two warships passed each other at a certain distance. At this time, the warship commander's prediction ability is tested. As long as the opponent's reaction is predicted and evaded, most of the damage can be avoided. The energy shield of the warship also has power. The smaller the attack on the warship energy shield, the less energy consumption of the warship itself, and the higher the carrying capacity of the shield. Wang Muxue disintegrated the battleship on Green Devil Star, and directly let the battleship module attack the two pirate battleships, and then achieved a decisive victory. Otherwise, the two pirate battleships had a chance to escape at that time, and Yang Bo's Fuguei can lock their trajectory in advance. In other words, he can know the movements of their battleships at all times. Just like when the distance was 3 million kilometers. Yang Bo knew the trajectory of the opponent's battleship, and then released a laser attack in the direction of its trajectory in advance. Then it will accurately hit his warship, because at this time the opponent cannot detect his attack, because the propagation speed of the laser is consistent with the speed of the radar energy wave. Even if you just visually observe, by the time you see it, the laser has already arrived, and you also know the attack path of their laser cannon. Naturally, you can dodge in advance. Li Jian wants to become a god in one battle. Then consider which ones to let go. The Pirate Alliance will definitely come a second time. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 times for the Pirate Alliance to suffer this loss. By then, John Lee will have grown up and can take the initiative to cause trouble for the Pirate Alliance. Hee hee. Yang Bo was happy when he thought of this. I will rob pirates in the future, collect protection fees from pirates, and I can ask pirates to help me fight against the enemies on the Federation side. If anyone doesn't help me fight against the enemies on the Federation side, I will fight him myself. Anyway, these people on the Federation side are not good people. Yang Bo let the Fugui battleship sail automatically. Then he became Holden and came to the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World. Butler Rambo. After this month's inspection, this prince believes that you are qualified for the position of butler. Yang Bo became Prince Holden and praised Luo Lan's game character. Luo Lan's game character is called Rambo, and he uses neural connection. So it's like living in the game. Your Highness, great and wise, I am only carrying out your orders. I will only be a whip in your hand. You can do whatever you want me to do. Luo Lan flattered Prince Holden, the NPC, without hesitation, because Prince Holden's words were very clear. That is, he was going to give out rewards. This is the document I signed. You can take the document to the steward to collect the gold coins. I hope you outsiders can better build this prince's territory. You made me change my view of outsiders, so I am willing to accept more outsiders. In addition, I am also planning to allocate land and houses to outsiders. When Luo Lan heard Prince Holden say this, his eyes lit up. Your Highness, please hand this matter over to the loyal little man, and I will definitely do it properly. Luo Lan almost jumped up when he took the document signed by Prince Holden. Now 1 gold coin in the game has risen to 2 million blue coins. And there are more and more gamers in the game, especially in the Alliance. Some gamers come to the game to assassinate nobles. The gamers in the Alliance think that the nobles in the game have no human rights, even when they see NPC hunters in the game hunting rabbits and other animals. They will go to trouble the hunters. So now in the second game, the players in other places are not doing well. If they are not careful, they will be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Some players in the Alliance choose female players, and then they are snatched back by the villagers. After this matter is done, I can grant you the title of knight. Yang Bo made another promise to Luo Lan. I will work hard, Luo Lan said, patting his chest. In addition, from today on, your monthly salary will be 20 silver coins. When you become a knight, your monthly salary will be higher. Of course, I also hope that you can recommend someone as good as you. When Luo Lan heard Prince Holden's words, his eyes lit up, and he quickly knelt down to show his loyalty. Go! Yang Bo nodded. Luo Lan flattered him, and bowed as he left. Hee hee. Yang Bo looked at Luo Lan's back as he left and smiled. In the game within his own territory, the conflicts among players will immediately intensify, because Luo Lan favored the old noble game players when setting tasks and task scores. The gold coins in the game can be exchanged for real currency, which means that this involves the issue of money. The new noble game players don't have much money in their hands. Although there are so many people, each person only has half a gold coin on average. But it's still 1 million. Now, each of the old nobles can get 70 to 80 silver coins, while the new nobles can only get 20 to 30 silver coins. 1 gold coin is worth 100 silver coins. That means the money these new noble players will get will be half less. And the new noble players are doing the most tiring and least rewarding tasks. Yang Bo is now waiting for someone from the new noble group who is willing to stand up. Then he will support this person to deal with these game players. You can't let them be of one mind. Otherwise these game players will rebel against him sooner or later. Luo Lan's giving out money today is to intensify the conflict. As for whether Luo Lan will treat everyone equally, don't worry about that. The old nobles look down on the new nobles in their bones. If Luo Lan wants to treat everyone equally, he will be resisted by other old noble players, and may even be beaten up in reality. No one is allowed to disturb me without my order. Yang Bo became Prince Holden. He went out for a walk and left a sentence after returning. On the one hand, he didn't have time, and on the other hand, he wanted to let the conflict continue to ferment. Then Yang Bo returned to March Star. Yang Bo, I won a prize. I won a 6th generation mecha. Annie saw Yang Bo coming up from the basement, and she rushed over with a shout, and was hugged by Yang Bo. Ah? What prize? Yang Bo didn't really look at the list of winners carefully, because he still had to hand it over to the platform and find a professional modification factory. These modification factories also had to handle some certificates before they could deliver them to the winners. Yang Bo. Something big happened these days. The Brotherhood is finished. Wiped out by a noble from our empire. Su Wei said proudly. Ah? Yang Bo pretended to be shocked. Look! Look! This is the news. Su Wei and the other two quickly escorted Yang Bo to the internet room. Noble equals butcher? Yang Bo's nose almost got crooked when he saw the news headline from the Alliance. Chapter 1090. According to official data released by Pandora, the war between Viscount Bart, the hereditary noble of the Blue Water Empire, and his brothers caused the deaths of at least 200,000 people, and the property losses amounted to hundreds of trillions. Proto City, one of the 12 major cities on Pandora, suffered serious damage and was reduced from a large city to a medium-sized city. More than 30,000 buildings were damaged. In addition, it caused a huge impact on the environment of Pandora. The explosion of more than 200,000 electromagnetic missiles caused Pandora to experience long-term electromagnetic radiation. Yang Bo looked at the report from the Alliance and his nose was crooked. The Brotherhood, a killer organization, offered a bounty for Bart's family. And the Alliance idiots said nothing. They also said that it would damage the environment. The harsh environment of the Federation would be damaged. And the attack method used by Yang Bo did not cause much pollution at all. Even if the energy cannon was used to attack the backup energy of the Brotherhood's manners, the explosion of these energy systems would be as powerful as a super hydrogen bomb. But the energy cannon has a high energy power, which can directly complete the reaction of the energy system. So there is such a strong explosion power without any radiation residue. However, Su Wei and the other two have different opinions. Viscount Bart is too powerful. He killed the Brotherhood alone. Now in the Brotherhood city, the other 12 cities are fighting for territory. A killer organization like the Brotherhood deserves it. Viscount Bart said that it was because the Brotherhood offered a bounty on his family that Viscount Bart declared war. Yang Bo looked at the virtual display on the internet and asked curiously, why is it different from what is said on the internet? Hee. The news media of the Alliance likes to say it this way. Because it can attract traffic. Annie looked very happy and said with a chuckle. Xiao also nodded. The news media of the Alliance will cut off the beginning and the end of an event to create heat and traffic. Then deliberately create some false impressions. If the report is completely released, no one will be willing to read it. Su Wei also nodded. The news media in our empire is sometimes like this. And because of their different positions, the news media in our empire often only report other people's bad news and never report their own bad news. Just like the news media established by some nobles. They will never report all the negative news about this noble, but only report the negative news of other nobles. Yang Bo nodded when he heard this, and then looked at the news comments on the Alliance side. Sure enough, the news from the Alliance described Viscount Barbat as a murderer and an environmental destroyer. Some idiots also said that they should use diplomatic channels, political channels, and even legal channels to solve these problems. Some politicians even came out to express their opinions, saying that Viscount Bart violated international treaties. On the contrary, no one from the federal government came out to express their opinions, as if this matter had not happened. The same is true for the Empire. No one came out to comment on this matter. Only the news media from the Alliance were excited. Yang Bo, what do you think about me exchanging this mecha for money? Annie showed her winning information. You are so lucky. Yang Bo saw that Annie really won a mecha. That's it. 3 of us went into the live broadcast room to watch the live broadcast. And I was the only one who won the prize. The live broadcast room of Viscount Bart is the first one in history to freeze. Su Wei also said, sometimes our nobles do things very well. The Brotherhood and other killer organizations have existed for who knows how many years. But they were destroyed all of a sudden. However, I heard that Bart only felt that his personality was quite jerk. It is estimated that only this kind of jerk can do such a thing. Xia said, no one dares to do such a thing without courage. Although Viscount Bart seems to be impulsive, judging from the course of events and the results, it was all carefully planned. Yang Bo laughed when he heard the 3 women say this. I also think Viscount Bart is a real man. If someone wants to harm you, I will be like Viscount Bart. Yeah, we believe you. Su Wei nodded. As for the mecha you drew, Annie, you can dispose of it yourself. But there is not much point in bringing back this old mecha. Yang Bo said to Annie again. Yeah. Annie nodded. Yang Bo looked at the news from the Alliance again. There were many comments below. Some people's comments made Yang Bo dumbfounded. The comment with the most replies below: I bet Bart is someone else's white glove. First floor: I guess it's the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. Second floor: even a fool can see that Bart is just a scapegoat. How much intelligence support is needed for an operation? I don't believe that Bart can obtain accurate intelligence on the Pandora planet fleet. And how did Bart gain control of the battleship in such a short time? Is it so easy to gain control of such a super battleship? Third floor: so the federal government is now waiting for the Empire to make a statement. If the federal government now condemns Bart or imposes sanctions on Bart, and if the Empire stands up to defend Bart, the federal government will have no way to do anything. Fourth floor: no wonder I feel weird. Fifth floor: I thought Bart was so awesome. But now that you say so, it turns out he is just a white glove. Sixth floor: the Brotherhood is also asking for death. And they are also offering a reward to the Emperor of the Blue Empire. Seventh floor: many people in the Brotherhood are innocent. Bart, the butcher, should be arrested and put in jail. Eighth floor: you only dare to make such remarks in our alliance. If you dare to go abroad, believe it or not, Bart will find someone to kill you. Yang Bo was puzzled. How could these netizens implicate the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire in this matter? It was obviously Bart's credit. Right? Now it has become the credit of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. And Bart has become the white glove. How can I justify this? In fact, I also think that Viscount Bart can never accomplish this alone. Su Wei saw Yang Bo reading these comments. So she whispered. Yang Bo hugged Su Wei and asked, Why do you say that? Su Wei explained. I think that although Viscount Bart has a more flamboyant and jerkish personality, he will never do such a risky thing. In fact, nobles are very afraid of death. And if you want to do something like this on Pandora, you must have early intelligence. Viscount Bart doesn't have enough foundation. So I guess someone is helping Viscount Bart behind this. But I don't know who that person is. It's unlikely to be the Emperor, because the Emperor doesn't need to do such a thing. There are many departments in the royal family that don't need to treat the Brotherhood like this. If His Majesty wants, the Brotherhood's top leaders will die inexplicably. When Yang Bo heard Su Wei's words, he didn't know how to refute them. So he could only nod and say, this statement makes sense. Viscount Bart's actions this time were too fast. And Viscount Bart's speed of controlling the warship was too fast. It is impossible for the huge intelligence system in a warship to be controlled so quickly. Unless there are professional personnel. Su Wei explained again. I agree with you. But I think it is a good thing that the Brotherhood can be solved. This kind of killer organization is a complete disaster. What else can Yang Bo say? He can only follow Su Wei's words. Su Wei and the other two nodded when they heard this. I wonder what the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is thinking now. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is very depressed now. Although no one in the Empire said that Bart's war with the Brotherhood had anything to do with him. The public opinion on the Alliance side has increasingly agreed with this view. What is going on? Bart? This bastard? This guy is making trouble for no reason. I don't know how this guy controls the battleship's main brain system. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire sent Su Ruoxin to see Bart to find out the ins and outs of this matter. Because there are many unclear issues in this matter. The intelligence system of the warship is not an ordinary system. It has complete protection and layers of authorization. But why did Bart obtain the authority? Because Bart does not have such people around him. Then who is helping Bart? And why can these people control the warship so quickly? What kind of method allows these people to gain control of the warship so quickly? So is there any danger for these people to control other warships? Although these warships are old models from 200 years ago, there are many loopholes. But they are not so quickly controlled by others. And apart from the people who developed this system, who else knows this system so thoroughly? Speaking of it, these B-class warships are more than 200 years old. But in terms of combat effectiveness, they are still not weak at all. So the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is puzzled. Now the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is still facing a problem. That is, how to express his position on this matter. Bart is a hereditary Viscount, and the Empire must protect this status. But in this case, will the outside world think that Bart's action was backed by the Empire? Even if the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire handed this matter over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Empire, as long as the Empire protects Bart, will others think that he did it? In addition, there is such a statement on the internet, and this statement has been recognized by many people. If the Emperor himself did not know that he was not involved, he would have thought that he was involved after seeing these people's statements. Because Bart's background is not enough for him to complete such a complicated plan. Everyone knows how many people there are in Bart's territory, and how much money Bart has. So the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is also very troubled by public opinion. But the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire will not come to explain this matter. Because there is another advantage of this matter. That is, the Emperor's dignity cannot be desecrated. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is eager to send people to eradicate the Brotherhood from this society. But as an emperor, there is no way to act rashly. Because as long as you move, others may get relevant information. There are also people in the Blue Water Empire who are eager to make a fool of themselves. So the Blue Water Empire Emperor wants to do this. But there is no way. If he does it, he will have to mobilize too many resources. The royal family has many trump cards. But they will not invest all of them in the Brotherhood. The royal family's trump cards are mainly to maintain the royal family's ruling power and influence in the empire. And the Blue Water Empire Emperor is more worried about failure. The Brotherhood has grown to this day, and its tentacles have penetrated into all industries and corners of the entire interstellar society. The Brotherhood's intelligence system is very powerful. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was not sure that he could defeat the Brotherhood in one fell swoop. And if the action failed, his dignity as an emperor would be greatly affected. What the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire cares about now is that he did not do anything about this matter. But he was blamed for it. Although the result of this matter is in his favor. He did not do it. But it was blamed on him. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire cares about this matter. But now, he has to wait until Su Ruashin and Bart contact each other before he can know more details. However, although the news media on the Alliance side said that the war between Viscount Barbat and the Brotherhood was very lively, most politicians here were busy with elections. There was no politician with great influence to express his position on this matter. Because Bart now has 4 B-class battleships. And influential politicians have too many connections. If Bart offends this bastard, will Bart use his 4 battleships to cause trouble for himself? Of course, the possibility of Bart personally attacking the Alliance is very low. Almost non-existent. But Bart can target these politicians. Some of the related companies were attacked. Bart's 4 warships would definitely not be able to fight against the main battleships of the Alliance. But it would be easy to deal with those cargo ships. Most of the politicians in the Alliance are the white gloves of these capitalists. So if Bart is forced into a corner, he can completely target the financial sponsors of these politicians. The top leaders of the Federation did not dare to express their opinions before the top leaders of the Empire and the Alliance expressed their opinions. And the top leaders of these 3 countries are now doing one thing, which is to divide up the legacy left by the Brotherhood. The Alliance and the Empire both listed the Brotherhood as an international criminal organization and cracked down on it. That is, all the Brotherhood's industries, funds, and some fixed assets in these 2 countries were seized. Those that should go bankrupt will go bankrupt. And those that should be auctioned will be auctioned. Of course, these Brotherhood industries will be auctioned at a low price. And then others will take over the industries and continue to operate. Even the Federation has begun to divide up the Brotherhood's industries. The Brotherhood was able to rank first in the killer organization rankings. And it has various assets and industries all over the world. But now it has become someone else's industry. Hee hee. Yang Bo also found that the news media of the Empire praised Bart very much. The old nobles of the Blue Water Empire are still relatively consistent in this matter. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Chapter 1091. The news media of the Blue Water Empire gave Bart high praise. On the surface, it seems so. But there are also various reasons inside. But no matter what, the evaluation is very positive. Empire News Online reported it like this: Bart, the benchmark of the nobility, the perfect inheritor of the chivalry spirit, the patron saint of the territory, and the protector of the family. According to the investigation, the Brotherhood has been offering a bounty for Viscount Bart for more than 1 or 2 days. And the bounty amount is as high as 500 billion credit points. But Viscount Bart still has no response. Until the Brotherhood offered a bounty to Viscount Bart's territory and his family. This touched Bart's bottom line. And also touched the bottom line of the nobles. Viscount Bart told the world with facts that no matter who you mess with, you should not mess with our nobles. Noble Daily, Bart consciously, as a traditional old noble, abides by the inheritance of the old nobles, and eliminates anyone who dares to infringe on the interests of the nobles, whether physically or spiritually. And this incident also made the world clearly realize the power of our nobles. The reason why such a huge criminal organization as the Brotherhood can exist for so long is mainly because they are too arrogant. They are so arrogant that they ignored Viscount Bart's warning to them. Viscount Bart defended his position with the blood of the Brotherhood. Even most of the old noble clan leaders in the Noble Council expressed their support for Viscount Bart. Of course, some nobles were upset. Those who were offended by Bart were the ones who united to get money and wanted to kill Viscount Bart. But I didn't expect Bart to react like this. The clan leaders of the Wu family, Zhang family, and other families are now feeling very troubled. On the one hand, hundreds of billions have been wasted because these hundreds of billions have entered the account of the Brotherhood. Now it is impossible to return these funds. And some aftermath needs to be dealt with. That is, all the people who handle this matter must be dealt with. Because these families are not sure whether the Pandora gang will conduct in-depth investigations based on the transfer information in the future. The 500 billion funds are divided into many accounts and enter the Brotherhood through many channels. These families have a good calculation. If Bart can be killed, then of course there is no loss. Even if no one kills Bart, then these hundreds of billions can be returned. Because the bounty has a time limit. If the bounty is not issued within a certain period, the funds can be withdrawn. Now someone in Pandora State has seized the Brotherhood's territory and frozen all the Brotherhood's accounts and funds. Next, no matter who gets the money, they will definitely not dare to offend Bart. Maybe they will check the source of the funds and give Bart an explanation. After all, a madman like Bart can do anything. Who can guarantee that Bart will not come a second time? Even if Pandora Planet builds a fleet now, it will not be able to form combat effectiveness so quickly. So these families have to cut off all the channels for handling funds. This inevitably means that some of their own people will be eliminated. Of course, this is just a small matter. What worries several families more is Bart's next move. And Bart? Is there anyone else supporting him? If the Emperor stands behind Bart, what should these families do? What makes these families even more uncomfortable is that they have lost money and are worried. And Bart's fame is getting more and more popular. Where did this guy take the fleet? These are 4 B-class battleships. If they want to target our transport fleet in secret, it will be a big problem. In a virtual chat room, several people were chatting. These were Bart's enemies. But these people didn't dare to say other people's names blatantly. And they were also chatting here using other people's identities. Bart alone is not scary. But judging from this incident, there may be someone more powerful behind him. Another person shook his head. The Alliance has discussed this. Judging from various signs, there is indeed someone behind Bart. Otherwise Bart would not be able to control the warship in such a short time. Someone else said, the most important thing is that some people have an ambiguous attitude and have not issued an official statement until now. Everyone knows that the person behind Bart here refers to the Emperor. I am afraid that only some people's intelligence system can support Bart's action this time. Bart can easily buy 200,000 electromagnetic missiles. He can also easily gain control of 4 warships. The most ridiculous thing is that some people voluntarily pledged allegiance. I suspect that these people who voluntarily pledged allegiance are probably spies planted by someone long ago. This possibility is very high. After all, some people have been wanted by the Brotherhood for so many years. If I were wanted by the Brotherhood for so many years, I would also feel very disgusted. Some people used Bart's hand to get rid of the Brotherhood this time. This is much better than someone taking action personally. At least there is no fear of failure. Also, the relationship between Bart and Su Ruoxin is unclear. I suspect that Bart has already pledged allegiance to someone privately. Now, regardless of who is behind Bart, we need to find a way to overcome the current difficulties. Bart is a lunatic. Don't forget the industries of our major families. Once they are targeted by this lunatic Bart, other families will definitely unite to target us. If you ask me, we should just end it. Each of your families has a lot of people. We each have a lot of people. But there is no way to get close to Bart. I don't believe that your big families have spies in Bart's place. Bart, this bastard, rose too fast. I didn't notice him before. And I didn't plant anyone in his territory. And this guy rarely goes out. Even his wife buys all kinds of luxury goods. And the luxury brands deliver them directly to her door. And we can't target his wife. If we do, we will offend the new nobles. This damn guy has bankrupted my 2 companies and 3 research institutes. His ultra-high temperature materials have made the research projects of my 2 companies and 3 research institutes worthless. Alas, Our family's 2 research institutes and a mecha engine manufacturing factory are also facing bankruptcy because our opponents have obtained new materials from BART. According to reliable information, the comprehensive performance of engines made with BART's ultra-high temperature materials can be improved by more than 15%. If there is no opportunity, we will create one. I think we can flatter him. He must be trying to get the 4 warships under his name. Let's start from this aspect. As long as BART holds the 4 warships, then we nobles can also own warships. If BART wants to give up the 4 warships, it will be even better. Without the 4 warships, he is nothing. This is a good idea. I will mobilize public opinion immediately. In addition, we can test BART's relationship with certain people. Yes, if some people are really BART's backers, they will definitely not allow BART to own a warship. Because some people know that once BART owns a warship, other nobles will definitely follow suit. And if BART gets 4 warships himself, if some people don't allow it, BART will definitely feel uncomfortable. And it will alienate BART from some people. Yes. In addition, there is an A+ level killer in the Brotherhood. This killer is doing a mission in the center of the universe. I will find a way to notify him. Okay. Let's find a way to get this guy to take action. And we watch from behind. If this guy kills BART, then we won't move. If this guy fails, then we give him a big show and make this bastard disappear along with his territory. Yes. Yes. Some things are not good if they are expired. Then everyone start to act. Pay attention to collecting BART's whereabouts and related information. Okay. Several people in the virtual conference room reached a consensus. Then some discussions appeared on some websites of the Alliance and the Empire. That is, who should these 4 warships belong to? This immediately aroused the interest of many people, and they all participated in the discussion. Some people believe that these warships were BART's spoils of war, and should belong to BART. Some people believe that BART was a viscount of the Empire, and should abide by the laws of the Empire. Some people believe that BART could take out the warships. But the Empire must reward him, because BART won the foreign war this time, which was also a victory for the Empire. These discussions were so heated because BART was so popular now. In particular, many girls regarded BART as their Prince Charming, because the Brotherhood offered a bounty to people in BART's territory, including BART's wife. Many girls thought that BART was a qualified husband, and even some feminist organizations in the Alliance thought that BART was a perfect man. When Yang Bo saw these discussions, he knew that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. The fleet was originally a very sensitive thing in the Empire. Not to mention that there were 4 B-class battleships. Of course, these warships are nothing to the fleet of the Empire, but they are private armed forces after all. Many nobles in the Empire want to have more and stronger armed forces. But the nobles in the Empire are wary of this kind of power, because these nobles in the Empire know that once the nobles are allowed to equip warships, the consequences will be like the Federation. If the nobles in the Empire are allowed to equip warships, then each noble will spend more money on warships. Even if there is no war between us, we will enter an arms race. What you have, I have. And what you don't have, I must have. Although there is no possibility of war between the 2 of us, we still have to have what we should have. Some ambitious nobles definitely want warships. So there is an upper limit on the armed forces that nobles can have. In recent years, some people have proposed to lift these limits. But the noble parliament and the Empire will not agree. Because most people in the noble parliament know that the consequences of this are difficult to predict. Because only a small number of nobles are big nobles, and the rest are mostly small and medium nobles. These small and medium nobles know that once these big nobles have more armed forces and are not bound by the laws of the Empire, then the small and medium nobles themselves will be in trouble. BART is probably a plus in strength. It is said that this guy is only a dozen years older than me. I wonder if I can reach his strength when I am his age. Sui said. Of course I can. And the superpowers you have are even stronger than his. I will learn forging later, and forge a sky-splitting sword for you. Yang Bo said with a smile. Sky-splitting sword? For us? Sui Shanren was very surprised to hear what Yang Bo said. Yes. There is a kind of sky-splitting sword that does not require a chip. You can use it when your strength reaches a certain level. This sky-splitting sword can be controlled as long as it is within visual distance, compared to the split sky that needs a chip to control. It has some shortcomings in that its attack range is not as far as the other party. But it also has the advantage that this split sky does not require a biochip to be implanted. Yang Bo nodded. Wow. There is such a good thing? Su-wei looked at Yang Bo in amazement. Su-wei was an ordinary person before, so she didn't know these things. The types and classifications of the split sky, and the use of them were limited to some advertisements. She didn't know as much as Yang Bo. And of course, she didn't know that the split sky actually has different attributes. But we don't seem to be psychics. Can we use it? Xia and Annie asked. Of course it can be used, but the speed and distance may be a little different from Su-wei. Yang Bo naturally knew this. So you should practice hard? Can you forge the sky split? That's right. Why don't I believe it? However, Su-wei and the other two felt that Yang Bo could not reach this level. Hee. I am a genius. Yang Bo smiled. Because in this attack on the Brotherhood, forging has reached the Grandmaster level. Because Yang Bo destroyed the Brotherhood's forging factory and all related facilities. As mentioned before, the major forces of the Alliance will do anything that can make money. So the Brotherhood has its own forging factory, its own medicine factory, and its own medicine research laboratory. In addition, Yang Bo's life skills have reached the Grandmaster level. And then, there are the art skills that have also reached the Grandmaster level. Because these killers also need to understand various artworks, so that they can enter some upper-class societies more easily. For example, wine tasting, music, sculpture, and art, so that the killer can get close to the target. In addition, the fighting skills have reached the Grandmaster level. In this operation, Yang Bo has reached the Grandmaster level in several skills, including mecha driving, mecha maintenance, spaceship driving, spaceship maintenance, pharmacy, forging, life skills, and art, all reached the Grandmaster level. There are also more skills that have been improved to a high level. However, there are no rare superpowers. Even the 3A+ level superpowers are only given ordinary mecha driving. Because this thing is a skill given randomly. Yang Bo doesn't know what special superpowers these three superpower users have. Then Yang Bo took out his own rift. Wow! Su-wei and the other two looked at the rift, which was shining like a fish swimming slowly in the whole room, with shining eyes. Chapter 1092. This one looks much smaller than the one in the advertisement. The shape seems different too. Yang Bo. How did you do that? Su-wei and the other two watched Yang Bo controlling the sky splitter, which was like a fish in the room, emitting light and swimming, and shaking its head and tail while swimming. It's the training method I taught you. Just like you control those things, Yang Bo said to Su-wei. At this point, Yang Bo thought of something, which was the weapon used by the female assassin in the temple. That weapon has a special ability, and the opponent can use it to assassinate him from thousands of kilometers away. Of course, the opponent has already locked onto him with his mental power. But even so, the fact that this weapon can fly such a long distance has a lot to do with itself. Even he himself can't reach such a distance. So Yang Bo plans to study it when he has time to see if he can make a space split that requires less mental power. How powerful is this thing? Su-wei looked at the small sky splitting curiously again. I don't know either, because I have only practiced it, but never used it. Yang Bo shook his head. The main feature of sky splitting is its suddenness, and it can be used in any situation. Yang Bo spoke again. Yeah. Then you have to learn forging quickly. Su-wei and the other two girls nodded. Yeah. Yang Bo nodded. Yang Bo showed up on March Star, and then came to the Fortune battleship. This time Yang Bo wanted to challenge the Pirate Alliance, because both sides are sailing silently. They can't find each other at all. Yang Bo changed into Li Jian and recorded a video to release, because Yang Bo knew that the mixed fleet of the Pirate Alliance had set off, and in about a month and a half, the two sides could meet at the scheduled place, because the warships of the Pirate Alliance need to take a detour, because space is so vast. If you don't specify a place, you may never find the other side, and both sides are warships. If one side really wants to run, then the other side is very likely to not catch up, because the universe is boundless. So interstellar wars are actually wars over resources. Behind every huge war is a huge battle for resources. It is precisely because of this that mechas have not been eliminated in interstellar society, but have become a more important role in interstellar wars. Because of the battle for resources, the issue of landing will eventually be involved, because generally resources exist in the form of planets. Although both sides have the ability to destroy these planets, they will not destroy them, because if you do it on the first day, Then others will do it on the 15th, which will waste the resources invested. Yang Bo opened the space quantum communication module on the Fugui and sent out the video. Li Zhan's personal video was updated. Li Zhan's personal number of fans was far less than Bart's, mainly because Bart attracted a lot of attention in this incident. Moreover, Bart's live broadcast has been recorded in history. Whether it is the number of viewers or the income, it has broken the historical record of personal live broadcast income. The total number of live broadcasts reached 30.7 billion. In other words, Bart's income before the share reached 30.7 trillion. There are also many people who pay attention to Li Zhan. The Pirate Alliance is much more powerful than the Brotherhood, and Li Zhan used a warship to fight the Pirate Alliance. So when Li Zhan posted the video, many people came to see what was going on. The video posted by Li Zhan was very simple. It was a spatial coordinate point, and the title was very simple. Let's fight. Is Li Zhan crazy? I heard that the Pirate Alliance has assembled 3 pirate groups. I also heard that the Pirate Alliance sent a lot of warships this time. It is said that the Black Skull Pirates want to capture John Lee and use the oldest criminal law. John Lee is so overwhelmed by victory. Last time, he defeated a fleet with just 1 mecha, and now he thinks he can defeat a mixed fleet with just 1 battleship. This guy probably has a problem with his brain. Do you think John Lee will be like Bart? Last time Bart declared war on his brothers, didn't everyone think it would be a good thing? Everyone discussed under John Lee's post. There are many replies under each comment. Don't you understand yet? Bart is just a white glove, and someone is behind it. That's right. None of the 3 countries have expressed their views on Bart's affairs. It's all public opinion. I think the Brotherhood is too rampant. The Emperor of the Shuanan Empire dares to offer a reward. I think it's only a matter of time before they get killed. Bart must have a strong person behind him. Otherwise it's impossible to have such great power. And he dared to buy 200,000 electromagnetic missiles alone, and successfully traded them. I don't believe there is no trick in this. Yes. 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 It's a pity that the Mecha Grandmaster Li Yuehan may break the historical record and become the fastest Mecha Grandmaster to die. I just don't know how long the 2 sides will fight, and how long it will take to get a result. Some bookmakers have already opened the market, and the odds of Li Yuehan have risen again. Who would be stupid enough to buy Li Yuehan? Someone has already bought 2 billion Li Yuehan in one. I guess they are some gamblers. That's possible. I buy 10,000 credit points too. Yang Bo turned into John Lee and looked at these posts to find the official website of the gambling site. He saw that there were more than 2 billion people betting on themselves to win. Of course, there were more people betting on pirates to win, reaching more than 20 billion. There is a deadline here, which is within 2 months. Hee. It's a waste if you don't make money. Yang Bo bet another 5 billion on John Lee to win. Yang Bo also found that these pirates were also betting on themselves to win. Yang Bo knew that John Lee's identity would be more controversial because John Lee's background was not as strong as Bart's. Hee. You can't get rid of the blame of some people. Yang Bo certainly knew what these people were talking about. The person behind Bart was the Emperor. Yang Bo turned the spacecraft to automatic driving, and then placed a shaped interstellar creature on the Fugui battleship. Through this interstellar creature, Yang Bo could know the situation on the battleship at any time. This interstellar creature looked like a mechanical spider, and its diameter when shrunk was half a meter. This interstellar creature was in the main control room of the Fugui battleship. Yang Bo took a piece of energy stone for the interstellar creature to absorb. Moreover, Yang Bo can use this interstellar creature to simply control various functions of the spacecraft, because there is no one else on the Fugui. Yang Bo will deploy more interstellar creatures on the Fugui in the next step. When the time comes to fight with pirates, he will let these interstellar creatures control the turrets on the warship to give outsiders the illusion that there is more than one person on the warship, because the data of manually operated turrets and intelligently operated turrets are completely different. And this kind of interstellar creature has another advantage. That is, the spiritual seeds it casts will not betray Yang Bo. Moreover, Yang Bo discovered that the thoughts of these interstellar creatures were very simple and pure. That is, they wanted energy. Of course, it was precisely because the interstellar creatures were simple and pure enough that they were more cold-blooded. However, Yang Bo had to do one thing now. That is, to inform Zhang Guozhen. Because a pirate group was coming to destroy the March Star's route. Because the warship of the Black Skull Pirates was captured by John Lee last time. These pirate groups did not dare to use their warships to cause trouble. These pirate groups were afraid that there was a problem with the warship's own system. But now the warship's own system was fine. So the Pirate Alliance must execute the bounty issued by someone. Yang Bo turned into Bart and sneaked into Bart's personal laboratory. There was no one else in Bart's personal laboratory. And it was on a separate island. It was not in the same place as the ultra-high temperature laboratory where White and the others were. Yang Bo sent the information about the pirates to Zhang Buizhen here. Zhang Buizhen had been waiting for this news for a long time. When he saw Mr. Gio sending the pirate group's message, he immediately sent a message, Mr. Gio. I thought the pirate group didn't dare to come. Mr. Gio, the pirate group was worried about their warships because of Li Zhan's incident. The Pirate Alliance was very powerful this time. They wanted to deal with Li Zhan on one hand and you on the other. Zhang Buizhen, huh? Deal with me? Mr. Gio, to be precise. It is their backup plan. They plan to use some warships to attract the Ninth Fleet and lure the Ninth Fleet into the trap. If the Ninth Fleet does not fall for it, they will use other warships to sneak attack March Star and carry out precise strikes on your residence. Zhang Buizhen, thank you Mr. Gio for the news. These damn pirates. Mr. Gio, Mr. Zhang is our big customer. I have already sent people to infiltrate the pirate fleet. Zhang Buizhen, will your people be hurt? Mr. Gio, we have our own ways in this business. Just wait for the news. I just hope there are no spies from the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Gio. Please rest assured. No news will be leaked. Mr. Gio, then we will keep in touch every 5 days. Zhang Buizhen, okay. Zhang Buizhen did not ask Mr. Gio how much money he wanted, because he was used to settling the bill with Mr. Gio. Zhang Buizhen hurriedly called Yang Bo again, but he still couldn't get through, so he could only send a message. Fortunately, Yang Bo replied in just 1 hour this time. So Zhang Buizhen personally came to Yang Bo with the information. I'm sorry to bother you with the information I mentioned last time. Bring it as soon as possible. Of course, Zhang Buizhen didn't know that this news was sent to him by someone else. Yang Bo in front of him. Well, I asked her to send someone to get it right away. Fourth brother. You don't have to run in person in the future. I get it when the time comes. Yang Bo quickly sent a message to Wang Mushue. This is a matter of life and death for us. It's okay for me to go there in person. In addition, I need a second mutant black rock bee in 2 days. Zhang Buizhen shook his head when he heard Yang Bo say this. Okay then. Wang Mushue directly sent a drone to retrieve the information from Yang Bo. After getting the information, Wang Mushue was very surprised after reading it. This Zhang Buizhen actually has such great power that he can know the pirates' sailing route and their plans. And even the backup plan. It seems that this guy has planted spies among the pirates. No wonder he can do what he has today. It turns out that everyone underestimated him. As the commander of the fleet, Wang Mushue certainly knows what the intelligence in his hand represents. Whether in the fleet or in the Pirate Alliance, only a limited number of people know the sailing plan on any warship. As for the battle plan, only a few people know it throughout the whole process. Because most of the soldiers just follow orders. Because the battle plan is only a general plan. The specific plan needs to be flexible during the war. Although Wang Mushue did not participate in politics, she knew how difficult it was for Zhang Buizhen to achieve what he has today. Seeing these news, it became clear that Zhang Buizhen was not what he seemed. So Wang Mushue formulated an exercise plan. All personnel of the Ninth Fleet ended their vacation and returned to work. And all personnel were not allowed to contact the outside world. Of course, this was a rule. And Wang Mushue also directly controlled the warship. Then Wang Mushue waited for the next intelligence, because he was not sure whether the pirates' plan would change. At the same time, he brought a code book to Yang Bo, so that they could contact each other directly by information in the future. However, Su Wei and the other two could not go to the warship for training. I trouble you in the future. Zhang Buizhen saw that Yang Bo had completed the task so quickly. So he patted Yang Bo on the shoulder and said, Fourth brother, you are too polite. I hate these pirates the most. Yang Bo said with a hint of anger. We still have some pirates imprisoned on March Star. When we catch new pirates, we will lock them up together. Zhang Buizhen laughed, and naturally knew why Yang Bo said this. Because Yang Bo was robbed by pirates when he immigrated. It is the damn laws of the Alliance, and the damn human rights, that allow these pirates to enjoy the taxpayers' money of our Alliance. Zhang Buizhen said a little unwillingly. Yang Bo couldn't say anything when it came to this, because Yongbo couldn't express his opinion. Although Yongbo wanted to kill these pirates, he grew up in the environment of the Alliance. It would be a bit unbelievable for someone who grew up in an environment like the Alliance to kill pirates. Then I leave first. The next contact will be in 5 days. But you must pay attention to the news at any time to avoid delays. Zhang Buizhen was afraid that Yongbo would delay some things later. So he spoke up. Don't worry, fourth brother. I be on standby at any time. Yongbo nodded. Zhang Buizhen left quickly. The contact between him and the army must not be known to anyone. Otherwise, he would be in an irretrievable situation. Zhang Buizhen can trust Yongbo now, because both parties have the same interests. After Yongbo sent Zhang Buizhen away, he quickly took the interstellar creature and went to the fortune to shape the interstellar creature. The reason why Yongbo has such great confidence is that the Grandmaster skills he has added all have some additional attributes. Forging, Grandmaster, 1/1, Forging product quality +1. That is, the quality of any equipment or anything forged by Yongbo will be improved by 1 level, which is very awesome. For example, if Yongbo forges a cold weapon for mecha, then the attribute of this cold weapon will be 1 level higher than the cold weapon made of the same material, which means that the performance will be greatly improved. This time, Yongbo shaped the interstellar creature just to see if this can also be considered forging. Chapter 1093. The additional attributes of the Grandmaster are all very abnormal. This additional attribute of the Forging Grandmaster will directly crush other Grandmasters of the same level in the future. The error value of each part in the forging and manufacturing process. The integrated error is higher than the error value of a single part, because the error between parts will become more and more amplified. And a finished product is composed of many parts. So the finished product is often less accurate than the parts. However, Yongbo's Forging Grandmaster skill is just the opposite. That is, the performance of the finished product integrated with the error value of each part is higher than that of a single one. Of course, Yongbo has more than just this one Grandmaster ability. Who has gained the most from the Brotherhood's fall this time? It's not the other cities on Pandora that have seized the Brotherhood's territory. It's not Viscount Bart, who has made tens of trillions of dollars and is extremely popular. It's Yongbo. The status brought by the additional attributes of the Grandmaster of Forging alone has brought him far more benefits than anyone else. Not to mention that Yongbo has a bunch of Grandmaster skills. Of course, this is also due to the fact that the Brotherhood will train the killers to disguise and use various tools when training them. The killer organization has a complete training process, and they will train these killers with extremely professional knowledge. Some killers are even elites in various industries. Although some people are already elites in various industries, they can't get rid of the identity of killers at all. The platform of the Brotherhood will not let such people get rid of their control easily. Because these trained killers, the Brotherhood has enough handles on them. There is an evaluation system inside the Brotherhood. Once the killer is evaluated as not having enough value, the killer will disappear. Of course, if this killer knows too much, it will have some impact on the Brotherhood, and then he will disappear. This is why Yongbo got so many life skills. Moreover, these killers will owe the Brotherhood during training, and then they will owe more and more. The Brotherhood has many tricks that will make the killers unable to repay the loan, such as issuing some false tasks, and then arranging these people to fail and lose equipment, so that they will have to pay money. The risk control system of a large organization like the Brotherhood is not ordinary. Yongbo looked at his spaceship piloting master attribute, spaceship piloting, Grandmaster, 1/1. Ship and man are 1. When you are the captain of the spaceship, you can accurately control every action of the spaceship and know every piece of information of the spaceship, even if a speck of dust falls on the spaceship. Yongbo has not found a place to test this ability, but it should be very powerful. It can be said to be very abnormal. Yongbo decided to give it a try on the Fukue battleship. Spaceship maintenance, Grandmaster, 1/1. Can repair and optimize any spaceship to make them perfect. Pharmaceutical, Grandmaster, 1/1. +1 for all potions made. Yongbo felt a headache after seeing this attribute, because he was trying to reduce the potion quality. Because the potion quality is too high, it will attract a lot of attention. And if the potion quality is too high, the sales will be bad. People like Wang Muxue need potions of medium to high quality, not top quality potions, because there is not much market for top quality potions. Just like in this world, the most profitable merchants are actually those who sell daily necessities. Although the profit of each is relatively low, the demand is very high. The most high-end luxury goods have to be limited in quantity to ensure their status. Life skills. Grandmaster 1/1. All your life skill works. Quality +1. There are many life skills, such as winemaking, pottery, cooking, etc. Art. Grandmaster January 1st. All your artworks are famous +1. Art is sculpture, calligraphy, fine arts, etc. Yang Bo looked at his many Grandmaster skills, but he had not yet been able to try out any of them himself to see what they were like. You know what? The interstellar creatures I'm shaping now are much better looking than my first one. Yang Bo looked at the interstellar creature in front of him, which changed from a maggot to an 8-legged spider. This one is much better looking than the first one he shaped, and it looks like it's real. Yang Bo used the spirit seed to control these interstellar creatures, and then let them shape. TSK. It's getting more and more beautiful. Yang Bo found that the interstellar creatures he shaped were getting more and more beautiful. Whether in appearance or structure, they all look so beautiful. This may be the effect of the quality +1 of the Grand Master of Art. I wonder if anyone is doing my current research. No one is doing it. After all, to do this kind of research, many technologies need to be combined together. The most important thing is to have spiritual seeds that can control these interstellar creatures. Otherwise, these interstellar creatures would have fought back long ago. Yang Bo still remembers being chased by a group of interstellar creatures underground. These interstellar creatures can release energy attacks, and ordinary people really can't study them. Yang Bo believed that there were more than one spiritual superpowers, including spiritual seeds. However, Yang Bo felt that no one was as strong as him, because his superpowers grew in a completely different way from others. After the interstellar creatures were shaped, Yang Bo directly shaped 20 interstellar creatures. These 20 interstellar creatures were to be used to control 20 artillery batteries, to give outsiders an illusion that there was more than one person on this battleship. Then Yang Bo came to the command room of the Fuguei battleship. It was strange to say that Yang Bo had just come to the captain's position when he had a strange feeling. That is, he seemed to be able to see the Fuguei outside. To be precise, it was like opening a god's vision, and he could see every part of the battleship. He could even feel the collision between the battleship armor and some cosmic dust. Of course, ordinary cosmic dust did not pose any danger to the battleship. Then Yang Bo left the captain's position again, and that feeling disappeared again. Then Yang Bo returned to the captain's position, and that feeling came back. What kind of superpower is this? This is no longer within the scope of spaceship driving? Yang Bo felt a little strange. As long as he stood in the captain's position, he felt like he was this battleship. And he was like this battleship, sailing in the endless space. It was like swimming in the sea, and he could know all the current status of the spaceship. Strange. Is this the integration of man and machine similar to Mecha? Yang Bo conducted a series of experiments to try to see what this ability consumed, and found that it consumed nothing. It neither consumed his mental energy nor his superpowers. This made Yang Bo even more confused. Where did this ability come from? And as long as he left the captain's position, the feeling disappeared. Is this a kind of superinduction, or an unknown power that humans have not yet discovered? After Yang Bo tried it for a while, he gave up without finding any reason. Then Yang Bo came to the empty cabin on the Fuguei warship and released the space mecha directly. Yang Bo jumped on the space mecha, and then he had a very strange feeling. That is, he seemed to be a mecha now. He could see everything around him from the perspective of the mecha. Then Yang Bo began to control the mecha in the cabin of Fuguei, with a pair of hands constantly outputting commands. The entire mecha made various movements like a living person, and some actions are still impossible for humans to do. In this process, Yang Bo found many problems, such as some parts were worn out, and some places could be optimized. It was as if the whole mecha was his own body. If there was something wrong, he knew exactly why. Because Yang Bo also had the ability to repair the mecha. The ability to repair the mecha is not just about repairing. Just by listening to the sound and watching the action, you can know the degree of wear and tear of the part, and where it needs repair. And you can find the fault point in the first place. In any repair work, the most troublesome thing is to find the cause of the fault. Sometimes it may take a whole day to find the fault, but it may only take 10 minutes to repair it. Yang Bo has long known that the ability of two skills combined is stronger than one, and has experienced it. It seems that the reason why I didn't find it on the spaceship just now has been found now. Because I not only have the ability to drive the spaceship, but also the ability to repair the spaceship. The superposition of these two skills has produced incredible changes, allowing me to know the situation of the entire battleship more clearly than my body knows. Yang Bo probably figured out why. And it's not just these two skills. My photoelectric superpowers, sonic superpowers, and even spatial superpowers may have played a role. When all these abilities are concentrated in me, there will be a wonderful reaction between them. That's why I have that feeling. When will I find an A+ level superpower to fight with? It seems that the club is holding activities in the center of the universe. I will go and see it myself. Of course, all of this is Yang Bo's guess, and it's hard to say what the specific situation is. Yang Bo has a characteristic. That is, he will think about what he understands and leave the things he doesn't understand there. And he will naturally know why later. Then Yang Bo transformed into Bart and returned to Viscount Bart's fleet. Viscount Bart's fleet was also sailing silently, with 4 B-class warships forming a battle formation and sailing quickly towards a certain place. Yang Bo transformed into Bart and came out of the captain's room. There was a safe house in the captain's room, in which Yang Bo placed an energy stone with space coordinates. But Yang Bo would put this energy stone away when he came to the spaceship, because there is no signal in the safe house, and it is isolated from energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations transmitted will not be detected by the outside world at all. Lord, good luck to you. Not long after Yang Bo walked out of the captain's room, he saw the original staff of this spaceship coming over. Then these staff members walked in aristocratic etiquette, and the words they said almost made Yang Bo fall. Don't watch those old movies. Our empire doesn't greet each other like this anymore. Yang Bo said unhappily. Yes, Lord. The staff member nodded quickly. Yang Bo came to the battleship command room. This battleship was still under the acting captain of Carson. Lord. Carson saw Bart and hurried up to salute. No, don't look at those messy things. Just call me Lord. Now our nobles don't have many superficial privileges. After all, we have entered the interstellar era, and we can't be like our ignorant ancestors. Yang Bo turned into Bart and quickly shook his head to stop him. Is there any new news recently? Yang Bo asked. My lord, there is reliable news that the Pirate Alliance sent a task force to fight John Lee of the Federation's Korea state. Carson hurriedly reported the situation. What do you think of this matter? Yang Bo sat down in the position of the fleet commander and asked. My lord, both sides have to fight this war. Carson stood next to Yang Bo and answered. If the Pirate Alliance doesn't defeat John Lee, then their prestige will be gone, and the Pirate Alliance will become the laughing stock of the entire galaxy. A single-man mecha actually captured the flagship of the Black Skull Pirates. If the Pirate Alliance doesn't seek revenge, then this shame will always follow them. As for John Lee, he has no choice but to fight. Because John Lee has no choice but to fight. The Lord may not know much about our Federation. If John Lee doesn't fight, then his industry will be taken away by others. Even his warships will be taken away by others. Our Federation is a world where the strong are respected. If you show the slightest weakness, countless hyenas will pounce on you. If Lee John does not fight, then Korea State will deprive him of his rank of commander, deprive him of control of his warships, and take away all his assets. So on the surface, there are many ways to avoid the battle between the two sides. But in fact, there is no way to avoid it. Yang Bo was a little surprised to hear Carson say this. As the person involved, how could he not know that there was a reason to fight? The reason why he wanted to fight the Pirate Alliance was just to grab the warships. This motive was so simple. And there was no other motive. Who do you think will win the war? Yang Bo asked again. Lee John will definitely lose. Lee John has no experience in operating warships. And those pirates can be said to have lived on warships all year round. Warships have become a part of their lives. It can be said that most of the regular armies of the 3 countries have not experienced as many battles as the pirates. Carson answered confidently. Chapter 1094. So according to what you said, I still don't have any experience? Yang Bo asked after listening. My lord is wise and brave. How can someone like Li Yuehan compare with my lord? Whether it is education, knowledge or knowledge, Li Yuehan is simply not up to par. My lord, your family has an ancient heritage, and the things you have been exposed to since childhood are a level higher than those of us. Carson said quickly after hearing this. Okay. Stop talking. Let's just talk about the facts. Yang Bo felt a little strange about what Carson said, and said quickly, "You want to say that this guy is flattering, right? But he also said that his other identity is useless. And the way this guy flatters doesn't look like he has just learned it. It is probably because of this skill that he stayed in the fleet of Pandora. I agree with what you said. John Lee has no experience in fighting. But these pirates are just small-time pirates, and they have no experience in direct combat against C-class battleships. And I suspect there is a huge organization behind John Lee," Yang Bo said. Carson heard this and said, "Lord, I have also seen this person's resume. Most of them are engaged in some other improper occupations. But some things are a bit strange." "What's strange?" Dr. Yang said this deliberately to see what others think of John Lee, and to examine what he has done to see if there are any loopholes. "Controlling the spacecraft. Based on my professional knowledge, there are big problems here. I suspect there is a team behind John Lee. This team has mastered some bugs in the C-class battleship system. But the gossip I got when I was repairing it later showed that there was no problem with the system. I have read the gossip, which said that it was energy weapons that caused the main system devices to be connected in series. But I still have some doubts in my heart. And I suspect that the money John Lee spent on auctioning off the warship to repair it is actually a huge hush money. Of course, all this is just my guess," Carson whispered mysteriously. Yang Bo laughed when he heard this. "There must be something we don't know about this matter. So I think John Lee has a certain chance of winning." Carson shook his head when he heard this. "Lord, whether there is a hidden truth or not, John Lee is doomed to lose. If there is a hidden truth, then some people paid such a huge hush money, and they will definitely make John Lee disappear completely. And they may even sabotage John Lee's warship. Lee John is so arrogant. Maybe there is some hidden secret. So he is fully confident that he can defeat the pirate fleet. If there is no hidden secret, then a C-class battleship will definitely not be able to defeat the pirates' mixed fleet." Yang Bo waved his hand and said, "Hearing you think so, I feel relieved to bet on Lee John to win." Carson couldn't refute what Viscount Bart said, because Viscount Bart made his fortune by gambling. Because Carson has learned all about Viscount Bart in detail. After all, he will work under someone else in the future. The Lord's idea is so wise. When everyone thinks one side will lose, then we can buy this side to get the biggest profit with the smallest cost. On the contrary, if we buy the other side, even if we win, we won't get much profit. I will also buy John Lee to win." Carson heard Bart say this, and quickly flattered him. Yeah. Yang Bo didn't know how to comment on Carson's statement. As for whether the other party followed suit and bought that one, it didn't matter. If they follow the trend and buy it themselves, and then win, it's their luck. If they don't follow the trend and buy it themselves, then they deserve it if they lose. This guy is also very good at changing his mind. "Have you filled out the statistics for them?" Yang Bo asked again. "All filled out," Carson reported quickly. "Yes." Yang Bo nodded and checked the statistics. After reading the statistics, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. 80% of the people were willing to immigrate to the Alliance. In fact, Yang Bo didn't like the people from the Federation very much. Even if they came to the Empire, they couldn't be settled in Bart's territory. Yang Bo directly contacted a large law firm in the Alliance online. After receiving Bart's email, the large law firm jumped up excitedly. The large law firm made several plans. After Yang Bo reviewed them, he signed a commission contract with them in Bart's name, and gave a coordinate, asking them to send a civilian spacecraft to pick up these immigrants. After receiving the deposit, the big law firm quickly sent a civilian spaceship to pick up these immigrants. There is nothing that the big law firm can't handle in the Alliance. Of course, the premise is that you have enough money. So Yang Bo handed these people over to these big law firms. There was no problem at all. These people are the real hands and eyes. As for those who want to immigrate to the Empire, Yang Bo doesn't need to worry about this. He has to put himself in the right position. He is the one who does the dirty work for the Emperor. So these people naturally need to be settled by the other party. After finishing this matter, Yang Bo prepared to return to his captain's room. "Lord, do you need someone to serve you?" Carson asked flatteringly. "No. I still have some things to deal with." Yang Bo shook his head. "Okay." Carson watched Viscount Bart finish his work and return to the captain's room. Then he muttered in his heart, "Why is the Viscount different from the legend? Isn't the legend that the Lord is quite a jerk? It's a pity that I took their money, and now I have to return it." It turned out that Carson received bribes from others, and promoted some people to Viscount Bart. After all, they were all on a spaceship. Don't the nobles of the Empire need some entertainment activities on this long journey? Carson originally thought that he could recommend some people. But Viscount Bart didn't need them at all. Yang Bo appeared again in the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World. Then he came to the battleship Fugue and began to experience that magical feeling. When Yang Bo was in the position of captain, he felt that he didn't need anything to control the spaceship. So Yang Bo began to control the warship, while watching the various instruments and equipment on the spacecraft. Yang Bo did not actually do anything. But as he controlled the instruments on the spacecraft was also performing related actions. When the warship was flying in space, people inside the warship did not feel anything, because the gravity system inside the warship would constantly change, even if the warship was rolling violently. As long as there was no problem with the gravity system on the warship, people would not feel it. This is like some people live in the North Pole, and some live in the South Pole. From the outside, the South Pole is facing downwards, but people cannot perceive that they are facing downwards. So Yang Bo has to use various instruments on the warship to observe the movements of the warship. This is also a difficult point in interstellar war, because everything depends on data. If you don't look at the data, you don't know what the state of the warship is, let alone what orders to issue. And Yang Bo is like opening a god's perspective, and can clearly see the various changes of the warship. Yang Bo went from being unskilled at the beginning to becoming proficient later. Then Yang Bo felt as if he had turned into a warship swimming in the entire universe. He could clearly feel the various forces in the space. It was like being in the vast ocean and feeling the power of various currents in the water. But in space, this force is the gravity released by various planets. Can this force be used to make the warship faster in speed and other aspects? Yang Bo's heart moved. Then we started to experiment. Actually, we wanted to turn the gravity in the whole space into the force to propel the warship. Although these gravity have become negligible in space, the warship is so huge after all. Just like a sailboat. Although the wind is very small, as long as there is a sail with enough area, the sailboat can also glide very fast. Even in the early days of mankind, a solar sail exploration spacecraft was set up. Just using sunlight, that little pressure can propel the exploration spacecraft in space to a long distance. Yang Bo carefully sensed the changes in the surrounding power. As for why the power changes, it is because the warship is constantly moving forward, and the distance between it and the surrounding stars is constantly changing. Yang Bo continued to experiment. Of course, during the experiment, the warship's energy thrusters were still the main source of power. During the continuous experiments, Yang Bo compared and monitored the data of the entire spacecraft. It was found that when the spacecraft uses the surrounding power to move, reaching the same speed will reduce energy consumption. Why do I feel like my swimming speed increase attribute seems to be used on the warship? After experimenting for a while, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Then Yang Bo was like a child with a toy, sitting in the warship every day, thinking about how to make the warship more energy efficient and faster. I feel that if this is a research topic, I will definitely become the most famous scientist. But this kind of research basically has no results, because the distance of the celestial body is a variable. That is to say, this kind of power changes with the changes in the environment. Now Yang Bo only needs to stand in the captain's position of the warship, and the entire spaceship seems to be integrated with him. Looking at the accumulated test data, Yang Bo was very happy. The flight data and action data of the warship will give the other party an illusion, because the configuration of the warship, energy output power, etc., are basically fixed. So what action the warship should take and how much energy it consumes. Each warship has such a system. It can monitor the actions and energy fluctuations of enemy warships, and infer the energy consumed by the enemy warships instantly, because the warship itself has a maximum output power. If the warship consumes a lot of energy when flying, then its energy in defense and attack has to be reduced. Just like some cars have no power to climb hills with air conditioning in summer. It is because these cars do not have enough power. For this reason, the warships of the three major countries have backup energy systems, which use solid energy stones. That is to say, when the burst power of the warship is not enough to meet the needs of the warship's defense attack and change of direction, the backup energy system will be activated. Pirate warships rarely have such energy stone backup systems because energy stones are too expensive. When others think that the energy system of your warship is fully loaded, you still have extra energy. This is actually a trump card. Yang Bo thought while controlling the warship. The Fuguei warship is not just moving forward now, but moving up and down in a winding way. This method is to maximize the use of surrounding forces to boost the speed of the warship. In space, the forces will continue to stack, and then make the speed of the spacecraft faster and faster. All of a sudden, the pirates' warships can't escape. Yang Bo looked at the experimental data and found that the output power of the warship engine was the same, but the speed of the spacecraft was slowly stacked. As long as enough time was given, the speed of the spacecraft could be stacked to 100% or even higher. This is under the condition of equal energy consumption. Of course, the spacecraft is not traveling in a straight line, so in terms of distance alone, it is probably only 30% faster. But this is enough, because this speed is constantly superimposed. As long as Yang Bo keeps using various forces around him, he can finally reach an incredible speed without using any energy of the warship. And Yang Bo also discovered the most critical data. That is resistance. The most troublesome thing about various warships and fighters in space is turning around, because the resistance in space is almost negligible. The distance for spacecraft and fighter planes to turn around is very far. 15%. Yang Bo did a U-turn test. He found that he used the ubiquitous gravity in space as resistance, which shortened the distance and time of the test by 15% compared to simply turning around with an energy engine. If you encounter a specific area, such as some areas close to the planet, then the distance will be shortened. In this way, Yang Bo did not sleep or night until it was time to send a message to Zhang Buishan. And then, he hurried to Da Wenxin's own private laboratory to send a message to Zhang Buishan. Zhang Buishan was already very excited because the 5 days were up. But Mr. Zhou had not sent any news. This was Yang Bo's first time to experience a big toy like a warship, and he almost forgot the time. Yang Bo directly passed the coordinates and plan of the pirate fleet to Zhang Buishan. Then Zhang Buishan quickly passed it to Yang Bo. After Yang Bo passed the message to Zhang Buishan, he returned to March Star. 20 minutes after Zhang Buishan passed it to Yang Bo, he saw Yang Bo's reply and felt relieved. Wang Mushua also received the news, so he ordered the entire fleet to leave the airport in an orderly manner. However, the disappearance of the 9th Fleet was discovered by the Pirate Alliance's spies. But the Pirate Alliance's spies did not gain much. The Pirate Alliance still attached great importance to this news. After all, it was the 9th Fleet that directly destroyed the 2 pirate groups. The captains of these 2 pirate groups will be imprisoned for life. The Pirate Alliance tried to monitor the whereabouts of the 9th Fleet in many ways, but soon found that the 9th Fleet had deviated from the route. The Pirate Alliance is not stupid. This attack on the March Star shipping route will definitely cause some chain reactions. It is also during the election period. But the Pirate Alliance cannot break its promise, because it has already accepted this bounty mission. Therefore, the Pirate Alliance pays more attention to the news from all parties. To be safe, the Pirate Alliance's fleet implements the second plan. The Pirate Alliance has formulated several plans this time to prevent anyone from leaking the news. After all, the Pirate Alliance also knows what kind of character the pirate groups below are, and they all want to kill each other. Yang Bo also got the news very quickly, and then notified Zhang Buishan. Then, after another detour, Yang Bo sent it to Wang Mushua. These pirates are really cunning. They are also very meticulous in their work. But unfortunately they met me. Yang Bo certainly knew why the Pirate Alliance changed the plan, because they found that the 9th Fleet had left the airport and disappeared. He also knew that the Pirate Alliance used various methods to track the 9th Fleet. In fact, they used passenger and cargo spacecraft, which would turn on all radars and anti-collision systems during the voyage. If the 9th Fleet was within the range of these ships, it would be detected. But the Pirate Alliance never thought that Yang Bo had stolen their plan with his superpowers. Zhang Buishan was also worried these days. Now is the time for the development of March Star. If a major crisis occurs at this time, the development of the planet can be imagined. Yang Bo didn't feel anything, because Yang Bo is very busy now. On the one hand, he had to pretend to be Mr. 9 to send a message to Zhang Buishan. And on the other hand, he had to change back to his real identity to send a message to Wang Mushua. He also has to occasionally show up in the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World. He also has to show up on the battleships that he has grabbed from Pandora. And he has to hand over the people who have immigrated to the Alliance. Yang Bo has other experiments to do. Mechas, battleships. Use the attributes of the Grand Master to experience these war equipment and enhance the attributes of these war equipment. In other words, Yang Bo is a little addicted to playing. It turns out that the attribute value of swimming has the same effect on battleships. Chapter 1095. Your Excellency Viscount Bart is glad to see you. Yang Bo transformed into Viscount Bart and saw the Alliance civilian spacecraft waiting somewhere in the starry sky. The boss of the Alliance's Horn law firm personally brought people to pick him up. After seeing Bart, this guy smiled so hard that his face broke. Mr. Horn, I am glad to see you too. There is a communication transport ship between the warship and the spacecraft. This is a small gift from me. I hope there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Horn, the boss of Horn Law Firm, is a black man with thin hair and looks a little fat. He gave Yang Bo a gift. Thank you for your gift. Let's get to work. Yang Bo nodded. The number of people in the fleet will be 80% less this time. It must be said that the Alliance is still very good at promoting freedom. Of course, Yang Bo also thinks that the three-nation alliance is doing much better than the other two countries. The privileged class of the alliance is not as blatant as the Empire and the Federation. Many privileged people in the Federation have fallen from grace. Once something goes wrong and is exposed, it is easy for other powerful people to take advantage of it. Okay. Horn likes to hear this. Because there are more than 30,000 people this time. 1/3 of them are investment immigrants. And the rest use other methods. The immigration policy of the Alliance is slightly different according to the situation of each planet. As a lawyer, I will make a precise plan according to the situation of each client. Moreover, these lawyers have a strong network of relationships. Maybe their teachers are in the Ministry of Justice or the Immigration Bureau. And there are more classmates and seniors. The immigrants on the Bart warship will register, sign a contract, and finally Viscount Bart will pay. All the expenses of these immigrants are borne by Viscount Bart. And Viscount Bart also gave the promised rewards to the soldiers on the warships who surrendered to him. Viscount Bart, I am your fan. Can we take a photo together? Horn looked at Bart with shining eyes. Of course, no problem. Yang Bo smiled and took a photo with Horn. Viscount Bart, I think you are a role model for all men in the world. After Horn and Bart took a photo together, he spoke again. Because of our federal laws, there are some things I can't say, but I personally think that Viscount Bart did the right thing, especially daring to declare war on evil. Horn spoke again. What Bart brought to Horn and his people the most was the rows of missiles around him. And then watching the missile launcher launch thousands of electromagnetic missiles at a time. The shocking scene of these electromagnetic missiles rushing towards Pandora is something that every man cannot refuse. It's just that the Alliance is too free, so no one dares to say it publicly. Because many people in the Alliance say that Bart is a butcher. And some weirdos ask Bart to solve the problem with the law. People like Horn certainly know what kind of character the Federation and the Brotherhood are. These people don't follow the law at all. Or from a deeper level. The whole world is actually a dark jungle world. It is because the Alliance has a strong armed force and technological strength. And the people inside are used to peace that they are like this. In the environment of the Federation, everyone's desires are magnified to the limit. If you don't work hard to make money, you can only drink polluted water and slowly die. Not many people in the Federation dare to stand up and shout slogans. Because anyone who stands up and shouts slogans will be shot. The Brotherhood can mess with me, but they can't mess with my family and the people in my territory. This has violated my bottom line. Yang Bo became Bart and spoke more cautiously. After all, who knows who these people in the Federation are? As a celebrity, you should be a little cautious. So Viscount Bart, you are a role model for us men. I think Viscountess Bart must be very happy. Horn nodded. Others were busy with work. And Yang Bo was not afraid that Horn would do something weird. Horn was the owner of a long-established law firm and had connections throughout the judicial departments of the Alliance. Of course. Yang Bo nodded. Your Excellency, Viscount, do you have any intention to come to our Alliance to conduct some business? Ultra-high temperature material project. Our Alliance also has a huge market. Horn asked again. Ultra-high temperature materials must be supervised by the Empire. Even if I want to do market in the Alliance, I'm afraid it won't work. That's a pity. Let's contact each other if there are opportunities for cooperation in the future. Yang Bo nodded. It took a whole day. And the contract was signed quickly with the help of the intelligence system. It turned out that Horn and his people directly applied for immigration for these people online. By the time the spacecraft lands, the immigration application will basically be approved. This is the benefit of having a network of connections. The policies of the alliance government departments often change. It is not that these policies need to change, but there is some room between these policies. That is, some loopholes. When some people make these policy changes, they deliberately set up some loopholes so that some people can make a fortune from these loopholes. But when more people find this loophole later, the policy will change to plug this loophole so that others can't make money, but the new policy will lead to new loopholes. Another key point is that the president of the alliance will make changes to some key policies every time he takes office. The first thing the new president of the alliance does when he takes office is to sign and stop some policies of the previous president, then formulate new policies to benefit and profit his group. Horn is the one who knows one of the immigration loopholes, through which he can quickly immigrate to the alliance. Horn and others watched the 4 B-class battleships disappear into the vast starry sky, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the civilian transport spacecraft looks much larger than the warship, it dare not confront the warship head-on. Go back to the alliance. Horn felt too much pressure when targeting Viscount Bart. Although Viscount Bart is his idol, but Bart is a very bad character. If he didn't have such a bad character, who would have thought that a dignified Viscount would actually use camouflage potions to go to Pandora State of the Federation to buy hundreds of thousands of missiles, and then attack Pandora State in turn? The number of people on Yang Bo's 4 warships has decreased by 80%, and there are only 20% left. This number of people can maintain normal flight, mainly because the internal systems of these warships need to be upgraded. Yang Bo dealt with this matter and ignored the things here. The first encounter was Wang Mushua's 9th Fleet and the Pirate Mixed Fleet. Yang Bo is now mainly concerned about 2 lines. The first is Wang Mushua's 9th Fleet and the Pirate Mixed Fleet. The second is the Fuguay and the Pirate Combined Fleet. Yang Bo could only keep reporting the coordinates of the pirates and their direction of action. A lot of information was unknown to the Pirate Alliance. After all, the Pirates Mixed Fleet was now sailing in silence. But Yang Bo could use the Spirit Seed to know where the fleet was, and in which direction it was sailing. Yang Bo was somewhat worried. On the one hand, the strength of the Pirate Mixed Fleet was relatively strong. And on the other hand, many personnel of Wang Mushua's 9th Fleet were newly recruited and trained. Not only Yang Bo was worried, Zhang Buizhen was also worried. TSK. The Pirate Mixed Fleet actually invited people to act. This is to cheat the insurance company. Yang Bo also found that the Pirate Mixed Fleet was not only acting alone this time, but the target of the attack was also acting in a double act. I forgot that the reason why the Pirate Alliance exists is that some dignitaries from 3 countries support it behind the scenes, mainly to crack down on dissidents. The reason why Yang Bo knew so clearly was because Charlie, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star of the Alliance, personally led the team to do this time. This guy was made infamous by Yang Bo's transformation into Mr. 9. And then he ran away. This time, Charlie also wanted to make a name for himself. Charlie's pirate group is called the Skunk Pirates. This pirate group has 2 C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and more than 20 E-class warships. It is also a first-class team in the Pirate Alliance. In addition, Charlie often provides some information to the pirate group by taking advantage of his position. So this pirate group is very strong in terms of funds, technology, and personnel. Of course, the Pirate Alliance task force also has a bad side. That is, there are 3 pirate group leaders in it, and they often argue with each other over the battle plan. Charlie only brought a C-class battleship and a D-class battleship this time. The other 2 pirate groups brought more, because the mission of the Pirate Alliance this time is not to fight anyone head-on, but to destroy the March Stars channel. To put it bluntly, it is to rob in the March Stars channel, so that other ships dare not come here. Therefore, there was no particular sense of crisis in the task force, because everyone was here to rob, not to fight. And all the members of the pirate group were eager to fight, because this was a good time to make a fortune. Wang Mushua of the 9th Fleet was also shocked by the constant news, because the route and position plan of the pirate task force felt like an exercise, and it was a scripted exercise. Who is behind this Zhang Buizhen? For the first time, Wang Mushua felt the powerful energy behind Zhang Buizhen. Could it be that the Tianza Star incident has something to do with Zhang Buizhen? This is the bad thing about smart women. Wang Mushua subconsciously thought of the Tianza Star incident, because in the Tianza Star incident, although the Zhang family's secret treasure is insignificant, it is a big enough blow to the Zhang family. The Zhang family not only lost the secret treasure, but also had to pay a large sum of money. On the surface, the Tianzi Star incident seems to be a political scandal, but Wang Muxue now thinks that it should be related to Zhang Boijun. Wang Muxue is also making a battle plan. Although she knows the news from Zhang Boijun, Wang Muxue is still skeptical about the accuracy of this news. It may be a trap. Yang Bo took the time to change into Bart's appearance and came to Bart's warship, because he was about to contact Su Ruoxin's spaceship. Su Ruoxin set out secretly from the airport of Devon Star, took a private spaceship, and then changed to an armed transport spaceship somewhere. This armed transport spaceship has multiple identities, and these identities are all real. The armed transport spaceship mainly relies on its internal identification code, which will tell other surrounding spaceships which company it belongs to and where it is registered. As long as they don't cross the borders of other countries, no one will come to search on the spacecraft, because the speed of the spacecraft is too fast. The 4 B-class battleships began to slow down, and the battleship slowed down by the force of reverse thrust. Of course, the spacecraft docking in space does not mean stopping, but the speed of the 2 spacecrafts is the same when docking. Just like the sea supply, the speed of the 2 ships is the same. The direction is the same, like 2 parallel lines, and then the supply is carried out in the middle. Lord, Carson and others had some questions about why Bart slowed down here. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Someone will talk to you later. If you have any ideas or requests, just let me know, Yang Bo said seriously. Carson and others looked at Bart's serious expression. So they asked, can we follow the Lord? Of course. Yang Bo answered immediately, because Yang Bo was sure that the royal family would not hand these people over to him. The royal family would definitely like these people, because these people have never had any information about the empire. And this kind of people is most suitable for doing dirty work. As for the character of the people in the Federation, it is needless to say, the next 4 warships will be taken over. As for who will take over, don't ask. You don't need to know. I ask you to cooperate with them. Of course they will also ask you what you want. Carson and others' eyes lit up when they heard what Viscount Bart said. Although this speech did not say who would take over the warships. Who else could take over the warships? That is the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire mentioned on the internet. No wonder Bart felt that the operation was so smooth this time. It turned out that it was supported by the intelligence network of the entire empire. These are what Carson and others thought. Yang Bo said this just now, just to make these people have such thoughts. Lord, a mysterious signal was found. At this time, the security view of the warship shouted. Yang Bo was already operating at this time. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. After Yang Bo operated, he successfully contacted the other party. A middle-aged man in a black uniform appeared in the video, and the other party came up and said loudly, "It's me." Yang Bo nodded. Congratulations to Viscount Bart for his victory. The middle-aged man on the opposite side said with a smile on his face. Thank you. This is the identity information of all the people on my side. Yang Bo cooperated very well and sent the information of all the people on the spacecraft. The middle-aged man on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually a little nervous when he was ordered to face Bart in this crisis. Who knows if Bart, a melee thing, will use the laser cannon of the battleship to hit him twice. Sir Viscount Bart, we need temporary authority for the warship. The other party was still a little bit cautious and said with a stiff upper lip, of course no problem. Since Yang Bo said he would do dirty work for the Emperor, he must show his attitude. Viscount Bart, can you come over for a chat? The other party invited him again. Of course. Yang Bo took the small spaceship on the warship to the other side spaceship. Chapter 1096. Lord? Although Carson and others had long suspected that Viscount Bart's action this time was probably not alone, they did not expect it to be true. But what would they do next? Don't worry. They will arrange it for you. I promise that our imperial nobles will not give up halfway. Yang Bo said quickly. Carson and others watched Viscount Bart leave on the transport boat. Your Excellency Viscount Bart. It's nice to meet you. My name is Su Wu. Yang Bo arrived at the armed spaceship, and the person who had just made a video call performed a noble etiquette. Well, the rest is up to you. You must properly place them. I will deposit the money into their accounts. In addition, I will only authorize you to have the first-level operation authority. Yang Bo nodded and performed a noble etiquette. Then asked, of course, these warships are your property. Viscount Bart. And we are just a cooperative relationship. Suwoo smiled and nodded at Bart. Suwoo could not want the ownership of the warships, because the dirty work done by these fleets in the future would be done by Bart, and had nothing to do with the royal family. To put it bluntly, Bart is now the white glove of the royal family. Of course, the relationship is nominally cooperative, and sometimes he can do something for Bart. Suwoo was very excited and quickly took people to see the 4 B-class battleships. The royal family has only made some armed spaceships for so many years, and the regular battleships are closely watched in all aspects. Now there are 4 more B-class battleships, which greatly increases the power of the royal family. Suwoo is a genius in the royal family, and is now an A-class psychic superpower. Oh! You're willing to risk your life for your beloved. Su Ruoxin felt very uncomfortable. At first, she saw Bart as a jerk. But now Bart is so awesome, and getting more and more awesome. If she had known earlier, she should have seized the opportunity. So when she saw Bart in the room, she asked with a sour tone. Of course. What else can a man do, if he can't even protect his own woman? Yang Bo looked at Su Ruoxin, who was wearing a white dress, and nodded in answer. Humph. I didn't expect Ning Shui to meet someone like you. Su Ruoxin pinched Yang Bo fiercely. Hurry up and take the warship. I want to go back. Yang Bo, who turned into Bart, replied unhappily. Humph. Do you dislike me so much? Su Ruoxin looked at Bart and asked with resentment. Don't make trouble. I dare not take your spaceship. My spaceship is coming. Yang Bo said with a grin. Yang Bo was in a hurry, although he could have sex for free with Su Ruoxin. How long would it take to get back to Devon Star? Did he have sex on someone else's spaceship? Be careful not to be filmed. The key is that he has a lot of things to do. He has to pay attention to the battle between the 9th Fleet and the pirates. And he has to personally fight against the pirates. Where's the time to fight the princess here? You bastard. Su Ruoxin heard Bart say this, and rushed over to grab Bart. You deserve a beating. Yang Bo picked up Su Ruoxin, and gave her a family punishment. I like gentle women. 2 hours later, Yang Bo looked at Su Ruoxin, who was limp on the bed, patted her smooth back, left after saying a word, put on his clothes and left, because Bart's private spaceship had arrived. The share. Asshole. Su Ruoxin was furious, but after being tossed around by a man like Bart with all his firepower, she couldn't get up at all. The people on the armed spaceship watched Bart take out the space mecha, then flew out of the armed spaceship and flew into the starry sky. In the distance, the share spaceship was waiting there. Anyway, the royal family will take over the affairs of the 4 warships, and the ownership is in their hands. If the royal family does not allow Bart to board the warships in the future, they will have someone come to rob the warships, and let the royal family suffer a loss. Hee hee. Master. Master. The crew on the share spacecraft were very excited when they saw Bart. Haha. Good. Good. Let's go home. And we will all be rewarded when the time comes. These people are the most reliable people in Bart's territory. Similar to the kind of family servants who have been there for generations. Yes. Master. Master. Set sail. There are not many people on this kind of spaceship because it is very intelligent. These people also saw 4 B-class battleships and a mysterious spaceship in the distance. These people did not ask and drove the spaceship away silently. After Yang Bo boarded the spaceship, Shuer also sailed silently to avoid being discovered. Yang Bo came to the master room of the spaceship and asked others not to disturb him. He wanted to have a good rest. He threw a spiritual seed to the temporary captain of Shuer, and then placed the energy stone with space coordinates in the safe room in the master room. As for the space coordinate energy stones on the 4 B-class battleships, they were naturally taken away. Yang Bo had thought about leaving a space coordinate, but he thought better of it. The royal family would definitely explore the entire battleship inch by inch. Yang Bo returned to the Fuguei battleship and drove the battleship directly to the only way for the pirate joint fleet. In fact, it was not in the airspace agreed by Li Yuehan, because in the agreed airspace, it is difficult to beat the opponent. At that time, at most someone would scold Li Yuehan for being shameless and attacking on the road. Of course, this is because Yang Bo knows the opponent's route. So Yang Bo also needs to do some disguises in some places to make Li Yuehan's behavior look more normal. Because from Li Yuehan's perspective, he doesn't know from which direction the pirate group will arrive at the predetermined area. Yang Bo is still constantly controlling the Fuguei battleship and those shaped interstellar creatures. These interstellar creatures have another advantage. That is, if anyone invades the interior of the battleship, it can be turned into an energy weapon turret, because the interstellar creatures themselves rely on energy attacks. It's a pity that I don't have time. Otherwise, I could make some robots myself. In fact, fully mechanical warships have many advantages. Yang Bo's side. Fully mechanical warships do not need a huge survival system, do not need a huge space to accommodate soldiers, and do not need an air system, water circulation system, food, lighting system, etc. But there is no way. The energy interference in the starry sky is very terrifying, such as supernova explosions, etc. And the warships are running around. Unlike on the planet where there is an atmosphere to protect them, supernova explosions can destroy ordinary planets, let alone some warships. Moreover, the closer to the center of the universe, the greater the energy interference. Black holes cannot even escape light, let alone warships. Yang Bo's battle plan is very simple. Sneak attack. There is no other way. After the sneak attack, the frontal attack. The pirates are not of one mind. As long as the sneak attack can pose a threat to the pirates, these guys will think about how to preserve their strength first. The Black Skull pirates have received a new C-class battleship. This time, they will send 2 C-class battleships, 2 D-class battleships, and 8 E-class battleships. The Glorious Pirates have 1 C-class battleship, 2 D-class battleships, and 8 E-class battleships. The Ghost Pirates have 1 C-class battleship and 1 D-class battleship. The Witch Pirates have 1 C-class battleship and 1 D-class battleship. The Drummer Pirates have 1 D-class battleship. The Pirates United Fleet has 5 pirate groups, 5 C-class battleships, 7 D-class battleships, and 18 E-class battleships. They really think highly of John Lee. TSK. Yang Bo discovered that the Pirates United Fleet had used several backup plans and some fake moves. And in the end, there were so many battleships to crush John Lee. Okay. With so many ships coming, the Black Skull Pirates also paid extra to buy a new C-class warship and are here to deliver more. Yang Bo knew the final route of the pirates. These pirates are divided into 2 battle groups, the front and the back. The front 2 C-class, 4 D-class, and 10 E-class are the vanguard, and the rest are the rear. Of course, this is not a battle sequence. In a battle sequence, the E-class warships will disperse to avoid being ambushed. But these pirates never thought that John Lee would lurk on their way and ambush them in advance. Yang Bo planned to attack the 3 warships at the back first, because the main gun of the warship in front would need to adjust its direction if it wanted to attack the one at the back. So he would create a time difference. By the time the front turned around, he would have already rushed into the battle sequence at the back. If the 2 C-class warships in front saw the heavy losses at the back, there was a high probability that they would run away, because there was a Black Skull Pirates ship in front and another one from the Ghost Pirates. This time, he would first attack the C-class warships at the back of the Black Skull Pirates. So the warships of the Black Skull Pirates at the front would be afraid, because the Black Skull Pirates had been defeated once before and had lost a C-class warship. And this time, they would lose another one. So will the only remaining ship still enter the battlefield? Probably not, because pirates bully the weak and fear the strong. As for the C-class warship of the Ghost Pirates, it is estimated that it will not, because other pirate groups are actually looking to take advantage. The other 4 pirate groups want to blackmail the Black Skull Pirates, because if Lee John is defeated, then Lee John will rob the Black Skull Pirates of their warships, which will be the spoils of war. If the Black Skull Pirates want to take it back, they will have to pay for it. Yang Bo also has to pass on messages to Zhang Buizhen from time to time, and then pass them on to Wang Muxue. Half a month later, Yang Bo controlled the Fugui to find a good ambush site and parked the Fugui warship behind a large meteorite. The trajectory of this meteorite happened to be in the direction of the pirate fleet. Of course, the speed of this meteorite was very slow, only tens of kilometers per second. The pirate fleet will arrive in this star field in about 10 days, so this meteorite will not fly far. Wait for the prey to take the bait. Yang Bo was very excited, because this place was still 10 days away from the star field agreed by Li John. And these pirates would never set up a battle formation, launch various detectors, or send E-class warships to the periphery at this time, because pirates have to consider costs for everything. If the regular army were to fight, the scout fleet would have been sent out long ago. Moreover, the performance of pirate warships is much lower than that of regular army warships, especially the energy system. The Empire cannot sell the energy system of its warships. What if it is obtained by other countries? Therefore, the comprehensive performance of these exports is about 20% lower than that of regular warships. And of course, the same is true for Alliance exports. However, the Alliance has not exported many warships in recent years because there are too many domestic opposition voices. Some politicians can't find a bullshit and say that the export of these warships is a threat to the security of the Alliance itself. So many of the pirates use warships exported by the Empire. Eat melons and watch the show. Yang Bo returned to March Star, enjoying the beauty while eating melons closely. Wang Mushua was about to encounter the pirate task force. Wang Mushua had accurate information, so she went straight to the front. The strength of the pirate task force was stronger than the combined fleet that encircled and suppressed John Lee. In addition to the 1 C-class battleship, 2 D-class battleships, and 2 E-class battleships brought by the skunk pirates of Charlie, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives of Tianza Star mentioned above, there is also 1 C-class, 1 D-class, and 4 E-class battleships of the side pirates. The Violent Bear pirates have 1 C-class, 1 D-class, and 4 E-class ships. The Blood Blade pirates have 1 C-class, 1 D-class, and 4 E-class ships. The Steel Teeth pirates and the Magician pirates have the same configuration. 6 pirate groups, 6 C-class warships, 7 D-class warships, and 22 E-class warships. Because this bounty is to create a crisis and let everyone in the Alliance see how dangerous the transportation route to March Star is. And the bounty for this bounty is divided equally according to the number of warships. So many people think that it is just a small role. In order to make this incident look more dangerous, the pirates also asked for help. That is, to avoid resistance from some transport fleets. The transport ships that were robbed were also the tasks that the pirates took on. A large international transport company was going to take on an insurance company. In fact, it was a contest between the chaebol within the Alliance. The stock price of this insurance company would fall because of this incident. And then the bank and other negative news would break out one after another. It would go bankrupt on the second day, be acquired at a low price on the third day, and then open for business on the fourth day. This is how capitalism works. And it is more terrible than you can imagine. So in the eyes of the pirates, this time, they are simply making money. Although there is no news from the Ninth Fleet, the pirates are worried. But it is just acting after all. Of course, the people on the transport ship can't live. For those international companies, as long as they are not shareholders, they can be sacrificed. The CEOs of those big companies have been pushed out to appease the anger of the people. There are not just 1 or 2 suicides, 4 suicides, etc. And then the bosses behind them change people to apologize, and then symbolically soften their attitude, and then continue to cut leaks. Of course, Yang Bo has not told Jean Bourgeon about the acting yet. He has to tell him last. Otherwise it will seem that Mr. Gio has too much power. Even so, Zhang Bourgeon was shocked by Mr. Gio's information channel because it was too detailed. Seeing that the encounter was only 2 days away, Yang Bo sent the news of the pirate group colluding with a certain transportation company to Zhang Bourgeon in the name of Mr. Gio. Fuck. Zhang Bourgeon was shocked when he saw the news. He didn't expect these pirates to play like this. These bastards. I said that the Alliance's business in recent years is a bit abnormal. Zhang Bourgeon was shocked after reading it. Master, this information is too timely. This insurance company. Niu Bo was also very excited.